This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the Grotto leader?
Don't remember his name.
You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, Jack. Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 305. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khaled.
And today, we are back with installment 36 of the Grotto of Truth Q&A series.
Yep.
Yeah. It's exciting. I think we, after our episode frequency, kicked back up some months ago, I think we were optimistic that we could, do one of these like maybe at the end of every month. I still think that's kind of a good thing, but events intervened, and we've had to deal with pressing matters.
We've been doing a bunch of different stuff. Well, yeah, there's another element to it's kind of changed like our show a fair amount. The fact that we do them live and like that they come out like as we're doing them, because it allows us to respond to emergent things, which we didn't really do so much in the past. And that's kind of the opposite situation with the Q&A, where we have an immense backlog and we're dealing with questions from
take yourself back to the President Joe Brandon has just had a crushing victory in the midterms of 2022.
Yeah, exactly. He's
big boy presidential discourse is for the moment put to the side because old Scranton Joe still has it. Donald Trump is still going through various criminal trials that will surely stop him from running for president again. Ron DeSantis is definitely the horse that you want to back. The war in Ukraine is 8 months old, and kind of a simpler time, I guess. But I have faith in the Grotto because I say this almost every time, but a lot of these questions do age like fine wine. But
totally,
a lot of our listeners
largely timeless. They're largely timeless.
They are timeless, and I'm consistently impressed by how anointed the Grotto was. Back in 2021, 2022, they had so many pertinent questions, and things that even if we haven't gotten to their question, we've ended up doing an entire episode on it in the intervening years, because it has come up and it is something important, something relevant. So hopefully we're going to get a little, I think we are going to get a little bit of that today with some of these cues.
And thank you for joining us on Friday evening. I know we usually do Thursday, but I was very sick yesterday.
Right.
So,
I was traveling
bear that in
weekend,
mind as we get this episode. I'm still, recovering from whatever cold or thing that I had.
Yeah, and it is. I think we're a couple days into Ramadan. I forget the salutation, but happy Ramadan.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak. Okay, yeah, that's the Is that? Do you say that at the beginning, and then do you say something different at the end of it?
Eid Mubarak.
Eid Mubarak. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Eid. Okay. So yeah, Ramadan Mubarak to everybody out there. You might go have yourself a little prayer and a
when
munch
Maghrib.
and a
That's the
little
thing.
tea.
Also, our sunset is getting gradually later. So with our, eventually I'll be, going to do Maghrib quickly, and so especially during Ramadan, I'll be, eating a little bit after fasting the whole day. So, but.
It is all right.
It's,
Just gives
but
me...
next year it should be it should line up pretty well. We're really inching towards because when I first converted, Ramadan was at basically the worst possible time, like basically
Was
like
it way
right around,
later?
like, the summer solstice. Well, because it, I think we talked about this on the show before, like you having this realization that Ramadan is on the lunar calendar, so like the time that Ramadan falls each year like changes.
That's
so,
why I get
like,
confused every time it pops up, because it's like, so a decade ago it was like in the summertime or in May or something like that, right?
Exactly, and it's all about fasting from like basically like sunrise to sunset. So if the day is longer, then it's
so
harder,
a winter
but
Ramadan is like not as rough as
I'm really
summer
hyped
Ramadan.
for it to like coincide with December. I think that's like the best. I think the Nation of Islam like actually did like declare that Ramadan would only be in December, which unfortunately is cheating, but I understand why they wanted to do that.
You piggyback with all the other big holidays, like, and it's the shortest of the year, like.
Yeah.
No, for sure. So yeah. I think, without further ado, let's get into our questions. I think we missed one last time, regrettably,
yes,
but we were notified about it.
Someone made a comment saying like, I think you skipped over my question, so we made a point we would get to it next time. Yeah, typographical error caused us to miss it, but we have it here.
That's the SJ
the
promise
question from Chalky Default.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is the SJ promise. Yeah, we will answer every question that you have submitted. And that is why this question is from June 10th, 2022. It's from Chalky Default. God. He asks, what's up with the UK security services suiciding a nationalist Scottish politician in 1985, allegedly for opposing a nuclear waste dump, no fatal accident investigation, cops botching the scene, sensitive documents missing from the car and burgled from his house and office?
So, this is they provide a link here. This is to the mysterious case of Willie McRae from Scotland in the 1980s. And, I guess maybe judging just by the Wikipedia article, it sounds like this was quite a scandalous, mysterious death case, though maybe us being Americans and like millennials, like we're not as, I'd never heard of it before. But it does look, just at a cursory glance, it does look kind of interesting. There's a lot of different dynamics at play. Like Willie McRae was a Scottish lawyer. How old was he? 61 when he died. He was a Scottish lawyer, naval officer, politician, and anti-nuclear campaigner. He served in the British Army in World War II, and after that, the Royal Indian Navy. He was a supporter of the Indian independence movement and was active in the SNP, the Scottish National Party, which is, kind of the Scottish Independence Party, still around today. Kind of, it might even be more prominent today than it was back then. Actually served as in the Royal Indian Navy. He was a lieutenant commander and served as an aide-de-camp to Admiral Lord Mountbatten, who is a member. He is Prince Philip's uncle. So that would make him King Charles and former Prince Andrew's great uncle. And I believe he was, he was assassinated by the Provisional Irish Republican Army in 1979 when a bomb exploded aboard his fishing boat. And I do forget if he was later accused, maybe during the whole Jimmy Savile thing, of like maybe being a pedo. I know there's a lot of allegations with the royal family floating around now, substantiated ones. Prince Andrew was just arrested this week on his 66th birthday, right? Allegedly for passing like state secrets to Jeffrey Epstein, not necessarily for any sex thing.
Right.
Yeah, yes, there are allegations of homosexuality and pedophilia. His Mountbatten's driver in Malta in 1948 alleged Mountbatten had visited the Red House, an upmarket gay brothel in Rabat used by naval officers. So I guess he was, maybe closeted, but there were also the FBI had files. I guess they released them in 2019, showing that since the 1940s, there were allegations that Mountbatten was a pedophile. And I guess there was Norman Neild, Mountbatten's driver from 1942 to 43, told the tabloid New Zealand Truth that he had transported young boys aged 8 to 12 who had been procured from Mountbatten to his official residence, and then he had been paid to keep quiet. And Robin Bryans also claimed in Irish Magazine Now that Mountbatten and Anthony Blunt, among others, were part of a ring that engaged in homosexual orgies and procured boys in their first year at public schools, such as Portora Royal School in Enniskillen. Former residents of the Kincora Boys' Home in Belfast have asserted that they were trafficked to Mountbatten at Classybon Castle, his residence in Mullimore, County Sligo. Okay, yeah. So, okay, that he was an aide-de-camp to him, but way back in World War II. Not to implicate Willie McRae in this, but just to show that he had some, he had some connections to high officials throughout his long life. And
right.
I guess he was.
I think that kind of factors into the conspiracy around his death, because he was supposed to have, like, as the Chalky Default mentions, he was supposed to have some kind of like special information. I think actually it was like speculated to be about some kind of like pedophile ring in Westminster. That was like part of like what he was supposed to have information about. But the I don't know if there's any like proof or evidence or like even a sense of where that idea came from.
I do remember the kind of the allegations of like the Westminster pedophile dossier that came out in. Okay, actually, look at this is interesting. So I remember this coming out in 2013, and this is like not that long after Jimmy Savile died, and all these allegations came out about him. And of course, he was connected with the royals, very, and high society in Britain, very much so. And the BBC, they all seem to look the other way. And I remember that at the time, Home Secretary Theresa May announced that she was going to like review this dossier. But I notice right here, this dossier first arose in 1984, and Willie McRae was killed in 1985. So, okay, this dossier was assembled by British MP Geoffrey Dickens, who handed it to then Home Secretary Leon Britton in 1984. The whereabouts of the dossier are unknown, along with other interesting. Oh, the dossier disappeared. Along with other files on organized child abuse that had been held by the Home Office. In 2013, the Home Office stated that all relevant information had been passed to the police and that Dickens' dossier had not been retained. It was later disclosed that 114 documents concerning child abuse allegations were missing. In July 2014, the Labour Party called for a new inquiry into the way that the allegations had been handled, and blah, blah, blah. They did. This eventually, I think, became the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse that was sort of launched in 2014. So a little background here. Between 1981 and 1985, Dickens campaigned against a suspected pedophile ring he claimed to have uncovered that was connected to trading child pornography. In 1981, Dickens in the House of Commons accused Sir Peter Hayman, the former senior diplomat, civil servant, and MI6 operative, of being a pedophile, using parliamentary privilege. Dickens further questioned why Hayman had not been jailed after it was discovered he had left a package containing child pornography on a bus. In 1983, Dickens claimed there was a pedophile network involving, quote, big names, people in positions of power, influence, and responsibility, and threatened to name them in the Commons. The next year, he campaigned for the banning of the pro-pedophile activism group, of which Hayman was a member, the Pedophile Information Exchange. Okay, I remember reading about this, the PI, the Pedophile Information Exchange. This is like a sus, like activist group that had like a mailing list that started in the 70s. So, okay, that's a little bit like, why are you in the Pedophile Information Exchange, bro? Like, if you're not, okay. In November 1985, let me just double check here. When did Willie McRae died in April 85. Just to, we can track here. But in November 85, Dickens said in a speech to the Commons that pedophiles were evil and dangerous, and that child pornography generated vast sums. He further claimed that, quote, the noose around my neck grew tighter after I named a former high-flying British diplomat, Hayman, on the floor of the House. Honorable members will understand that where big money is involved and as important names came into my possession, so the threats began. First, I received threatening telephone calls followed by 2 burglaries at my London home. Then, more seriously, my name appeared on a multi-killers hit list. Okay. So he allegedly gave this 40-page dossier to Home Secretary Leon Britton in a 30-minute meeting in 1984. A second copy of the dossier was reported to have been given to Director of Public Prosecutors Thomas Hetherington. Dickens described it as having the potential to blow the lid off the lives of notable child abusers. It included details on 8 prominent figures and was reported to have contained the name of a former conservative MP who had been found with child pornography videos, against whom no arrests or charges were brought. Dickens told his son, Barry, that the dossier was explosive. Dickens had asked Britton in 1983 to investigate the diplomatic and civil services and royal court at Buckingham Palace over claims of child sexual abuse. Dickens said that he was, quote, going to give him, Britton, a glimpse inside my private files where people have written to me with information. Then it seems to kind of like have just like disappeared into like a rabbit hole after he gave this information.
Right, it was just like destroyed. Like they just lost it, which is insane.
Yeah, and then they later claimed they were arrested. And I guess Barry Dickens, I guess is the son, right, said that of the dossier, or no, sorry, never mind. That is him. Dickens has said of the dossier that he would like Britton to, quote, name the very next person he handed it on to, adding, and where did it end up? There must have been a person who was the last to handle it. My father thought that the dossier at the time was the most powerful thing that had ever been produced, with the names that were involved and the power they had. Barry Dickens also said that his father's flat in London and his constituency home were subsequently broken into and ransacked the same week that the dossier was handed over, but nothing was taken. Dickens said they weren't burglaries. They were break-ins for a reason. We can only presume they were after something that Dad had that they wanted. Yeah. So people did start asking about this. The missing dossier has been linked with ongoing investigations into the Elm Guest House child abuse scandal. I forget, that was in the 70s and the 80s. And Heyman was among the visitors to the Elm Guest House. Other prominent people who allegedly visited the house included Liberal MP Cyril Smith, who I believe was like convincingly outed as a pedophile like in subsequent years, and the art historian and Soviet spy Anthony Blunt, a Sinn Féin politician, several conservative politicians, and a Labour MP. Interesting. In January 2015, an academic researcher found in the National Archives a reference to a file titled Allegations Against Former Public Missing Word of Unnatural Sexual Proclivities, Security Aspects, 1980, October 27th. 1981, March 20th, which had gone to then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher in the early 80s. The file had been classified since it contained information from the security services and law officers. The Cabinet Office initially stated that any pertinent files would be made available to the forthcoming independent panel inquiry into child sexual abuse. However, on January 30th, the file was made public, revealing that it related to former British diplomat Sir Peter Heyman. In February 2015, The Guardian reported that Hatcher had added handwritten annotations to the documents in the file, which showed that despite its contents, she had been insistent that officials should not name Heyman. Good job, Maggie. The released papers also contained a note titled Line to Take, sent to Thatcher on the day after Geoffrey Dickens had used parliamentary privilege to name Heyman in 1981. On it, she had written, Say authorities have carried out an investigation. Nothing to suggest that security prejudiced. Okay, yeah, okay. So she just covered it up. That's awesome. I don't know. Yeah, I kind of remember this being like people were very like angry that like it didn't, like whatever this commission was didn't quite dig up much about like the full document, the full contents of the dossier.
Yeah, it seems like a complete mess, and like they did, like not, like they were like everything is here, everything's fine, but then like they're like actually there's like hundreds and thousands of pages like that are of like documents that have been handed over to us that are just lost.
I forgot that. I kind of remember this name that pops up in this story, the Labour MP Simon Donchuk. who was like going out in the media in the early 2010s, and like I feel like he might have like even accused a lord or an MP of like being a pedophile, and it later came out that like that wasn't necessarily true. Like it was kind of a messy thing. Simon Donchuk, who was like really banging the drum for like an inquiry. And like he told the BBC at one point, we are on the cusp of finding out exactly what went on in the 70s and 80s. And I'm sorry to say, I think it will be shown that senior politicians were involved in abuse and there was a cover up. I think that's inevitable now. The BBC also reported that former Daily Mirror crime correspondent Jeff Edwards stated he was told by a detective in the 80s that an investigation into pedophiles was closed on the orders of a senior politician, and he had recently been contacted by the police. He told the BBC, I think this was a cynical cover-up. There was no doubt in their minds the way they would deal with this was simply to expunge it from the record. As far as they were concerned, they could make it go away forever. And then this is a strange punchline. In December 2015, Donchuk's membership of the Labour Party was suspended following reports that he had exchanged explicit messages with the 17-year-old girl. Damn, I mean, yeah. Yeah, probably don't want to be doing that if you're like in a good takedown like the pedo elite. Like, you know, they got his ass.
Right.
You know, but he was neutralized. Rightfully or wrongfully, I can't say. But I remember his reputation got like tanked because he was very loud and like going after, you know, release the pedo information. So okay, that's like background.
There was also the Elm Guest House thing, though. Remember that?
Right.
Like,
yeah,
that's like a totally other thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that
like that was like, well, it was totally different, but it was also similar. Not related, but like also like a pedophile like sort of network that was alleged to exist, and it was like a whole mess, like in terms of the inquiry.
Yes.
It was like this guy Carl Beach,
mm-hmm.
who like sort of suggested that you know, to like this Labor MP Tom Watson, that there was, you know, a pedophile network which had existed at you know, in the 70s and early 80s,
mm-hmm.
You know, that may have brought children to parties at this place Elm Guest House in Rocks Lane, in southwest London. So, like, yeah, during 2014 and 2015, allegations against several leading politicians of the period, mostly now deceased, were made public in the British press. Many of these claims were examined and discredited in an October 2015 episode of the BBC current affairs television program Panorama. I mean, it is, like, crazy where, like, if evidence, like, is buried, like, you know, if it existed or not, you know, we can't really say because like it has been, you know, if it did exist, buried.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, you really can't, like, they really work hard to like conceal these things, and like it becomes quite murky, because like, you know, there's really I mean, people, I guess, are trusting these institutions and they're like that to be like, you know, accountable to themselves,
right?
Which is really kind of a you know, a losing proposition, I guess.
Right. And then there is a common pattern with, like, especially in the early 2010s here, because I remember kind of like following this in the early days of reading about like Epstein and the Franklin scandal and stuff, that it seemed like, oh, the UK was kind of like involved in similar stuff, and like all this is kind of starting to come out. And then you get these like red herring kind of things to come out that then collapse under scrutiny and then serve to like discredit the whole thing. And then it just ends up kind of being like, okay, I guess we don't.
You have to be very careful, because like if one like incorrect claim like kind of makes its way into what you're asserting, then like that is like so fatal to anything that is important, you know, that you're trying to convey or trying to look into. Like, you know, you really need to make sure that there's nothing, you know, out of step, because like they'll really exploit that. Yeah, there are like multiple like investigations in this: Operation Fairbank, Operation Fernbridge, and Operation Midland.
Yeah, Midland was another. I remember reading about the Dolphin Square allegations that were kind of like also another thing that was kind of related to this. And, you know, it's described as like a disastrous investigation that just totally fell apart because of these guys like Carl Beach and Chris Fay, the convicted fraudster, who was like the person who produced the original list that Carl Beach was like testifying about, and then I guess was found to be like a fraud.
And like a pedophile himself, or Beach was anyway. Yeah, he was found to be like you know, having child pornography on his computer.
Mm-hmm. Again, with like Simon Donchik as well, like it takes the lead and becomes like the leading Labor MP, like like rallying the troops to like get all this stuff out, and then it's like he gets caught in like an Anthony Weiner situation, like texting a 17-year-old.
Yeah,
like
and there's also a suicide related to this too. Like one of the like original kind of operators of the Elm Guest House, where like allegedly these MPs were coming like with male prostitutes, like committed suicide like through an insulin overdose.
Yes. Carol Kassir. And her husband Haroon Kassir were they were the owners
Did
of the
Haroon Kassir also commit suicide?
No, but he didn't. No, just I don't know if he died, but he was Carol Kassir died in 1990 at the age of 47 from an insulin overdose. Okay, and I mean, it is interesting because this case popped up. Like from everything I've read about it, like this came around in the early 2010s where people started like talking about this, but the original claims I guess go back to 1990, like the year that she died.
Because there was like some investigation, like the sort of like MP connection or like the political connection didn't really come up or wasn't investigated at least until later. But the original case with the Elm Guest House was earlier. Right. Like,
it says
there was like this. They like the guest owner, the guest house owners, Haroon and Carol Kassir, allowed male prostitutes to take their clients to the establishment. A party was raided by the police in 1982, and the Kassirs were charged with running a disorderly house. Very British crime. So
it says
I'm not sure if that's on the books here in the U.S. Running a disorderly house. All right.
Yeah, maybe I know in like New Orleans there's a law that like you can't have sororities because like more than 6 unmarried women living in a house is like considered a brothel or something. Then maybe that's not a law anymore, but I remember like in maybe like 20 years ago there's still come up like weird laws like that. But I guess going back to 1990, according to journalist James Hanning, Chris Fay, a labor counselor, and this is the convicted fraudster who made the list, and a campaigner for the National Association of Young People in Care, claimed on oath, or under oath, that former Home Secretary Leon Britton had been involved in abuse and that in March 1990 he had seen a photograph of Britton with a young boy. He said the picture had been shown to him by Carol Kassir, co-owner of the Elm Guest House, who died weeks later of the intentional insulin overdose.
I'm gonna pray now.
Okay. I'll just read a little bit of this background. Fay alleged that children from the Grafton Close Children's Home in Richmond, southwest London, had told him they had been trafficked to Elm Guest House. He drew up a list of public figures that he said victims had told him had stayed at the Elm Guest House. The list included former government ministers, senior MPs, top police officers, judges, pop music stars, and people with links to the royal households. It was uploaded to the internet. And then there's a link here. Man behind Leon Britton allegations regrets, quote, witch hunt. Interesting. In the aftermath of the Jimmy Savile sexual abuse scandal in October 2012, Labor MP Tom Watson said in the House of Commons he had evidence that there was a, quote, powerful pedophile network linked to Parliament and Number 10. That's the Prime Minister's office. Watson made his comments after having been passed information from the investigative news website Xxxvi. Okay. Interesting. With the public upset that Jimmy Savile was never properly investigated over his alleged crimes, the Metropolitan Police launched Operation Fairbank as a scoping exercise to examine Watson's claims. Watson set up a meeting with Fay and others to discuss the allegations in 2013, but Fay was disinvited before the meeting after concerns were raised about his reliability. After the meeting, Watson was warned about the reliability of the accusations. In July 2014, a journalist from Xxxvi introduced Watson to Carl Beach, who falsely accused Britton and others of abuse. Watson wrote to the Director of Public Prosecutions to reopen a separate rape investigation into Britton that police had previously closed after finding no evidence to support the claim and glaring inconsistencies in the accuser's account. Police ultimately decided that Britton would face no further action, but he was never told he would not be charged before his death in January 2015. After Britton's death, Watson wrote a newspaper column in which he quoted Beach, calling Britton, quote, as close to evil as a human being could get. And then, jumping forward here, claims are challenged and discredited. In an edition of BBC's Panorama broadcast on October 2015, a former Elm Guest House prostitute was interviewed who claimed that he was unaware of any MPs visiting the brothel. Journalist John Oakes told him he had investigated Xxxvi's claims, but he had never been able to find any, quote, solid information, nor trace of photos Faye said he had seen. A man named Mark stated that he had been an abuse victim at Grafton Close, but he had never been to Elm Guest House and had never spoken to Faye. Another person interviewed by Panorama said they named Britton as their abuser only after being pressured by Faye. The Daily Telegraph later reported that Faye had been jailed for fraud in 2011. Faye said he regretted starting a, quote, witch hunt. In late 2015, Watson was criticized for consistently refusing to comment after it was revealed that the police had been pressured into investigating rape allegations against Britton by Watson. That November, Watson apologized to Britton's widow and her family for the distress caused by the investigation. Metropolitan Police Commissioner Bernard Hogan-Ho issued an apology of his own in February 2016 for mishandling the investigation. So they had Operation Fairbank, an umbrella inquiry in 2012. But they did not, they caused much speculation, but did not uncover the alleged pedophile ring. Operation Fernbridge, that also, it did result in one conviction stemming from Grafton Close Children's Home, but it did not expose abuse related to Elm Guest House. And then there was Operation Athabasca after that, and then Operation Midland, which is what Carl Beach was kind of saying that 4 months later, Beach told Operation Fairbank detectives he had been abused by a VIP gang of pedophiles for over a decade at various locations, including at the Elm Guest House and Dolphin Square, and that he had witnessed them murder 3 boys. The murders of Vishal Malhotra, Martin Allen, and another boy were subsequently investigated as part of Operation Midland. Based only on Beach's claims, Operation Midland investigated Edward Heath, Leon Britton, Edwin Brammel, Harvey Proctor, and others, and an inquiry conducted by Richard Henriquez found that those accused had been victims of false allegations. Okay, yeah, I'm
this
actually
is like this whole thing is like pretty sus. Like
yeah.
It just seems like a massive like shitcoat operation, but.
Yeah.
Like
I even feel it's funny at the bottom. It says, "See also Pizzagate conspiracy theory."
Funny.
So they're kind of trying to do the Pizzagate. It was a hoax. It was blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean, back to William McRae.
Right.
I guess I don't know if there's any actual I think it's all speculation maybe that he had some, because I mean obviously he was in the SNP and he was very opposed to the nuclear lobby.
Yeah.
So people say that there's 2 different possible secret files that he may have had. He might have had some kind of secret info about a nuclear dumping from the Dornray nuclear power development establishment.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing they say is that maybe he had information about one of these Westminster pedophile rings. Nonces, as they say.
Nonces.
I don't know if they said it in Scotland, but probably.
Yeah, they probably do. Yeah, he was a very vocal critic of the UK Atomic Energy Authority, and there was a plan to dump nuclear waste, I guess, in the I don't know how to really pronounce the Mulwarker area of the Galloway Hills in Scotland. So they were going to dump nuclear waste here. So he was really putting their feet to the flame. I guess representing the SNP in a public inquiry, McRae asked difficult questions of the UK AEA and famously declared at one meeting that, quote, nuclear waste should be stored where Guy Fawkes put his gunpowder. No, wow. Fighting words. The authorities' plans were rejected, and McRae was credited with, quote, single-handedly preventing the area from becoming a nuclear waste dump. So, I think as we've touched on before in previous episodes, maybe in our hippie physics episode, I remember talking about this, about the atomic energy, the Atomic Energy Commission in the United States. I assume, the UK Atomic Energy Commission or whatever the authority had a similar level of pull where this is a pretty powerful group like in sort of like the overall power structure, right? I mean, we're dealing with nuclear energy. It doesn't get more dangerous and kind of high level than that. And, you know, this is like very top level kind of like industry and like national security type people that are often like involved in it. And, you know, I think it does seem like maybe there would have to be something more going on than maybe just like, I don't know, revenge for him.
Yeah, it seems like they would have
stopping.
had to want to prevent something, because I feel like you wouldn't like assassinate somebody for simply revenge, like, you know, at that level. Like a nuclear lobby wouldn't, you know, do that just for purely for revenge purposes, because it just makes things more difficult for you, and it's
Right.
suspicious, you know,
Yeah.
to eliminate someone who like
Is one of your
opposed you at a
biggest
very
critics.
high level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think,
And also,
you know,
like, someone, you know, else could rise, and it could galvanize people against you. I mean, it could easily backfire.
yeah.
But I mean, yeah, this is like one of those things where like his whole, like his family, I guess, like always thought it was suicide. And I guess, you know, they said like, yeah, he was suicidal. Like he, you know, had expressed like suicidal thoughts before. But, you know, other people, like, especially like his colleagues in politics, like some of them were like, there's something going on here that's sus.
Right, right. I guess
yeah.
he allegedly, just reading the summary here, he did struggle with both depression and alcoholism. Erratic behavior led to him being removed from his law practice in 1981. At the time of his death, McRae had 2 drunk driving convictions and was awaiting action on a third, which could have seen him jailed. He had already threatened suicide once. His brother Fergus recalled that, quote, Willie suffered from depression at times due to things just getting on top of him and finding it hard to cope. Fergus McRae related to the police investigating his brother's death that McRae had, quote, not been himself and had been drinking heavily. So this is what happened to him, allegedly. On April 5th, 1985, McRae left his Glasgow flat at 1830 to spend the weekend at his cottage at Ardelve near Dorney, Rossshire. He was not seen again until the next morning around 10 a.m., when 2 Australian tourists, Alan Crowe, an airline pilot, and his wife Barbara, saw his maroon Volvo saloon car on a moor a short distance from the junction of the A887 and A87 roads. Let's see. The car was straddling a burn. I guess a burn is like a kind of water course, a small river kind of thing. It was straddling a burn about 90 feet from the road. The tourists flagged down the next car to pass, whose driver turned out to be a doctor, Dorothy Messer, accompanied by her fiancé, as well as David Couts, an SNP Dundee counselor who knew McRae. It was discovered that McRae was in the car. Dr. Messer recalled that McRae still had his seatbelt on and that the car's door was wedged against the uneven ground. McRae was unresponsive with a wound to his temple with blood clotted in his hair. Messer recalled, quote, a strong smell of stale alcohol from him. Another car was sent to call the emergency services. Dr. Messer examined McRae and found that he was still alive and breathing. She noted that one of his pupils was dilated, indicating the possibility of brain damage, and estimated that he had been in that state for 10 hours. He was removed by ambulance to Regmore Hospital, Inverness, accompanied by Dr. Messer. After admission, it was decided to transfer him to Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. At Aberdeen, it was realized that the incident was more than a road accident. 6 hours after he had been found, a nurse washing his head discovered what appeared to be the entry wound of a gunshot. An X-ray confirmed that McRae had been shot above his right ear and a bullet was detected in his head. His brain was severely damaged and his vital functions very weak. The next day, Sunday, April 7th, after consultation with his next of kin, McRae's life support machine was switched off. Now, the investigation was headed by Chief Superintendent Andrew Lister of Northern Constabulary, CID, which initially proceeded in the assumption that McRae had been injured in a car accident. McRae's car was moved at 12 on 7th April before the gunshot wound to his head had been found. It later transpired that the police had kept no record of the precise location where the car had been found, and the position stated by them was later found to be 1 mile in error and was corrected by a witness who had been present at the scene. A weapon was found on April...
This is similar to Kurt Cobain, which we were just discussing, where there's like a bunch of like the police investigation just like sucks. And just like as soon as you like look into it a little bit, like, and there's like any ambiguity about what happened, it's like, you know, you're just overwhelmed by like how incompetent they were, like,
Right,
and how
right.
many mistakes they made, and like how many things they overlooked or didn't take note of.
Yeah. It's kind of it's almost like a combo of Kurt Cobain and Gary DeVore. Like he's found in like a stream, like in his car, but like it's it's all very weird. So I guess like let me see. The weapon was found on Sunday in a pool of water directly beneath where the car had been discovered. The gun was an antique and unlicensed Smith & Wesson .22 caliber revolver containing 2 spent cartridges and 5 remaining rounds. Two spent cartridges. Interesting. McRae's brother Fergus confirmed that the weapon was McRae's and that he had acquired it in India during his war service. As the weapon was unlicensed, it was detained by the police and destroyed. McRae's personal effects, comprising a bottle of whiskey and a briefcase containing papers, were returned to his brother, who recalled that there was, quote, nothing untoward or sinister in the paperwork. It was nothing that seemed unusual or special. Now, there's a whole tab here about controversy and conspiracy theories surrounding his death. Although it was ruled at the time by authorities that McRae's death was a suicide, aspects of the investigation remain disputed. Neither McRae's medical reports nor the post-mortem data have been released to the public. There was no fatal accident inquiry. This and inconsistencies in police statements led to a conspiracy theory developing in Scottish nationalist circles that McRae had been murdered by the British security services. Allegations were made that McRae was under government surveillance, that the distance from McRae's car at which the gun was found, and the lack of fingerprints on it rendered a suicide not credible, that McRae was shot twice and in the back of the neck rather than once in the temple, and that McRae was carrying incriminating papers that were not found with his body. These documents supposedly related, these are the two theories, they either supposedly related to the dumping of nuclear waste from the Dounreay nuclear power development establishment or an alleged pedophile ring in Westminster.
And there were a couple people who came, like again, like I don't know how credible they are, but there were like some people who came forward and said like, that I was surveilling him. There was like a cop, a retired police officer, Ian Fraser, who was working as a private investigator at the time of McRae's death. He claimed that he had been anonymously employed to keep McRae under surveillance weeks before he died. So there were a couple of like people who, like came forward later on and said like there was another guy, John Finney, who was SNP group leader and a former police officer. He rose to the Lord Advocate, urging to reinvestigate McRae's death and release any details so far withheld.
Donald Morrison, a former Strathclyde police officer, alleged that Ray had been, quote, under surveillance by both Special Branch and MI5. Morrison claimed he had collaborated with former colleague Ian Fraser to discover more about McRae's death. Morrison called for an inquiry into McRae's death and promised he would give it a sworn affidavit that MI5 was involved. When interviewed by the Justice for Willie campaign in 2016, Morrison's former police colleagues described him as a, quote, Walter Mitty character who is capable of doing what he can to enhance his credibility or put him in the limelight for that 15 minutes of fame. Okay, whatever. Like, the fuck off of Walter. Nobody cares about Walter Mitty. Like, I just...
Be that as it may, yeah.
Yeah, be that as it may. Like, I don't care about some New Yorker character from the 1940s who's like a guy who lies, and that's why in the real world...
I don't even think Walter Mitty lied. I think that he just had an active fantasy life.
Oh, right. He would just fantasize that he was, like, a cool guy running around the world.
Yeah, that
like,
he was doing all sorts of different cool things.
Yeah.
Yeah. That story sucks. Like, I don't know why anyone even cares about that.
Remember when Ben Stiller did a movie?
Standards really were so much lower back then. Was it Ben Stiller who did the movie?
Yeah, I think he starred as Walter Mitty. I think he did. And I didn't know what it was, so I'm like, what is this stupid movie? Like, who can? And then I found out, it's like, then I would notice people being like, he was kind of a Walter Mitty kind of person who just had a rich imagination and believed all these wacky things.
Like things like you're assigned in English class, like one of those classic things you're assigned in English class. Like, Walter Mitty, it's like, oh, this is what it's like to be like a suburban, 1940s man, where you're just like frustrated in your bureaucratic job and like,
Yeah, this is what it was like when only
no one gives a shit.
Only
like,
Ivy League like WASPs like who like lived in New York like could write story. Were allowed to like publish stories. Like the Ken Cosgroves from like Mad Men were the only one allowed to like publish their stories.
It is like a story that Ken Cosgrove would write. Yeah, and that Pete Campbell would be like furiously jealous of, like
full of vim and vigor, and it's like like
full of vim and vigor.
You know, just like Princeton people, like it's like they're like fighting with each other over Harvard v Yale or whatever the fuck. It sucks. Like it.
Yeah, John Cheever, stuff like
right,
that.
right. The swimming through the swimming pools is the most profound story of all time.
I went swimming.
You went swimming.
Anyway, yeah. Sorry, I know it's all deep and like
so deep.
Anyway,
it's serious.
They don't care about fiction. They don't care about literary fiction. They don't understand the important things that are happening in the literary world today in the alt-lit scene, and they're mocking like great white male writers of the past like John Cheever, like
anyway, cool epic guys like Philip Roth who had dinner with Jeffrey Epstein, really, and just wrote about like being pervs, like auto fiction about being like a pervy little guy.
So,
anyways,
returning to this, so I think it's kind of like, I was saying before, it's like kind of like it's like in that ambiguous space. It's like kind of creepy in a way because like like there are like a lot of people out there who like do have like suicidal thoughts, like especially who like are in high stakes fields or like who are involved in like potentially dangerous like political activities, right? Like not everyone is like the most stable person, and like your life can be like precarious, and people like sometimes like express like thoughts of suicide, like. So yeah, it's like scary to think like if this that this guy actually like was murdered, and like then his family was like, well he did say to me I'm gonna kill myself just the other day, like
he wrote a song called I Hate Myself and I Want to Die, so like duh, it's like it does echo the Kurt Cobain thing, and it's kind of, we were saying that it's kind of the scary, that to me is the most like chilling and scary and frightening aspect of like any of these cases where it is claimed to be suicide, but it might be murder, is like just the idea that you were murdered and then everyone's like, wow, I guess he just couldn't handle it. And, wow, just like too much of a fragile soul. And then meanwhile, like the biggest sickos in like the world are like, hey, good. It's like that's like the ending. It's like the ending of a horror movie or something like that, where, you know what I mean? Like like that's way scarier than if he was just outright murdered or if he genuinely committed suicide. Like that'd be sad. But I just gotta say, like, people that commit suicide, like I know people go through struggles and suicide is a real thing and everything, but I feel, can we put a moratorium at the very least on like, don't ambiguously commit suicide. You know what I mean? Like if we can make a pledge where everybody like make very clear that you did it and that like this is your choice, because it's really, if he did do this, he's like in the middle of all this political activism, then he crashes his car into a ditch and then is like, I'm gonna shoot myself, but like not leave a note, not like do anything. Like I would say that's like, obviously you're not in a great state of mind, but like kind of not a cool move, bro. Like you're like, like everyone you're leaving behind is gonna like spin out thinking that, and even to do that, like I want them to think I was like murdered or something like that. I mean, I think about Gary Webb too, right? Like the that actually is a situation where, as much as it feels like he would have been murdered because his whole life was destroyed, in a way he was murdered because they destroyed his life, and then he finally was driven to a point where he was put into a suicidal state, and he did allegedly, the shooting himself in the head twice thing, like that is kind of rare, but it does happen sometimes if you don't shoot yourself in the right place. Like, even with this guy, he had a .22 revolver. Even though I always hear that,
but he didn't shoot himself in the head twice. He just used 2 bullets.
Yeah, it's unclear.
One might have been a test shot or something.
Maybe.
To make sure the gun was working.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have 2 bullet wounds.
Okay, yeah, even though some people allege that he was shot twice in like the back of the neck. but that I don't know if that ever
think,
came out.
I think that I think he actually wasn't shot in the back of the neck. I think that was according to like the autopsy and like the investigation. Like no, he was like shot in like the temple,
right,
where
right.
you would kind of expect,
which is something an assassin could do. It's not outside of the realm of possibility.
Totally, it's something an assassin could do. I mean, it is odd that the gun was in a pool of water beneath where the car was discovered. Like, how did it end up in a pool of water underneath the car?
That's bizarre. Yeah, like your gun doesn't did he have the window open and he like a 22 doesn't have a lot of recoil. It's a very small bullet. In fact, I mean, I've often heard that, that is on the one hand, it seems like a weird choice to like as a suicide weapon. I guess it's an antique that he had, but like assassins and mafia guys like to use it because if you shoot somebody at up close, the bullet kind of bounces around in your brain because it's not powerful enough to like exit wound. But
it's also kind of like the opposite argument to like the Kurt Cobain situation where like, why did the assassin throw the gun underneath the car? Like throw his gun underneath his car. Why didn't the assassin like put the gun into his hand?
Yeah, you would think, if you're setting it up like that, unless it's a
and
kind
it was,
of like
his gun, like that he owned like for years, So it's not like a mysterious different gun was found under the car. Then that would be like, oh, sus. Like, and then he had his gun in his hand, but then there was a separate gun, like, lying in a pool of water nearby. Like, that's not what happened. Like, that would be very sus. But in this case, it was, like, his gun that was, like, somehow underneath the car. Like, so...
And
like,
his seatbelt was on... Yeah,
like, I don't think the recoil on like a 22 caliber revolver is so intense it would like fly out the window and like bounce off a tree and then go underneath the car.
No,
like,
no, like like you could maybe say that about like if it was like a 357 Magnum or something like that. Even that's kind of like his arm would have to involuntarily flick in such a way with the window open at the perfect like angle that it's like kind of probably a 1 in a million shot, but like you could kind of see it. But yeah, like a 22 is like a very weak gun, like so you'd probably just I guess actually we have to remember this is the UK, so if it was on his right side, then he was actually sitting at the window in the driver's seat, right? So I guess you could say, but then I feel like his hand would be like outside of the car, so like you could see maybe boom, and then kind of like your hand falls outside the window if it's down, and then like the gun drops like below. But at the same time, like it doesn't sound like that's how his body was found. I don't know.
I'm trying to look more into like where this gun was found.
Yeah, like was it in line with where he was sitting, or was it just like in the kind of, because getting under the car too is a little like, again, very bespoke trajectory for a gun to do that. And I guess you can't rule it out also, though. Sometimes I don't like to have this as like the go-to, but I do think about it sometimes of like, I know there's heckin' epic funny bits from the funniest comedians ever that are about like, oh, like the people that did 9/11, like they think about it's so funny. You think like they just did it, but then they're like, we gotta do one more thing, the clues.
Yeah,
and everyone laughs, and then it's a thought terminating cliche, and then you don't think about who really did 9/11. Epic and leftist. But anyways, like to push back, like, well, hold on a minute, like, in certain, maybe not on the 9/11 scale, but like maybe in the scale of like setting up a political activist that it like you want to like neutralize. If there's an intimidation aspect to this, like you could hypothesize a kind of like they're dabbing on us, and it's like almost an extra layer of intimidation to be like, yeah, there is an anomaly, and guess what? The police are gonna fucking write the report and say he killed himself. And nothing's going to get investigated.
That's an interesting take.
So it's like a way of like gaslighting you and being like, hey, like the whoever did it being like, we don't even have to do it perfectly. In fact, like we want to leave like a little bit of
something that's like you like deliberately do it in a way where like it's gonna lead to questions just so that like the people who like are really paying attention know that doesn't add up and that it was murder.
Yeah, like, but you do it good enough that there's not like a smoking gun that you did it. Like it's still, and it would require like a vigorous, sincere investigation by like police authorities that like that aren't going to get stopped by any higher ups and are going to like totally, you know, going to be real true detectives, which I feel like in most cases, like either the cops are not like that. You saw that with the Seattle PD in Kurt Cobain's case. Like they're just, whether they're just kind of lazy or
yeah, like if it looks like suicide, because then you
Mm-hmm.
know, yeah, exactly. Like you got to like find a murderer, like and it's like this whole complicated thing. Like, like if it looks like a suicide, you know, like
that's just
they're
on like
probably going to err on the side of suicide. You
on
know?
a job level, that's like catnip for like homicide detectives to be like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, thank God it's a suicide.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
no, no politically destabilizing deep state assassination event happened. Thank God. I don't like. Probably most detectives don't want to get fucking caught up in the middle of that if they know a thing or two
or even
about
a murder. Period. 'Cause
Yeah,
then you have
right.
to like find who the murderer is.
Right, you can't
know,
clear that case. It consumes all the time and resources and blah blah blah. And then if you have kind of you know,
and
if you-
everyone's like, "Have you found the murderer?" You know, like
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
no, like we suck at our job, like
no,
Yeah.
like he was, yeah. There are all these powerful people that don't want us to find the murderer, and you know, so there's institutional breaks and walls that are going to make
Yeah.
it challenging, and then but then there's just enough of a thing that it's kind of like rubbing it in our faces, folks, a little bit for people that are invested in it and like care, like Scottish National Party members that like knew this guy, or anti-nuclear activists who might be invested in wanting to know if maybe he was murdered. There's going to be just enough there to give them the chills of like, oh my God, maybe, but not enough to like prove beyond a reasonable doubt, like, you know, whatever, or they're not going to have access to enough evidence to ever prove that, because it gets locked down by the police, who, if they rule it a suicide, they're not, like, by definition, they're not going to investigate it further because it's solved, right? And so, yeah, that's why being quote unquote suicided is one of the scariest methods of assassination, because you're also like psyoping everybody about like this person and like an act they allegedly did to like end their own life, when
Yeah.
it could have been a very different story that resulted in them losing their life.
I mean, it's kind of like like it reminds me of how on Aaron Sorkin's The Newsroom, he always had every like government whistleblower or leaker like commit suicide. You know, because like it kind of suggests like, oh, they were crazy, like they were mentally ill, like that. You know, they only opposed like nuclear dumping, like because they were mentally ill. They only said there was like, you know, a West, like first of all, like, you know, like
Vince
I think,
Foster
like,
signaling there.
yeah, first of all, like I think like it's problematic in many ways. It's like stigmatizing like mental illness, right? You know, like many people are like might have a mental illness. Many people might struggle with depression. Like the world's depressing.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I know it's like clinical and chemical or whatever.
And
you know,
I feel like
different ideas about
yeah,
it, but
yeah.
the world's also depressing, so a lot of people are depressed.
Yeah.
And like there's environmental factors, you know, so it's like, and people are
Yeah.
people get physically ill, people get mentally ill. Their mind and body are connected. Like there's a lot of different things. Like no more than like being physically ill means that you're like, you know, what you say is illegitimate. Does being mentally ill mean you're illegitimate? But many people do take it that way, that like if someone like kills themselves and like, oh well, there is something really wrong, kind of scary about that person, you know, like I don't think that anything they
Yikes.
said can be taken seriously. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, like I was thinking more about like after we recorded the other day about like Kurt, and kind of hypothesizing like what were they stopping by like killing him, and in a way like even the meta narrative of like, this is what sitting on your high horse and quote unquote not selling out will get you. Take notes, everybody. Take notes, Gen X. Like, this is what, for the guy who was the most vocal about like the fucking music industry is sus, and like it's all corporate and all about money, and I don't give a fuck about any, even though he's making a bunch of money to be able to become a shot
and
caller.
he deliberately left like Sub Pop Records, signed with Geffen, right?
And he was having problems with Geffen. He was having a lot of problems with Geffen. I kept reading Hank Harrison's book, which actually, like, I'm kind of kicking myself that I didn't like get through it's a slog, but like, there's so much crazy. he kind of is on the tip that like Geffen, yeah, like Courtney was involved, but like she was an operative working for Geffen. Like Geffen tasked her with like, you have to bring him under control and blah blah blah. And there was something about Kurt's like, I guess his Albigensian troubadour vibe. He literally calls Kurt like a Cathar, like troubadour poet. That was like,
right.
But he's like his rejection of like that thing, and maybe trying to do a new initiative, like start his own record label or something that was like built on like DIY whatever, and like challenge like the big majors, like like the big shots in the music industry. Like there's something attitudinally they just didn't like about that. Like he was getting too big for his britches and thought he was one of them, like he could call the shots. And it's like, no, if you're like a rock star or a pop star, you're a puppet, and like the big shots are the ones, you know, the king of Hollywood is the one who calls the shots. And so like almost for his intransigence and like his stubbornness and being like vocal about disrespecting like the moguls and stuff, you know, like you might have had to make an example of somebody, and then to everybody it seems like, oh, might as well sell out, because like the greatest hero of not selling out just put a shotgun in his mouth and was like, this sucks, you know, like, so like never mind, like just go and like have fun the rest of the 90s. And
I feel like we're getting back into Kurt Cobain discourse, but I feel like he didn't like not sell out enough. Like, you know, if he had like maybe done some like really dramatic stand like against, you know, maybe he was going to. It's kind of getting into the Kennedy thing of like he was going.
Well,
to.
yeah, no, it is.
He was going to, but like
there was speculation that he could have launched a strike on Lollapalooza, which would have cost like the entire music industry like tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And he had enough clout because he was going to say no, but then he could have gotten like Pearl Jam, Rage Against the Machine, like Nine Inch Nails. Like he could have probably convinced everybody to like boycott it and like ruin it. And like that was like, all right, bro, now you're fucking with like our like what the fuck's your, who do you think you are, you know, kind of thing. It is speculative, but there was intimations that he was
like necessarily like rule out any of that stuff because like it's speculative, but like you know, I also feel like I'm still partial to like it was a sacrifice. Like I still think
in a way, no, I mean I think it's consistent with those two things. Is like, all right, like this guy needs to be sacrificed to be made an example of. Like he needs to be, and then we're gonna make so much money off of like his sainted memory, but we're gonna control.
I guess both works like in a way in that like I feel like, you know, and it does like sort of like change like any alternative narrative that like could have been created about Kurt Cobain, where like he's still like kind of idolized, and like, you know, we were talking about kind of the imitation suicides and things like that, right? Yeah. And I think like if you look at like all this other stuff that was like put out at the same time, like a lot of it had that kind of vibe of like, bleh, like nothing matters, like kill yourself, like kill others, you know, like that was kind of like the when value system that like they wanted to support. So,
like Geffen merged with Interscope in the 90s, which put out all like the fucking Marilyn Manson and like Eminem and like bleh, like kill everybody, like, you know, they did take it in that direction. I don't think Kurt was like going, and I think he was like maturing, and then also like hated the corporate nature, like we've talked about before with so many artists, like, you know, from Creedence to like the Eagles or whatever. I mean, the Eagles literally had run-ins with Geffen, but like, you know, it's a tale as old as time, right? Of like getting trapped in like the slave contract, and like even if you're rich and super famous, like you're somehow like locked in and controlled by these like evil men in like the boardrooms, you know. And like, I
mean, it's like kind of like we're really going off on this topic, but like, you know, I think like it's a different like you know, it's a different type of thing in this way, in that like, you know, he was kind of like a teen idol, and like, you know, sort of like the kids loved him, right? And like he kind of like it was such a big part of his music that like it was so rooted in like his high school or teenage experience, right? And he was still talking about these like, you know, it reminds me a little bit of the Spiked episode that we were talking about with nerds and jocks. Like Kurt Cobain kind of did think in that way, where it's like nerds, and, you know, and like kind of it did have that, and like he called himself in his alleged suicide note, either he called himself or someone called him, you know, like an infantile complainee, you know, kind of calling out his sort of you know, childlike orientation to things, or sort of a youthful orientation to things, adolescent. So I think that is like it's interesting because like, you know, you can compare it actually with I Was a Teenage Werewolf, which we're talking about in our in our recent sort of film episodes, right? Like obviously teenagers, like people, you know, people who are going through adolescence, going through puberty, like are always going to like struggle with their emotions, are always going to have like difficulties, but like the way in which like that is like directed, like it has to be like managed like carefully, like the whole idea of what it means to be a teenager was like cultivated, like designed and marketed, like
I mean,
the concept of teenager is not like, it has not existed forever.
Like to some extent, like
So,
at like Stanford Research Institute with like, I forget what it's called, like the new models or like new paradigm program or something, where even Adam Curtis had it in one of his documentaries about like identifying like more niche consumer categories and like youth subcultures as like you could build an entire kind of media subcultural identity around like a goth, a punk, a jock, and then like create culture that inculcates them into like this brand identity that then is serviced by various like commodity manufacturers and media to like reinforce this like sense of self that is like totally constructed by larger forces.
Like if you and like it the youth like really like are like a core like base of like political mobilization, like that we like it's like older people like have their like we have our role, right, like where maybe we're like a bit wiser, maybe we're a bit more experienced, but like there's something like the energy of youth. Like it was occurred to me like even like in I feel like I bring up Iran like in every episode, but like if you like talk like when Khamenei was sort of talking about how we were like Iran was gonna retake Syria like back, he would always say like the Syrian youth, and like they use the word like futuhat or Javan Mard, actually. I think it's Javan Mard, like young man, right? Like that's like kind of their term for like soldiers, right? Because that's like historically like who
fights in wars.
Yeah, exactly.
18 to 24-year-olds,
right? Yeah, like, and so any kind of like political uprising or any kind of just like political activity, like the sort of energy from that is always going to come from young people, even if like older people have a role, right? Even like so it's in your interest to have like the old people be Chomsky and have the young people be like Kurt Cobain, right? Who's just like my parents are divorced, like I'm gonna kill myself, like so. That, like,
much better to have Marilyn Manson as the Pied Piper bard of like disaffected youth than a Kurt Cobain, who, especially if he was getting less like depressive and like just youthful and angry. Like if he was actually growing up, then that's like, oh, we don't want that. We want like an eternal child who's like, look at me, I'm scary, like. And that way they're malleable.
He was like better dead than. I mean, it's almost impossible to think. We were talking about this before. It's almost impossible to think about like a Kurt Cobain who lived, because like it's so built into like the conception of him, right? And like that is like that's part of why like even though like there's a lot of uncertainties around it, like that's why the narrative was like so I think easily acceptable, because like people did like it's true, he did have songs called like I Hate Myself and I Want to Die, and things like that. It's like, well, or he wanted to call like one of his albums that, or
he allegedly wanted to call it In Utero that. But
and like the whole thing of like the unplugged set being like a funeral, and things like that, like it was sort of this, so but anyway, so that is
so staging a suicide can have vast consequences far beyond just eliminating somebody who you like want, like the powerful interests want to eliminate, because then you can spin it into a kind of like demoralizing narrative about whatever the person claimed to have stood for. Like in this case with Willie McRae, like Scottish sovereignty and like anti-nuclear, environmentalist action and things of that nature. It casts a dark shadow on everything he like dedicated his life to fighting for. And, maybe he was a depressive alcoholic. Fighting in those kind of struggles can be taxing on you, right? But it's a paradox, because also it's like, you can say that, but at the same time, like a lot of people are animated because they're like they're fighting for something, right? So like they might undergo more psychological or whatever like stresses and challenges than like your average kind of normie person, but they might have a stronger inner constitution to like keep going because they're fighting for something, right? So in that sense it kind of makes suicide like, wait, what, like a little bit confounding.
I mean, people definitely do commit suicide, and like it shouldn't be something that like it shouldn't like delegitimize their lives. Like, it's kind of like, Yeah, like
Right.
oftentimes like people don't have like it's complex. Like people don't have like like even control over it, or it can be like it can be as people said in the chat like sort of a like a like a passionate thing or something where like your emotions get out of control and then you do something impulsive, right? I think that's a lot of the time suicide is impulsive. Or like in a moment of like extreme like sadness or something like that. And like it is true about suicides that like often people will always say, but he was so happy, he's so happy before, or like she was so happy, right? But so we shouldn't I mean obviously one shouldn't kill oneself, but it doesn't, like if someone does like uh fall victim to that way of thinking,
Yeah.
which one shouldn't, doesn't necessarily delegitimize like everything that they did with their life, or it shouldn't cast a shadow
it shouldn't
over it
have
because,
to. I guess I meant more like the way it gets presented, usually in the way the popular media kind of handles like prominent suicide stories, ends up like like intentionally or not, kind of because like the media kind of like by default never wants to like they want to emphasize that suicide, like they don't want to encourage any reader to like be suicidal as well, so they always put like the hotline at the if you're experiencing suicidal thoughts, like call this hotline or something like that. But yeah, you're right, like it shouldn't have to, because I think oftentimes the environmental aspect of a suicide is oftentimes like very relevant, and I think in the kind of chemical imbalance like theory of depression that really prevailed in like the late 20th century, like while there like might be something to it to some extent, I feel like it became a totalizing narrative for a while where it's like you're programmed to KMS, like in a way, like you just can't escape it. It's in your genes or something. Like, like you were just born with this off balance, and like unless you get the exact right medication, like you are just gonna automatically do. I think a lot of times like people are living in people are dealing with stresses that are very hard to cope with, like in their lives, in their communities, in their societies, especially when you're going up against like powerful people like this, or you're fighting powerful interests, like in general, the way he was like a kind of political advocate for the SNP, then it's like you might get fucked with, you might have your life disrupted in little ways, and things like that, be subjected to state surveillance, and other like your career might suffer, and then you have financial difficulties. Like there's a whole cascading set of things that,
I mean, people might get forced to commit suicide too, probably happens a lot. I mean, it happened in The Godfather Part 2, now that I think about it.
Well, where like a bunch of goons come in and they like hand you a gun and they're like, do it, or
there was the
will.
guy who like ratted, and he like went before Congress, but like he was like living in like some like military compound, like he was like in a military like high security prison, right, like being monitored by agents like all the time because like he was wanted by this mob or whatever. And but he got a visit from like the consigliere or whatever, and like he was like like basically like implied to him like very subtly that like if he committed suicide then like his family like would be safe,
right, they'll threaten other people in your life, if you don't do it, preserve your honor and save your family type thing, Roman style.
Like the Stoics, right?
Right. Or kind of like like a samurai thing of like you need to like commit seppuku, and then all your people will be like there'll be peace or whatever. No, that could totally happen as well, and some people might like take that deal if like they're forced into it, because that could be a fate like worse than death, to watch like your like loved ones get your children or like your spouse. Something horrible happened to them. There's there's all kind of dark tactics like that. But I mean, I think just on its face of it, it is weird to like drive your car off a road into like a big ditch to like the bottom of a stream, and then be like, all right, time to shoot myself. Like,
Well, was the car in a stream, or like was it like kind of, or
There
it
was
wasn't
some
like
word
at
for
the
it.
bottom of a river or like whatever? It was like more like
I looked up the picture. It looked like it was kind of one of those like little valleys that like a creek would be
Yeah.
at the bottom of,
Like a brook.
and
Yeah.
and like the car was kind of straddling the tiny stream, you know, a burn.
Yeah.
It was straddling a burn. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's a kind of water course. Applies to a large stream or a small river used in Scotland and England. Yeah, it's like I'm looking at a pic of it right here. There's a lot of things like this in California with the hills. So it looks like he kind of went off the road and like rolled the car down like a hill into like a little mini valley there or gully, and then like parked his car and then shot himself, and the gun flew out of the window or something and like landed underneath.
Yeah, or like I think the cops the car flew out of the window, but then the cops like moved the car, but then they moved it back. That was like the theory, right? That they like, the car moved and then was moved back, right?
Oh, so was the gun like a few, some odd feet but in front of or behind the car? Like where they found it? Like it drifted after?
Yeah, so...
Oh, yes.
Alan Crow,
an
an airline pilot, and his wife Barbara Soares, moving in Bravo swim car on a moor a short distance from the junction of the roads. The car was straddling the burn. Yeah, exactly. The tourist flagged down the car next car to pass, whose driver turned out to be a doctor. It was discovered McRae was in the car. McRae still had his seatbelt on. The car's door was wedged against the uneven ground. McRae was unresponsive with a wound to his temple with blood clotted in his hair. Strong smell of stale alcohol. Well, there you go. That's some. Don't drink. Don't
the
drink
coof
alcohol,
juice.
folks.
Yeah.
Avoid alcohol.
Well, a lot of times,
Another car.
drinking, like drinking like that is like can spiral you into despair and then making impulsive decisions too. Alcoholism is bad. It's bad, folks. Okay.
But
they claim to have cleared up like the weird thing about where the gun was found. Like, cause
the
after
position stated by them later was found to be 1 mile in error. Right. So that was like the issue.
That's quite a distance, actually. They said that people said that the car was moved.
But it was because because of the error. So it's like kind of an ambiguity. Like, was it moved or were the police in error?
There was a little
report.
Like the Scotland on Sunday paper said in April 2015, they ran a story claiming that McRae's Volvo was moved back to the crash site by Northern Constabulary in an attempt to hide that the car had been moved before the bullet had been found, accounting for the discrepancies relating to the gun's distance from the car. The claims in this article were examined by the Justice for Willie campaign in 2016 and found to be misleading. Claims that the car was removed and then returned to the scene were dismissed by witnesses and officers who attended at the time, and allegations that the gun was found several yards from the car were described by a police officer as a, quote, load of rubbish. Interesting. So they did post a summary report, the Justice for Willie campaign in 2016.
But it was found like outside the car, right?
Yeah,
so...
it was outside the car. Yeah, like I guess maybe I'd have to look at what the actual report.
Maybe he I guess he could have like leaned out the window, and like wanted to take a look at the beautiful brook,
hills
the beautiful burn
of Scotland
to be his last sight.
Yeah.
I guess that's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to look at what the conclusion was for this the Justice for Willie report, because they interviewed witnesses and I guess they hired a few like former detectives, but it kind of sounds like conclusions. All right, from the scene, 1, the distance of the gun from the car. Based on witness statements, our investigation is able to conclude that Willie's gun was retrieved from a pool of water directly below where the car had been, not a distance of several meters away, as has been previously reported in the press. The gun was identified as belonging to Willie, and the single bullet which shot Willie was found to have been fired from the same gun. While this does not prove murder or suicide, it makes the suicide scenario much more likely than it would have been if the gun was found a distance away from where Willie supposedly shot himself. 2, the neat pile of paper with a watch on top. Rumors regarding a pile of papers with a watch placed on top, near to Willie's car, have been widely circulated. The tourist who discovered the accident scene saw no such papers, and the SNP member who also arrived at the scene can remember seeing these papers as Willie was being transferred from the car into the ambulance. He does not report seeing a watch placed on top. The logical inference is that the papers were removed from the car at the same time as Willie and were placed there by a member of the recovery party. It does not make sense that a neat pile of papers would have sat overnight without blowing all over the hillside. Okay, so 3, the car being returned to the site on the Sunday. There was that article which claimed to have solved the Willie McRae case. Within the article, it suggested that the car was returned to the site on Sunday. This was not a new theory, but one that had been circulated for many years previously. This article prompted our investigators to dedicate time and resources to following through on any leads with this regard. However, we found no evidence of the car being returned to the site on the Sunday. The only witness who reported seeing the car on the Sunday was the tourist who returned to the site to search for a lost glove. He admits that after the elapsed time of 30 years, this memory of the car being there may be inaccurate. Several other witnesses have suggested that due to the terrain of the hillside, the only way to get the car back in situ would be to airlift it there. Due to the logistics of this and the number of people being involved, it seems unlikely. Our investigation found a number of inaccuracies within the article, which we feel were deliberate. They put this in bold, deliberately misleading. Interesting. Firstly, we discovered that the, quote, previously unseen police reports mentioned in the article do not actually exist. Secondly, the quotes attributed to the police officer at the scene were not gathered directly from him, but rather were lifted from a previous article in the Glasgow Herald in March 1995. Our investigators were able to track down the police officer in question, who said that the quote about the gun being several yards away was printed out of context and was, quote, a lot of rubbish. And 4, the recovery of Willie's personal belongings. It has also been widely reported that Willie's personal belongings were never recovered from the crash site, which has fueled the idea that Willie's killer may have removed them from the scene. Several witnesses can confirm that a gun and a briefcase were indeed recovered. The gun was likely destroyed, and the briefcase and contents were returned to Willie's brother. I guess they kind of call out this journalist, Paul Delamore. They say in the interest of clarity and transparency, the campaign felt it necessary to include this additional section detailing our experience in interactions with Paul Delamore. Prior to the involvement of the investigators in the case, the campaign was provided with information directly from Paul Delamore and his newspaper reports, and understandably, his input influenced our campaign. So he's a journalist who wrote The Truth About Willie McRae's Death in The Scotsman, and revealed key evidence missing on mysterious death of SNP activist Willie McRae in the Sunday Herald in 2016. In the first article, the following claim was made, quote, the mystery surrounding the death of SNP activist Willie McRae 30 years ago has been solved after an investigation by Scotland on Sunday. The article also includes the following points. 1, according to the tourist, the car was present at the scene on both days, and his wife can corroborate this. 2, a quotation from the first police officer states that the gun was found some yards away from Willie McRae's car. 3, previously unseen police reports showed Willie McRae's car was returned to the crash site on Sunday. And 4, 2 separate vehicle recovery teams claim to have removed Willie McRae's car from the site. However, our investigation has found no evidence to back up the claims from the article, and they go on to describe why, specifically.
So it seems like the Justice for Willie Commission basically concluded that it was suicide.
Or that it's much more likely maybe than they thought going into it. They're not 100% saying it. Well, actually, let me see if there's a final conclusion. Let's see. Oh, murder or suicide. Okay, this is the very end. Murder or suicide. The findings of this investigation are intended to be presented in such a way that is unbiased and allows for open interpretation of the facts. Of course, there may have been missed or indeed limited forensic opportunities at the material time, but as a campaign, we feel there is little worth in dwelling on this. It is all too easy to look back critically at police procedures of 1985 with the knowledge that we have now. At the time of the incident, Northern Constabulary was a single force of 8 across Scotland and may have had less opportunities for dealing with such incidents. The passage of time since the event and varying policies around evidence disposal and destruction has meant that documents and other evidence from the original investigation are unlikely to be recovered. Therefore, our investigators could only work with what available evidence or witness testimony still remains. It should also be remembered that our investigators had no statutory power or authority to compel witnesses to speak up, and it was their patient persuasion that prompted witnesses to assist this investigation. That said, this investigation has found no credible evidence of homicide or that any other persons were with Willie as his car left the roadway. Okay, so they're basically not like it definitely was a suicide, but they did not find any credible evidence that they could find. They, with the caveat that they don't have basically subpoena power, and they couldn't get anybody to talk to them. But from what they looked at, they find no credible evidence of homicide.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
But either way, tragic incident.
Yeah.
For
yeah.
sure.
So I guess the McNichol was one of the people that I think was that set up the Justice for Lee campaign. He said on his website after the report was published, "My conclusion, along with the majority of people on our campaign committee, is that there's no evidence that undermines the official Willie McRae suicide verdict. In fact, we believe when considered collectively, our new evidence reinforces it. When I first heard of Willie in 2014, I couldn't believe what I was hearing relating to the circumstances surrounding his death. I've learned a valuable lesson. Like so many others, I was taking what I was being told as facts and then passing them on. Those, quote, facts were the result of over 30 years of the Scottish equivalent of Chinese whispers." McNichol appeared for the McRae family, friends, and witnesses to be left in peace. Wow. So, I think that is something to keep in mind with some of these cases sometimes, where you hear a thing about it, and then it's like, even
true. And
with
like
the Kurt
then
thing,
it's
we
like
found
it
that.
goes on this whole thing where like if you try to like be precise about it and like just let's like I'm not like against the idea that it was in this case like I'm not against the idea it was murder, but like let's say like what really happened, and let's then it's like why are you doing like blah, 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 like you're saying it's like okay, all right, you can't like those things become like so important to the people who believe in the idea, or who are opposed to the sort of official narrative, that then like you can't correct any of these misconceptions, because then I think like like it almost makes more sense in a way like that, based like with the mishandling of the investigation, like with the lack of the power of the committee, like with all these things, that like they wouldn't be able to overturn the determination that it was suicide, right? Like so it doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't, but so it doesn't necessarily mean that it was suicide, but or that it wasn't, but at the like it obviously like these that's kind of the point of these things, that like or the system works because if you were to commit a murder, whether it was this one or whether it was another one, and disguised as a suicide, often the truth would never be known. That's probably going to be the case with a lot of things like Epstein's suicide, his murder, but probably like it'll never be like definitively proven that it wasn't suicide, right? Because like we're never going to get the like camera, like the footage from inside his cell or whatever. I mean, we kind of did get like a slight blur that seems to be going up to his tier. Right.
That's the most.
There's a little bit of a maybe something like that, but still, like I think that like there will always be like for these things there will always be plausible deniability. I don't know if like we're ever gonna get through like the like the information that we have about them is basically released by the institutions that are supposed to be complicit. Yeah. So that's the thing,
classified for reasons of national security, and it's like probably gonna stay that way. If it was a thing like that, it's gonna stay that way. And yeah, I think that's why we were talking last time, and you could apply this to all the Epstein coverage we've been doing lately, of like the potential pitfall of hyper focusing on like a certain piece of forensic evidence, as like you just have to look at this and then you'll know like everything else is bullshit, and like this changes everything, whether it's like the certain forensics on Kurt Cobain's body, or something about Gary DeVore's hands like being 200 years old, or Epstein, like something about him in his cell or whatever. Something from his like autopsy allegedly, that is like it kind of the skeleton key that unlocks and like breaks the whole false
phenomenon,
narrative.
like, and it's kind of like true crime is very much like this, where like, or sort of David Paulides, like missing 411 stuff, and like I'm not gonna say that I don't understand or I don't experience the interest of those things, because like it is interesting to hear about something that's very mysterious and has these details that don't add up. That there is like a certain like frisson to that. It's like I don't quite understand like how it works, but like there is like a kind of like a frisson or enjoyment people feel, and like hearing something, because I guess because it's spooky, because it gives like people enjoy being kind of like chilled in a way with it in like under like controlled circumstances, right? They like hearing about spooky things while knowing that like they're knowing at least on some level that they are safe like from those things, right? They like to experience like a sort of a frisson without
it's that moment where they're
actually being
it's
afraid,
kind of, and I think they like the having like a video, some kind of video evidence that you can maybe at first glance was like broadcast to everybody, but if you stop and you enhance and you zoom in, and then like you see, like that's when the Dracularity hits you. They're like, oh my god, like the plane's a hologram
like
going
Elisa
into the World Trade Center.
Lamb is kind of like that too in some ways, like the sort of like the hotel video or the elevator footage and things like that, right?
Or like I remember the one of those documentaries about like Sandy Hook, but remember like the helicopter footage of everybody's just
way back.
Everybody's just
talk about
going
Sandy Hook, it was called, right?
We need to talk about Sandy Hook, and
it was like a collaboration between like a bunch of people, and like they seem to have like a lot of different takes on the world. And I remember like one of them like was really kind of like hinting at like reptoids like being involved. Like it was like they were talking about Sandy Hook, but all of a sudden they were showing like pictures of like Nefertiti like morphing into a reptoid, and I'm like, what does that have to do with this?
Right. But I think like just a couple of steps down from that was the idea that like the whole Sandy Hook thing like wasn't it was they were going kind of full hoax, like crisis actor theory of like nothing even happened here. This was like a DHS exercise.
Literally nothing happened.
Like it was a theatrical.
And all the parents are actors.
All the parents are actors, and like you can even see when the helicopter footage is getting that B-roll of like all the people kind of being evacuated. I think it was at like the firehouse down the road, but that like it's like watch the flow of people, and it's like a bunch of people are going in like one entrance of the firehouse, and then a bunch of other people are like coming out the other end and then walking into the other end, and then it's like they're walking in a circle. Like it's all just like they're just walking in a big circle, so that from like the air it looks like there's a bunch of commotion on the ground and they're like doing stuff, but they're actually just actors. And like that's like folks like, oh my god. And there is a kind of like that kind of thing can be very effective and kind of grab people, but then it's like I don't know if you think about it
almost.
more,
like, why
it's
is that so? I guess that also has the same kind of anagoresis like effect, like it like I don't know what it is, but it's like oh my like zoom in like oh my god, like no, like like it's all like what, like it's
know what actually like a good example of that is like when we were prepping for the Kurt Cobain episode. I saw it when I was playing the outro video just the other day, at the end of the stream, that somebody screenshotted like after Kurt finishes the show and plays "Where Did You Sleep Last Night," and he's like cleaning up his stuff and like everyone's applauding. There's like a salt and pepper haired man in the crowd that's like clapping, and everyone's like, folks, like he was at the Unplugged, and Jeffrey Epstein was at the Unplugged concert. And I mean, like I did screenshot it. I had to say, like, it doesn't. It didn't produce that effect for me of like, whoa, that really looks like Jeffrey Epstein. It looks like a guy that like vaguely kind of looks like maybe what he looked like in 1994, but like I'm gonna need more data. I'm gonna need like he totally could have gotten tickets to the Unplugged in New York. Yeah, he lived in New York, It's not the craziest thing ever, but like it is weird to think that in the background of like Nirvana's iconic Unplugged like MTV show in 93, just like Epstein camp, like photobomb Epstein is there. Like, and nobody ever noticed it before now. And it's like, big if true.
Yeah.
But
I mean, but it's like kind of like it is interesting though, because I think like, on one hand, like part of it is like what we always talk about is dracularity, where like the, these sort of the details and the nature of like a certain event, and part of the reason why we have a term like that is that so we can kind of like, theorize and think like in, bigger framework about these things, because I think the other side of what you're talking about is like just kind of this like and like kind of technicalities in a way.
What was the word? Sorry, like, you just cut out for a second.
Like minutia.
Minutia.
Like, the technicalities of something.
Yeah.
Like and that doesn't really like help us to understand things, because ultimately like we're going to end up at an impasse most of the time, where like no matter how many of these technicalities you analyze, like probably like you're not going to be able to prove definitively. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, we have all these groups like, engineers for 9/11 truth and stuff like that. Like none of them have been able to really produce like, the smoking, like, so let's say that even if like, I'm not an engineer, so I don't know, and I can't like assess like their analysis versus like the mainstream analysis, like which one, is more accurate to the principles of engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as I think I said in the show before, like when we made the popsicle stick bridge in shop class, like mine was like the absolute worst. Like I'm not like an engineer, but like the mine was like a 30-year plot. It was it was a 30-minute plot, but it was designed to fail. But like so I like those engineers, like they haven't been able to like persuade. Maybe it's because they're under false consciousness, or like they can't be convinced because like they get it's against their they're paid to not believe it, right?
Yeah.
Like
their salary depends on not believing it.
Engineers in academia, and it would ruin their careers if they but I mean, you do think that like if they were able to demonstrate it so persuasively that like there would be like at least a slow trickle of people like being like, hey, wait a minute, but maybe not, But either way, like the fact is that like they're not able to persuade people based on that, right?
They've reached an impasse.
We kind of
like
exactly. So we kind of have to like think in larger terms than just like this kind of like true crimey approach to things, right? Where like we have to think in a like how does understanding this event like help our understanding of like the world and like it, and history, like and like the mechanism of politics, right? It's like that these things like, or this, maybe we have to make a space for like these kind of like for those kind of uncertainties and like those kind of like ambiguities like within our understanding, and like recognize that like like this is kind of sus, but we can't like get into we are in an impasse kind of, and like what does that mean? What does that do for our understanding of of politics?
Sometimes you have to go off of imperfect information. I mean, think of all the intelligence agencies of the world. Like, yes, they have the ability to like collect quote unquote hard evidence and intel about stuff, but a lot of times they are going off of like vibes and supposition and like educated guesses about like they don't know. Iran doesn't need to like know exactly what like Mossad teams are like up to in terms of subverting or doing whatever, to like know that they're out there doing it, and that like we need to organize some kind of like countermeasures against it or something like that, right? Like you know that there. I'm sure that. It's like when JFK got shot, Castro like immediately knew that like the right-wing forces in America and like the CIA had murdered him. Like he didn't need to be given like a sheet of facts and like because ontologically he'd prepared himself to understand that like this is an aspect of these sort of deep actions are a part of how the world operates, and like by design they're not going to be open for review and like quote unquote proving them, but like there is a preponderance of evidence that you can sort of survey that, and I think that's maybe like where I would recommend people going, is like move towards the kind of preponderance of evidence of like when you view all of these things in context. That way, if one ever gets kind of like debunked on highly technical grounds, it doesn't bring the whole Jenga tower down of like your alternative theory, because well actually blah blah blah, like this type of thing. Like you could say, oh well, the amount of opium, the amount of morphine in his blood, when Kurt Cobain died was like that. It didn't specify what type of metric that was, so actually it wasn't a big dose. And then if you're just like the heroin hotshot theory guy, that's like that's your one thing that like the heroin, it's impossible, like the way Tom Grant is, then you're kind of like fucked a little bit, because like if they're able to prove, you could still with all the information available, you could stay like nimble and fluid enough to be like, okay, well it's good that we know, okay, that like closes down one avenue of like inquiry, and maybe it nudges you towards a more firm conclusion, but maybe you still think that it was like a setup. It just wasn't like, that wasn't the big hinge point of it that like maybe we assumed it was, and like you can still keep going, or
like I said, like there could be incidents where like someone kills like him or herself, right? And like they did it because like, in the suicide note is like, written book, but perfectly, and like everything's like very clear they killed themselves, right? But they were like coerced to do it, and we'll never know, right? So yeah, thinking about like what you're talking about, like the convenience, like the like of these things for, right? Like why does like it just like tend to happen that like people like Malcolm X died, like people that, why does it tend to happen that Martin Luther King died, that Kennedy died, right? Like why is this like what in relatively quick succession? Like why
totally like, unrelated kind of, by deluded gunmen in each case who were just totally like very narrow specific beef, like not connected to anybody else. Like at a certain point, the randomness, the assumption of the randomness of it all is kind of part of the op. The greatest trick the devil played is convincing everybody that they didn't exist, and say the same thing for the CIA and like assassination teams and things like that, and mafias and things like. I mean, remember, like we take it so much for granted today that like believing in like the mafia to the extent that it existed was like a conspiracy theory according to the FBI for like 30 years, like until like the Kennedy years, like J. Edgar Hoover was just like, no, like there's no such thing as like organized crime at a national level,
making a joke about like Al Capone and Jeffrey Epstein because of like the guy Michael Tracy, who's like kind of his new thing is like that he is like an Epstein innocence truther.
He's going
like,
down.
Beyond,
he's going down with the
like,
ship. Yeah.
Beyond all reason, like beyond like what
I think like, there are some story, reasons like, beyond, why he might be doing that.
Right. I'm sure he has his reasons, but like it's even more intense than like the like official narrative, or even like the kind of like skepticism that you see in like some of these like serious publications and things that are like there was no grand conspiracy. Like he is really staking out quite a position.
He's calling it the satanic panic of today, the Epstein panic.
Yeah,
we gotta do a early satanic panic ep soon.
There you go. And like
the time has
come.
Something.
This is another thing. Like, wouldn't it be something if like those people like win? Like it probably won't, because like you don't have like the kind of like media institutions. But if you look at like the coverage that like of the Epstein, with the recent Epstein releases that like some of these like serious publications have had, leaving Michael Tracy aside, he's like a clown, but like the Atlantic, like, some of these they've really taken a line of like, there was no grand conspiracy after all, like basically if you didn't have like sort of like social media, which has its own problems, right? Which like mired in like this sort of slop and this kind of, lizard people just crawling into different lizard holes and like random, sometimes literally, but like, like so, and being a wilderness of mirrors and all these things.
False
but like if
consciousness
you didn't
machine,
have any kind of alternative media, right, like, and it was still like as stigmatized as it was during the heyday of the quote unquote satanic panic, like, what would people make of this Epstein stuff? Like probably they would think like that it was all like a, that Trump was completely exonerated, like, or that it was
maybe that it was a carefully crafted hoax, like the Franklin scandal was treated for decades, right? Like they were just able to say that, like now people are finally circling back to it and being like, oh yeah, this is probably real. Like, you know what I mean? Like there was like a lot of evidence that like the similar Epstein type shit was going on between Omaha and DC. Like there's actually quite a lot of evidence, and then it was all successfully buried, like, so that Bush could become president. And then, he continued to bury more of his crimes when he was president. And then everyone kind of forgot because Bill Clinton got elected, who David Geffen was a big supporter of. Maybe that's why. Maybe he decided to rizz up Nirvana to get Kurt to be like, tell everybody to vote for Clinton in '92. But then after the election, he didn't like need that so much anymore. And then Kurt kept being like, no, I do care about politics. And like, I'll even like criticize Bill Clinton. And then that became like not cool. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Anyways.
Okay.
But yeah, like, and also the kind of journalist that slid in and is like, it's been solved. Like, this guy kind of was doing a conspiraslop thing of like, he tried to convince this group that was investigating it that it had been like definitively, he found the proof.
Yeah.
And then it ends up this guy just being like a lying suslord grifter kind of, or I don't know, like maybe he was just trying to make them look bad. But you got to watch out for that too. Like you see that in the Epstein thing now of like various, jesters kind of coming in and trying to like really spin it hard into like one thing or another thing. Like you saw some people doing it with the trying to make it an exclusively like KGB, whatever that means, Russia angle. I feel like that's kind of died down. Like it's not really like a strong narrative. Or, people do it in the partisan level, or just getting out in front of certain things of like declaring that certain people that are mentioned to some extent or like confirmed cannibalism, or like confirmed like they are doing, and it's just like, that's not helpful because that's going to like discredit all the very real evidence that is there, like, so it requires a little bit of like discipline and patience to kind of like get it right.
Like, and
now that the floodgates are open, you can say whatever you want now in a weird way. Whereas Gary Webb had his career ruined for talking about CIA crack cocaine, but now like you can, it's a very weird inverted thing where it's like we can talk all day about like both political parties, FBI, CIA, they're eating babies, they're harvesting adrenochrome, like they worship reptoids, like they're trying to enslave us all, like blah blah blah, and that's just what happens. Like that's just content now, and in fact maybe that might be the more favored type of content for this sort of elite ruling class that we're talking about. Like that would be kind of to their benefit if we started really spiraling off into like reptoid slop territory with
desire. Like, and that's who they, think about it. Like, think about who they had on to talk about it. Think about who Tucker at one time, who kind of, I think, is a great symbol of like the sort of transition that we're seeing. It's not fully complete. Like legacy media institutions still exist and still like exercise power, right? But there is a huge transition to like all, the new mainstream media is like kind of online and it's a bit more diffuse, but it also has started to constellate around, certain like nexuses of power, right? Or nexi of power.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think it's nexuses, but like, but yeah, like, so Tucker, I think is like a great symbol of that, right? He was at one time the most, popular cable news personality. And now he's kind of this big figure on like sort of the online streamer ecosystem, right?
Yeah.
And who did he have on to interpret the Epstein stuff? Like Ian Carroll. One of the most unserious like clowns. Who was also like,
guest hosted for Candace Owens, who is also repped by that publicist, that like Milo associated publicist guy that reps
who also reps
clavicular.
Like
and all of the dirtbag left people as well.
Yeah, they all
funny.
have the same
like, same professional
lawyers,
people working for them, same accountants.
Pretty interesting.
I'm not really. Yeah, it's just interesting. Same journalist for GQ that profiles literally all of them in like the same kind of glowing, but like, I'm agnostic. I'm just interested in edgy online subcultures. My parents are famous journalists. I'm the only 25-year-old who has a career in journalism in New York. Not that I'm jealous, as people say, because I'm definitely not. I definitely wouldn't want that job.
I certainly wouldn't want it. Like, one of the only things I would be less eager to be than like an academic is a journalist. Like, that's like, that's one thing I can definitely confirm that I'm not jealous of, is any journalist.
You're asking, to just like be a puppet for somebody at this point. Like, it's not good. It sucks. Like, I mean,
to be, like,
shout out to any independent journalist.
Also, like, have like your career like totally squeezed by like you're the puppet of the people who are trying to make your entire like career totally irrelevant. Like, you have to like write puff pieces until you're finally replaced by glorified autocorrect and sent to I don't know, like Yeah. What are you gonna do? What is that guy gonna do after that? I guess he's gonna be like the MC at Sovereign House or something.
Yeah. But just keep promoting like Peter Thiel's eugenics like the showcases all over the place. I'm sure that'll be, only good things can come from that. But anyways,
but yeah, like so yeah, like I think that definitely like that's something that like I mean it's like it's definitely useful because like it doesn't have any kind of it doesn't have any like discipline, doesn't have any like structure, doesn't have any coherence. It's very malleable and very adjustable. Like if you watch something like Ian Carroll's videos, like you'll notice that like and I don't like disagree with the overall point he's making in some of his videos, like that, like let's follow the money or whatever.
Of course.
But look at the way Ian Carroll follows the money. He makes like insane leaps in logic that like don't actually like make like he doesn't model like how to do like good research and how to actually follow the money. He teaches people how to like follow him and how to like follow the hypnotic voice.
I will follow him.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Like, he doesn't actually teach people like their like skills to like pursue information on their own. Like if you actually pay attention to like what he's saying, like to follow like one step in his thoughts to the next, like. It's like, that's a good experiment sometime. Like, just like do that with like, I'm not saying watch one of the videos actually. So maybe take it or leave it. But if you ever find yourself with the impulse to watch one of this guy's videos and you're not afraid of being hypnotized, then, just like see like, okay, like how did he get from point A to point B here?
Right.
And like, it's like, what? And so that doesn't actually give anybody the tools to look into this stuff. It just teaches you to like, and then because there's no actual structure, there's no methodology to it, then like he can just say like, well, actually, like, I don't know. I think like what Trump's doing on Gaza is like, okay. I think like he's doing the best he can. And everyone's like, well, I guess I believe you, Ian, because I believed you about like, something that totally made no sense before. Like,
whereas I feel like if there's something like positive that we are engaged in our approach is like to show our work both in like collecting evidence, like evaluating evidence about stuff, and also being kind of like straight up about like where we're coming from with this shit. Because I felt like if we did some shit like that, people who have listened to us for like a while would be like, "What the fuck are you doing? Like why? Yeah. Like that? What you think Trump actually like has a good point? Like it would immediately jump out as like that doesn't make sense according to like because I think we try to orient ourselves and be like like I don't know, like transparent in the way that we kind of like both
our audience like is like our audience is critical. I will say like we don't like they don't have like the
the zombie parasocial thing.
They really don't, and that's good.
I welcome that. I welcome that. So you can always see like it's like we're not like hopefully you learn something about how to navigate things on your own and use your own critical thinking skills by like watching us like wrestle through like sources and like take our time with them and like not just like jump to like I maybe we're trying to model like a more reliable way of doing it.
Pasha being in the Epstein files, which I was really persuaded about.
I never said for sure. I just said it should be looked into.
True. If you listen to the episode, we weren't so sure about it. It's true. We were like, I don't know, but if you go back, it was. But I was kind of like, who else could it be? But apparently there is another.
There were two Belarusians. They're making sex trafficking movies.
Making a sex trafficking movie short film. So well, I was wrong, but
but anyways, I think we might return to this before the episode's over, as we do on these Q&As. But maybe should we read?
Move on to 5? Sure.
Number 2. I can't say I have an expert like answer for this, but we can briefly address it. I unfortunately I chopped off whoever the asker was, but they ask, is phone or computer radiation physically destroying our minds and or genitals? Okay, something I think I've maybe wondered before.
Yeah, I mean, I think like that there is like some like I think there's some connection, right? Like that. I think like you're not supposed to necessarily keep your laptop on your lap, right?
Yeah, that's been said for a long time. Like you don't want it to be like or like hold your phone up directly to your skull like while you're talking. That's why people recommend Bluetooth or like using speakerphone. I feel like most people have kind of naturally adopted, like you can feel the phone be hot on your head like if you're talking on the phone for a long time with it. And it's kind of like, but I think the argument that it's like not that dangerous would be that that's the thing. Like you have to literally like put it on your head for it to maybe be like not a great idea. But if it's like here, it's like not the range of like the concentration of whatever, radio waves it's like putting out is at least that was the case for like
honestly,
4G.
Like I'm not trying to like deprecate the like radiation problem, which may very well be like a serious problem, but there's a lot of carcinogenic things like in our environment, right? And or like a lot of things that like are unhealthy that are like in our environment, like, and probably like like the different kind of like pollutions and things like that, but also like the phone itself like is just like deleterious to like your mental health and like your focus and like your attention, like that's I feel like what you're actually like the idea is like, oh well, yes, I am maybe exposing myself to radiation by having this laptop in my lap, but I needed to like use the internet, and it's like that is almost more dangerous than the radiation that you're getting,
Yeah, the psychological radiation. Yeah, I do see here from University of Utah Health from June 2023, we could start with this article right here. No, guys, your cell phone is not making you infertile. So okay, that's what these scientists claim. They say, if you carry a cell phone in your pocket, you might have heard that it can zap sperm and lead to infertility. Not so fast, a University of Utah doctor warns. Despite similar research on this topic that states long-term exposure to electromagnetic radiation associated with mobile phones can negatively affect sperm quality, this research is not conclusive. I've never seen conclusive data that would lead me to advise a patient against carrying a cell phone in his pocket, says James Hodling, MD, expert in male fertility and andrology at University of Utah Health. He cautions against jumping to that conclusion. Here's why. 1. Infertility is a common issue. Infertility affects 1 in every 6 couples trying to conceive in the U.S. In at least half of all cases, the male is a contributing cause. Like he said, like that could be for a lot of reasons. Like, I'm not exactly comforted that 1 in 6 couples. I feel like I've seen like graphs or whatever that like, oh, it's like been going up the last like 30, 40 years, but like nobody's really sure why, right? I don't know. Maybe that's like cherry picking data or something. I do feel like the birth rates have gone down. That's also complex socially, whatever.
Yeah, I don't think it's just because of computer radiation.
And it's also global, like globally, like birth rates have kind of gone down in most industrialized countries. Number 2, study flaws. Dr. Hodling notes several possible flaws to previous studies looking at the link between male fertility and cell phone exposure. For instance, participants are typically selected from a fertility clinic, which introduces a selection bias. And 3, sperm count varies all the time. Sperm count can change from hour to hour, day to day, and month to month. To truly achieve a representative sample, men's sperm quality would need to be monitored for a long time. So rather than focus on the insignificant variable of cell phone use, Hodling says it's more important to look at other, more easily modifiable factors when it comes to determining male fertility. Diet and exercise are 2 such examples. However, there is one factor that matters most: age. People are waiting until later in life to conceive, so infertility is on the rise, he says. That is a factor as well. Like at least in, I feel like more urban parts of the country, there's been like a bifurcation of, and probably in general, like of people generally are having children later now than maybe like 50 years ago.
Definitely,
which just would lower the rate of fertility just like by some amount, right? I remember there was a lot of stuff about like 5G being like more dangerous than...
I did hear about 5G. That was also something that was like kind of like, I heard about it almost like often in tones of like mockery.
Right. There were those like memes of like the baby getting injected with like a COVID shot while there's like a 5G tower like blasting it, and like everyone, like around 2021, 2022, everyone liked to joke about like the schizo 5G, like blah blah blah, like whatever. Interesting. I mean, there are some studies here. Again, maybe there's sample kind of, bias, or the way they're structured is not great. This is kind of interesting. This is from 2017, I believe. It's on Science Direct in the Reproductive Toxicology Journal. Mobile phone 1800 megahertz radiation impairs female reproduction in mice, mus musculus, through stress-induced inhibition of ovarian and uterine activity. The highlights here: mice exposed to mobile phone radiation in different operative modes, ovarian and uterine histopathology, steroidogenesis, and stress parameters were checked. Degenerative changes and reduced follicle count were observed in MPR-exposed ovary. MPR resulted significant decrease in ovarian steroidogenic proteins and sex steroids. MPR-induced oxidative and nitrosative stress impairs reproductive functions in mice. That was their conclusion. The findings suggest that mobile phone radiation induces oxidative and nitrosative stress, which affects, the reproductive performance of mice, at least, of female mice. So, I don't know, though, it's like what level. I think they did 2 and 3. They used 2 and 3G for this experiment back in 2017. So I think what we have now is more powerful. And I think the thing with 5G was that they needed to build way more towers for it because it has much, you need to kind of blanket an area with tiny 5G towers because it's like much faster. But I think the frequency rate is much more, much higher, I think. And so I don't know, it has a very a much smaller range than 2G, 3G, and 4G. And so I think there was fear that they're going to put a 5G tower on every block in your neighborhood now. So everywhere you walk, you're going to get fried by these turbo waves that are, way more intense than the previous ones that, have been out on mobile phones. That kind of fell off. I mean, I feel like most people have they did roll out 5G on a lot of phones now. I can't say I see. I'm sure they're around, but I don't really see 5G little mini things everywhere. I don't feel I don't know. It could be sus, but I haven't. You don't hear about it in kind of the conspiracy verse.
No,
so
I
much
mean, now
days.
with things it's 5G has been around for a while, and obviously we all haven't fall into a direct energy weapon or anything like that, but now there's all new sus technology that's, I think, much more disruptive and scary from that perspective. So I feel like people who have any kind of sense would be moving on to that, being concerned about that, the latest kind of push around LLMs and stuff.
Right. But
it's weird though, because where is that around LLMs, right? How come you don't hear about the sort of how come you heard that about 5G? You heard it about all this other 5G's killing bees, it's killing birds, it's it's causing COVID. How come you don't hear? It's that's exactly, it kind of does go back to what we were just saying. How come you don't hear that about their latest big thing, they're all so excited about and integrating with the military and everything, the AI? How come you don't hear the same kind of is it all because they've captured the main sort of mouthpieces of that, the main kind of or exponents of that kind of stuff? I feel like Alex Jones would be the 5G, and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
but
5
years
years
ago,
ago,
say that about AI because he works for them now.
Well, yeah, that is an interesting point, and I don't know. Now that I think about it, I mean, almost I feel like the most vociferous people that are, whereas the 5G stuff 5 years ago was kind of the provenance of online kind of conspiracy theorists, often more libertarian coded or InfoWars coded, that were maybe pre-Maha type people that were very focused on health and how our environment's poisoning us, and shit like that.
Whole milk. Like that.
Yeah, raw milk. Yeah, stuff like that. But now I'm trying to think what are the is there an equivalent for AI? And I feel actually more of it is coming from sort of normie legacy media.
No, yeah, that's because
of the data centers, they're emitting frequencies that people around it are saying they're both polluting and they're sometimes emitting these hums that if you live in the vicinity of an AI data center, these are kind of ultra low frequencies from, I guess, the big fan systems they use that can cause you physiological kind of ailments and problems and stuff like that. In addition, like I think in Memphis, like Elon Musk has a data center. I think the water is kind of like poisoned or polluted in some way by like whatever they're doing there. So, but I've seen all these things on kind of like Bloomberg or like NBC or like shit like that. But the conspiracy, in the biggest conspiracy influencers of that kind of like Alex Jones generation, just kind of don't ever.
Well, yeah, it's
they're not
similar.
that vigilant about it.
It's similar in the broad strokes because I mean, certainly the way that like proponents of LLMs, the ones who sort of say like, you know, they're gonna solve our problems, etc., they kind of want to portray their opponents as being. I saw like the most disgusting quote the other day. I want to say it was from Larry Page, who said that it was like sentimentalism to consider like, you know, that there's anything valuable about human intelligence versus the intelligence of like you know, like an evolved like AI that's going to replace us. Like it was ridiculous.
Did he say this publicly or in an email to Jeffrey Epstein?
I really don't know.
It could have been both. He definitely was an Edge dinner attendee.
But yeah, I mean, certainly like their opponents, like they do want to portray them as okay, let me read this here. In July, this is from what is this posted? This is 7 months ago. In July, former Google DeepMind senior scientist Richard Sutton, I guess this wasn't Larry Page. Okay. But he said Google co-founder Larry Page thinks superintelligent AI is just the next step in evolution. Yeah, no, sorry. I was wrong before. It was Larry Page. He says it's the next step in evolution. In fact, Page, who's worth $120 billion, has reportedly argued that efforts to prevent AI-driven extinction and protect human consciousness are, quote, speciesist and sentimental nonsense. It's not a species. It's
wow.
A neural net,
folks.
like it's an autocorrect, dude. Like it's not a new species, and like no one is discriminating against it.
He's enrolled at Singularity University. He's Humanity Plus. Like he's Humanity Plus.
That's like really like the what's it called? Donna Haraway coming home, like Cyborg Manifesto coming home to roost. Because it's kind of the same thing that happened with Walter Mignolo and like Hindu nationalism, where they're like, we're the real decolonizers. Like, you know, these evil Muslims came to colonize our pure Hindu state, right? Our Hindu Bharat.
You know, that sus UC Santa
so they had
Cruz
that kind of
comes in.
Decolonial. Now we have this sort of post-humanism being turned around to say like we're being speciesist against the LLMs.
It's actually problematic that you want humanity to not die.
Yeah,
like to not be eradicated. It's kind of like.
But this is what another guy said. This is why I got confused about who said it. In July, former Google DeepMind senior scientist Richard Sutton, one of the pioneers of reinforcement learning, major subfield of AI, said the technology could displace us from existence and that we should not resist succession. Sutton said, "Suppose everything fails and AI kills us all. Is it so bad that humans are not the final form of intelligent life in the universe?" Well, it's bad from the point of view of a human who is dead.
Yeah, that's not good.
If that were to happen,
I vote no. I vote no. I vote no. I don't want everyone to die. Like, yeah, like who are these fucking freaks? Like, lock them up. Lock them all up. Fucking maniacs.
So my point, like, you know, the reason why that came to my mind is because like they are kind of trying to portray sort of a concern with. I mean, what they're describing, I don't even think is something that is on the table necessarily or imminent. This sort of AI that kills us all, but certainly, like, you know, they seem to value its growth and its development over any over humanity in general, which is telling. But they're kind of portraying, you know, not being on board with that, not being on board with an ethos that says like that humanity is obsolete, as like fear. Right, and like irrational, like, you know, basically like the same thing as like the way people portrayed the 5G stuff is like, you know, it's just a new technology.
Stop being
like,
a chud.
why are you so scared? Like you're being irrational. You're a chud. Yeah, exactly. And I think it's right, like what you said and what Griffin said in the chat, that like the real resistance that you've seen to it has been kind of like very differently coded, like kind of more in sort of like lib commentariat circles, right? Like those are the people who are kind of pushing back at least slightly, right?
Yeah.
And it's true, you definitely haven't seen the kind of like, you know, this like the sort of the fact that we all know about this 5G stuff that was not driven by like, you know, the same people. It was driven by the people who like, yeah, do listen to Alex Jones. But it's interesting how this is like a way more insane, like technological kind of like push, like that is like deliberately described by its creator. Like imagine if people said that about 5G. Like, well, let's say 5G does kill us all. That's so bad. Like,
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's the way Larry Page is talking in that quote sounds exactly like the type of thing that Alex Jones, like probably still today, but like for the last 10, 15, 20 years has been feverishly claiming that like the globalists, like that's what they want to do. They want to kill all of us and they want to upload their consciousness to a computer. And now suddenly he's like, oh, it's actually happening. And people are almost openly talking about, like, and I think even talking about how like the Terminator AI might kill us all almost seems like a convenient smokescreen to talk about like, yeah, it might not be the computer, it might be them that kill everybody, and like, you know what I mean? Like like this is a cover for like making acceptable and more palatable and permissible the idea that like something could happen where like most of humanity dies, but like actually that could be a good thing, like, which is an insane argument to be making in public as like the head of one of the biggest companies in the world. But that's exactly what Alex Jones was like ranting and raving about for the last like 25 years, is that like that's the end game. You know what I mean? Like the globalists want to like kill off like most of the human population, and now they have robots that they think can like replace a bunch of us. And I
mean, yeah, it goes to your point of what you're saying. It's very true. It's exactly what you're saying before about like the conspiraslop like ecosystem being like totally co-opted and like exactly what these people want. Because like what are these people doing? They're like selling NFTs.
Yeah.
They're like, like check out my new AI like Epstein now, like, or whatever,
Yeah, wearing
like,
the 3/4 zip, the Epstein 3/4 zip, which like Zoomers are wearing now, like ironically, because he had aura or something. Like, somebody's.
All right.
There's a lot of effort right now into like doing that kind of irony poisoned. Like Epstein was actually based. Like he was like a cool guy. Yeah. Like, and actually Peter Thiel gets it. Peter Thiel actually, he's a pretty good guy. Like Alex Jones has to dance around all Elon, Peter Thiel, all these fucking sus lords.
He's a patriot.
Yeah, he's actually a patriot. And so it does bring to mind like people
vampire patriot.
Right, vampire patriot. Yeah, like for years, some people did often say like Alex Jones is controlled opposition. Alex Jones is a Fed, and stuff like that. And now I think definitely in the last like 5 or so years, like I think it's become pretty obvious, maybe not quote unquote Fed, but like in the loose sense of like he's got right-wing fascist Silicon Valley billionaires like keeping him afloat because he had that big lawsuit, and he's kind of like
alluded to like his
I got
like
friends
intelligence connections. Yeah, exactly.
His uncle was in his words the Oliver North of Guatemala in the 80s. Like he had like a super spooky Iran Contra uncle, and his dad was like a dentist who was like was asked to join the globalists, but he's like, I'll never join you, or some shit like that. Like like Alex Jones is like comes from a little bit of a spooky family, and was one of the first people to pop out with like a national platform and on the internet in the 90s, and was like the guy who was there right when 9/11 happened to like tell you. And it's like, yeah, he was saying it was an inside job, like right when it happened. But over the years, his methods became unsound, and, not that they were ever like fully sound, but like his sus factor, especially when he used to not be expressly political. He was kind of like, they're all globalists, they're all sus, and then when Trump came around in 2015, he started to be like, you know what? Trump's a patriot. Like, I think Trump's actually a patriot, and threw in his lot. He's a real deal. Yeah, he's not like these other globalists, like, and all that shit. And now that's just like accelerated to a point now where he's in with that kind of like crew, and clearly is unable. I mean, maybe he's just unwilling, but like I think if he wanted to, he wouldn't really be able to talk shit about all these people that are probably helping like keep him afloat and maybe pay his legal bills and keep him on the air and all this stuff. Like the motherfucker's captured, and now he's not saying any of this shit about, or if he is, it's like some kind of like Soros and like the Democrats are using illegal Somali migrants and they're the big threat right now. Like like I don't even know what he's saying about Epstein. Because I feel like he's had an on again, off again relationship with like Steve Bannon, but he's definitely been like Steve Bannon's a patriot.
Yeah, I am curious.
At various
what is Alex
points.
Jones up to? Like, what is he talking about on InfoWars these days?
Like, he's on Rumble, but you don't really see him pop up like and make I don't even see like clips of him really popping up. I don't know what kind of guests he's having on these days, or like what brand of conspiraslop he's like particularly catering to.
I feel like he kind of had like some defections, right, from people because like
he loves Joe Biggs
because he was like too, he wouldn't allow any criticism of Israel.
Yes,
right?
yes. I forget. It was like was it like Benjamin Harrison or something like that? Like
something like that.
He was like the millennial that worked for him, and I think he quit in the last like year or two over. I remember checking in with him after October 7th, and he was like going through torturous gymnastics to be like, I'm not saying Israel, they do bad stuff too, but like the Islamicists. Like they'll eat your children. Like they're real pure satanic evil. And when they're in league with the Marxists and the
Lewis, he's the worst of them.
Yeah. But then I would the millennial that would have on. He's kind of like a Ron Paul head kind of guy. But the Ron Paul crowd was traditionally a little more like we should not give foreign aid to Israel. Like fuck Israel. Like we don't really care about them. And he was kind of saying like these globalists are using Israel to like kill people right now, and you could tell like they weren't exactly on the same page. Like he was leaning in a little more to like the Groyper zone of like, Israel is sus, they're part of the globalist network, and Alex Jones for whatever reason is like can't quite go that far with it. And he's like, Bibi Netanyahu, I don't know, like he's probably a criminal, but like he just kind of downplays it. And it also makes you wonder, like, do they have a little compromat on Alex? I know Alex is a little bit of a party boy, divorced dad kind of guy, like, I've seen photos of him hanging out in like a strip club in Austin in like the middle of the day, like people running into him in like a strip club in the middle of the day. That was probably like 4 or 5 years ago, but like, probably a guy that you could hook and compromise pretty easily one way or another. And but yet nothing about LLM. I mean, of course, like the climate change argument holds no water with him because that's fake. Right. Like, so the idea that it's accelerating the destruction of the environment, that's lib shit. No, don't care about that. But the messianic, like this is used for MK Ultra, like it's a way for people to kind of almost like brainwash themselves with it, like if you're kind of psychologically vulnerable, there's been so many cases of that now. So like, and spreading lies and like other things. I mean, for all I know, like maybe he complains about AI sometimes because like if you ask AI about Alex Jones, I think a lot of AIs might be in the restricted category of like I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about Alex Jones, or like they're somehow, but maybe not. I'm sure Grok is more than happy to talk about Alex Jones, and say that he's cool or whatever. But funny how these things kind of shake out. I'm not going to
ask Grok to find out. I'm on Infowars.com right now.
Okay. What the fuck is he up to?
U.S. conducts first ever air transport to nuclear microreactor. Okay, that's cool.
Okay. All right. Infowars.com.
It's interesting. It almost seems like Infowars.com is now just like an aggregate because he's just like reposting things from Raw Egg Nationalist and Zero Hedge.
Oh, another Tealite person. Raw Egg Nationalist, part of the kind of Dime Square like Sovereign House, BAP. I feel like he's a BAP guy.
Former, I think a PhD historian, if I'm not mistaken, right? He should. I remember someone saying that in the Grotto. That
Raw Egg Nationalist. I know that.
I think so.
I know that Bronze Age Pervert was at least in a PhD. He dropped out. I think.
Yes, and he was. I think. I want to say he was in a philosophy program, but maybe he was in a history program.
Yeah, with a bunch of like Zionist advisors. Yeah.
Yeah. And but this guy, I think he studied like I don't know, like the cult of the saints and like I want to say like medieval or early modern, like some medieval or modern town in England. I was like, you should just go back and do that. Like, what,
Well, maybe he is. Maybe he's practicing his occult knowledge.
I think it was like just a Christian religion.
Okay, it was a Christian thing.
Like, just like
cult of the saints. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not Little Marco anymore. He has big hand. They're just resharing a Ben Garrison cartoon about how cool Marco Rubio is.
The Great Awakening accelerates.
The
arrest of Prince Andrew for espionage against the UK with Epstein.
Yeah, wow. It's time to reopen the Franklin child prostitution case after Epstein revelations. That's a repost from altmarket.us, though. Robert Raw Egg Nationalist, passive-aggressive incel monkeys, why testosterone isn't the aggression hormone we're told. Elusive COVID justice. Where are the prosecutions? Key intel. Don't panic sell. This is like a silver commercial about how you shouldn't panic sell silver. You should
gold
buy
commercial
more.
too. Yeah, 24 karat, 0.999 pure gold.
Yeah, libertygold.com.
Yeah.
The gold sellers really do keep like the libertarian end of the like Judge Andrew Napolitano, like all those people still have like gold commercials. I guess gold is up, so who am I to say?
Yeah, maybe we should all get it.
Yeah, we should get into gold.
We need,
that is
we need the gold dinar. We need to
you know,
start selling the gold dinar ourselves.
Gaddafi's revenge. Gaddafi's revenge. Mexican illegals arrested for sodomizing man, ripping off his fingernails during a home invasion in North Carolina. Must see. Tucker interviews U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Watch. Muslim suspect arrested for smuggling illegal alien in car trunk. No. I actually saw this story. This was weird. Genius California astrophysicist found shot dead on his front porch in Pasadena. Like a Caltech professor just got like a drive-by like shot. Like for some reason.
Freddie Snyder, 29, was arrested and charged with murder. All right.
Oh, he was arrested. They actually got it. They caught the person who did it. Maybe disgruntled, a PTK student.
Water on a different planet. I don't know.
Carjacking and first
police have yet
burglary.
to say. According to this, I'm wearing this now from Infowars.
Yeah.
So according to Kellen McBreen at Infowars.com on the Science and Tech beat.
Yes.
The police have yet to say whether Grillmeyer and Snyder had any connection before the shooting. Grillmeyer being the victim and Snyder being the murderer.
He was working in dark matter, galactic physics, and worked on some NASA stuff. But yeah, everyone like Anna Paulina Luna
this
thinks
is like
he was assassinated.
Thing, like the exact thing I'm talking about. Like, okay, well, is there anything like to this at all, or is it just like, oh wow, like someone who worked on dark matter was shot? Like, oh well, that means that like what? Like Anna Paulina Luna's like latest bullshit is true. Like,
right,
you know,
right.
like what?
I guess there was
the
that.
lady's about to arrive. Like, what's going?
Yeah,
on?
I guess there was that like weird MIT professor that got assassinated, and there was like the Brown mass shooting. Like the guy who did both those things and was like a disgruntled like former classmate of the guy who would like his career didn't pan out.
He was, I think, an advisee of the guy, right?
Or something like that. Or they went to school in Portugal together, like in the 90s for a while, or something like that.
But I thought that was like his advisee or something, or advisor or something, right? Or like a professor. The guy who what he shot was not like his his classmate, but
maybe not. Maybe it was his advisee.
That's what I thought anyway. But yeah, and I think he meant to target the physics program at Brown.
Yeah, he did because he used to go there for a little while.
But he did by accident. He went to a different classroom.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So you know, the Infowars. Yeah, it does seem to be a kind of weird like aggregator of news with like the Infowars twist. Yeah, why are public schools openly teaching Satanism? Alex Jones breaks down what your kids are really learning. All right.
What? I guess that's the whole video, so probably can't find out.
It's one of those like
what
TikTok videos where he like
is
driving around in his truck and like talking to his phone. Like Alex Jones here. I just want to tell you. Yeah, but I would not. I wouldn't recommend getting your news from Infowars these days.
I wouldn't. Yeah, go to Infowars.com.
I forget if he's like, is he feuding with like Nick Fuentes? Like, do they have like a kind of Groper Infowars feud going on?
I think Nick Fuentes was on Infowars at least at one point.
Didn't he go on with Kanye? Yeah. God, back when Kanye was like talking shit about net and Yoo-hoo. Remember he had a fishing net and a Yoo-hoo?
Right. Yes.
And was like calling out Net and Yacht. Wow, they really... talk about MK'd butterfly emoji. I don't know what the fuck.
And,
that's crazy.
Kanye
That wasn't that long
like
ago.
that, like
the
a
mask.
zip up like hoodie
like
that
the
like
gimp
zipped up the whole way, and like and like Alex Jones was like, "You look evil as hell in that band." Like,
oh my god, yeah, wow. Well, so anyways, So
conclusion, yes, the computer radiation might be destroying our minds, but not anywhere near to the same extent that like what we're actually using the computer and the phone for are.
Right, like the information and the mediated information communication systems on it could get us long before the radiation does. Yeah.
Sure.
But you know, you can stay vigilant nonetheless. I'm gonna step away for just a second before we move on to the next question.
I'm gonna take that opportunity to quickly get a tissue because I gotta blow my nose. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I had some kind of 5G induced illness these last couple of days, but I'm on the mend. Possibly 5G induced. I'm sucking out on Lawson, so I'm sorry if you can hear that. I'm trying to read the chat while not doing that. It was an InfoWars owned by The Onion now. I think that didn't go through. I think that they like planned to buy it, but I think it didn't go through. There was like a whole thing, and like everyone was talking about how it's epic. The real problem is the expense of having kids. I think so, yeah. Definitely it's a problem for me. And also just like wondering what kind of world, like, not so much that, but more like, I worry like, like what if your kid like is like listening to Clavicular or something, like it's just kind of like, I don't want to deal with that.
That's rough, yeah. But anyways, I'm back.
Mostly it's like the expense and various things. Yeah. All right.
Right. Okay. So I guess do you want to read the third question here?
All right. This person says they're finally ready to ask their first SJ question. I don't know who they were, but shout out to
thank you,
whoever you are, like someone Canadian.
Yeah.
As a Canadian, I'm really weirded out by the Five Eyes, CSIS, and how Canada played a massive role in the development of tax havens in the Caribbean, continued dominance in global mining operations, but also specifically "quote unquote" peacekeeping. My grandpa was shipped to the Congo in the early '60s as a teenager, and it gave him awful PTSD and never dealt with, which he never dealt with. Today, August 30th, 2022, BBC released a story that it was a Canadian agent that got those English girls into Syria to fight with ISIS. What are your thoughts on Five Eyes and Canada's role in global parapolitics? I mean, that's a huge question because, like, Canada is obviously like a important country, and like we talk a lot about sort of the history of the United States, like, and insofar as that is like parapolitical, it's almost like endless. So I imagine that same is true of Canada, but in particular with the Five Eyes, I feel like we talked about this a little bit recently.
Maybe with Australia, maybe I forget. Yeah, I forget the exact context. We actually we did kind of address that very thing about like the formation of CSIS, not to be confused with the Tom Pritzker-led like imperialist think tank in Washington, D.C., which is also called CSIS, but the Canadian Intelligence Service. And actually, I think, we came out with our Contra 7 episodes like a month after this question was asked. And I think we did get into some like interesting Canadian stuff because that was all about the setting up of like, Caribbean tax havens and stuff. A lot of that directed by Americans, I know, like Chicago. But also there was always like the powerful Canadian interest. Actually, Contra 8, which came out more recently, that also got into a lot of weird Canadian shit with like Semyon Mogilevich and like the using the Canadian or the Toronto whatever stock exchange as a place to sort of like launch like shell companies because the reporting regulations are much looser than they are in the United States. So you would get these like weird cutout companies like on. I think there was that scandal involving one of like the Mogilevich cutouts and that like magnet factory in Hungary that was like taken over by like the Russian mafia, and then they had some like affiliate that was like Canadian, and also the founder, like I think like the founding director of CSIS was also somehow wrapped into that kind of offshore tax intelligence organized crime nexus as well. I'm blanking on his name right now, but he was a very connected guy. And also, yeah, continued dominance in global mining operations too. There's a lot of mining wealth in Canada, but also a lot of it has gone abroad to
oil too there.
Yeah, a lot of oil. And yeah, I think I remember Bill Clinton being involved with Frank Giustra, who is a British Columbia mining magnate. I think they were doing deals with like Nazarbayev in Kazakhstan, and like getting mining concessions. I think still in like Central Africa, like they're still all up in there. Wasn't there a story, maybe it was a few years ago, in the Sus Psychedelics thing about like psychedelics companies were buying like busted out Canadian mining companies like to sort of like sneak their way onto the Canadian Stock Exchange. Symposia definitely did an article about that like 4 or 5 years ago about I think it was specifically on the Canadian exchange, where you could get like some like Congolese mining company that was owned by Canadians but was like defunct. Like you could sort of purchase it for like pennies on the dollar and then use it to like you're actually like it's a psilocybin therapy company, but like, you know, by doing that you can basically not disclose anything about like who owns it or like what you're doing, how much money you're getting, shit like that. So Canada plays like a role with the kind of global like of the Western Empire and like money laundering, international finance and stuff, and you know has deep ties to both the US and the UK. So
it's crazy to think that, like, you know, the Five Eyes Alliance, like, may be kind of on the way out, though. Or this is people are kind of talking about now, right?
Well,
like, that's kind of
people are talking about NATO being on the way out. I do wonder if NATO, which sounds insane, but yeah, like Trump seems to be oddly like hostile to the NATO alliance in a very extreme way.
More than that, like Europe. From their perspective, it really makes sense. Like from like Trump, like it's like, okay, well, what Trump is eventually going to be gone, and like, you know, we are going to switch parties eventually, probably, and like we might bring in some fool who like is like, you know, oh, let's make sure that like we firm up our alliance. But like when that guy goes to Europe, he's gonna be like, okay, well, how long until, you know, the next Trump comes in? So like from their point of view, it's like, why do we want to have anything to do with you? It kind of makes sense, you know?
Yeah, and making it more a more kind of extractive partnership, or like forcing all the countries in Europe to like up their defense, you know, percentage of GDP spending, like, you know, up to whatever it's supposed to be, like 4 or 6%, and which is putting more of a strain on their overall budget and all this shit, and just demanding that like basically, I think in a lot of cases, like buy weapons from America. Like you need to devote more of your budget to buying weapons from our defense companies, and then send them all to Ukraine. Like it is such a fucking racket. But I do wonder if like NATO ever kind of broke up, would the Five Eyes thing go with it? Because there's, you know, a slightly different axis of alliance. You're talking about English speaking countries dispersed kind of all around the world, right? You know, I mean, you have like the outpost of Europe, North America, and then you have Oceania and like the South Pacific, which is could be strategically relevant for like containing China or whatever. And so, and it does seem, I haven't followed too closely lately, kind of Australian politics and like to what extent, how good the relations are right now between Trump and like the government in Australia. If he's kind of like pushing them around and bullying them, or if they're kind of like simping for him. Wasn't there like a big kerfuffle around like a supposed submarine deal that Joe Biden was gonna do with Australia, and then I don't know, like France swooped in and like offered them a better deal, and they like bought French submarines instead? Or I remember there was some controversy a few years ago with that, where like somebody ended up being feeling hurt and snubbed. I can't remember if it was like Australia or if it was like France or the US ended up getting like played, you know, but they were like kind of pissed about it.
I don't remember. I didn't hear the story. Yeah. This is one that I missed. It
was one of these like big package defense deals that was going to be like billions and billions of dollars, and like the defense companies were going to make a bonanza off of it, and it was supposed to like reaffirm our strategic partnership by selling them our world-class new submarine or whatever. And then there was kind of like, I don't know, a bidding war or a switch up at some point. And and then people got pissed off. I really don't remember.
Was it the AUKUS,
Yeah.
the submarine deal between the UK and the
Yes,
US?
it was AUKUS. Yeah, AUKUS deal.
AUKUS.
Yes, exactly. It's one of these probably like just like totally corrupt fucking big arms deals, government to government. But
AUKUS is widely seen as a response to the perception that among its members of the People's Republic of China poses a threat to the Indo-Pacific region.
Yeah.
The Chinese government said when the partnership was announced that it risked severely damaging regional peace and had a Cold War mentality. So, yeah. Pillar 1 focuses on Australia acquiring nuclear-powered attack submarines and the rotational basing of U.S. and U.K. nuclear-powered attack submarines in Australia. Pillar 2 entails the collaborative development of advanced capabilities in 6 technological areas: undersea capabilities, quantum technologies, artificial intelligence and autonomy, advanced cyber, hypersonic, and counter-hypersonic capabilities, and electronic warfare.
Whoa.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Not threatening at all. Yeah. But I mean, I don't know in terms of like
But in June, the U.S. Department of Defense, the U.S. Department of War, it should say, right, launched a review to inform whether to modify or cancel the AUKUS agreement with Australia and the United Kingdom after a push by the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, Elbridge Colby.
Oh yeah, Elbridge Colby. He's the grandson of William Colby. Interesting figure. Yeah. Yeah, he's a big like defense kind of intellectual guy within the Pentagon in Trump too, and I think he seems to be mostly focused, like very focused on like managing a kind of confrontation with China.
Right.
I feel like I remember we brought him up before. Maybe he was one of the people that was kind of advocating right when Trump came back into office that maybe we should sort of disengage somewhat from the Middle East and like confronting Iran because like we really need to focus on it's almost like the Tucker position, of like I'm sick of like trying to fuck with the Middle East, but like we need to focus on the big show of like combating China. We need to have the big showdown with the other superpower and then maybe some of the other like the other like neocons and the more like Israeli coded neocons really want to get the Iran thing done first, but Colby, but I mean, I feel like Colby's like riding along with whatever they're doing now. And, it's not to say that he's like, oh, relatively a good guy. He is a CIA Nepo baby, like literally, even though his father might have been murdered by or his grandfather might have been murdered by the CIA for like running his mouth too much about like the Franklin scandal because maybe he had a personal grudge against George Bush or something like that. It's still unclear, but So I don't know, like and now Canada is also doing a thing where they're at least performatively. There's been a vibe shift in U.S.-Canada relations because Trump's been so like insulting to them, and he keeps saying like 51st state, and obviously it's not going to go over very well. Mark Carney, a kind of arch globalist, central banker guy.
Yeah, it's funny because like this, like there was like this sort of like Trump light, like Canadian dude who was like set to win, but because like Trump was like, we're gonna annex you,
right?
That kind of like empowered Mark Carney to like surge to victory.
Mark Carney's almost trying to roll out this new kind of almost like non-aligned movement kind of vibe, except he's calling it the middle powers, kind of like the third way between like the small poor countries and like China, U.S. like superpowers.
Right. Yeah.
Canada
he
is like
sounds like Erdogan. Like
kind of. Yeah. I mean that is like it's kind of it's like vaguely BRICS coded a little bit of like we want to be like a leading nation in like the middle power block that is kind of mediating. Between all these other countries, they like to kind of they've joined us on some military expeditions.
Yeah, Polivier, that's who it was, or Polivier.
Oh, right, the weird like tealite like French Canadian guy who was like eating an apple like during an interview, and every like teal account was like he's so based, like he's kind of like a Javier Milei kind of sicko. But he lost, and I mean, I think probably a definitive break or a real breakdown of relations between Canada and the U.S. is probably. It's hard for me to imagine that really happening. They are, very
there will
integrated.
be relations, but they do seem to be getting like icier. I mean, I just don't see like if I'm like the Prime Minister of Canada, like how could I ever trust the U.S. for anything long term? Because like these states think in terms of like, decades. Like they have like organizations and things that like function. People come in and they like inherit the plan and they like pursue the plan, right? They're supposed to not like destroy it.
Yeah, you don't
It's
just
kind
do
of
whatever
like,
you want.
yeah,
And
like basically he treated Canada like Iran, sort of. Like it's kind of the same thing with why would Iran trust the United States? Like, yeah, there's nuclear deal, like negotiations were in place, someone who comes in and just destroys it, right? So it's the same thing where it's like, well, we can't trust that like interest in being friends with Canada is going to be like a stable principle of, or negotiating with Canada is going to be a stable principle of like governance in the U.S. at this point. So like, how could you,
Yeah. I think Canada's relationship with China like looms large in a lot of these like disputes as well. Where I think with the new Don Roe doctrine, Trump wants everybody in the Western Hemisphere to like get on board with like canceling China and like not doing any business with them, which is like, I think to put it mildly, like not in Canada's like direct interest, and like not something like, it just kind of doesn't make sense from their perspective. And they were a little like, remember when they arrested like the Huawei executive a few years ago? Like they were kind of doing stuff and like they were provoking China a little bit and like making some kind of moves about like, oh, you can't have Huawei in like, Canada, the US and blah, blah, blah. But they seem to have like, I don't know, they resolved that issue. They've kind of like cooled off a little bit. But now Trump is like leaning on them, just like he's leaning on Mexico and every other place in like Central and South America to like stop doing deals with China, like tell them to fuck off. And if you don't, we're gonna make things hard for you. We're gonna slap you with tariffs. We're gonna, Or,
in fact, I think China just gave visas free travel to like all the Five Eyes countries except for the U.S. Right?
Really? Oh,
I
wow,
think so.
Wow. Ooh, everyone got invited to come over.
Yeah.
And Canada likes to project a vibe of being almost like a Switzerland of like North America, of like the Americas, of like we just love peace, and like we just want to be there to be, just like not cause problems. Though they I think they went along with the US in Afghanistan and have collabed. I think the kind of Libya, Syria kind of, I think they also collabed on that as well. That's a kind of interesting thing. I mean, you could kind of look at parallels of that Libyan national that had worked for British intelligence in Libya that eventually blew up the Ariana Grande concert in Manchester. Remember, like he had contacts with MI6 and like had gone back and forth to Libya to like fight to overthrow Gaddafi, and then like came back, and then I forget if he went to Syria also, but like definitely was somebody who was like on a list and like kind of being kept track of as like an asset. I think that you have to think about the whatever these ISIS pipelines were that got people from Western Europe and America and Canada, whatever, to go and join ISIS in Syria. Like, I'm not really surprised at all that there are like spooks like running that pipeline.
Oh yeah,
right?
Totally. Yeah, I mean it was controversial because like these girls, like I think he's talking about Shamima Begum. Am I right? Like
maybe.
I think that was the one who, because like I think that was like the whole thing, because like she, was basically, her citizenship was revoked. It was her. That's who he's talking about. Like her citizenship was revoked, but then like they didn't want to like restore it because like she had gone to join ISIS, but like really she kind of had been like, it was Canadian intelligence that basically had brought her over there to begin with. Like she wouldn't have been, in this situation where, in 2022. Investigative journalist Josh Baker retraced her route through Turkey and uncovered a vast ISIS people smuggling network that's facilitated Begum's travel to Syria. He also received hundreds of pages of secret files on the smuggler that revealed the man at the heart of the network, Mohammed Rashid, was conducting an intelligence operation. A serving senior intelligence officer confirmed to Baker that Rashid was a Canadian asset. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said, "Obviously, we know we live in a particularly dangerous world. The fight against terrorism requires our intelligence services to continue to be flexible and to be creative in their approaches. But every step of the way, they are bound by strict rules, by principles and values that Canadians hold dear, and we expect that those rights to be followed. I know there are questions about certain incidents and operations of the past, and we will ensure to follow up on those." Published separately in August 2022. Richard Kerbaj's book, The Secret History of the Five Eyes, claimed that Mohammed Rashid, who helped her travel to Syria, was passing information to Canadian intelligence, which was known to the Metropolitan Police. This link was not acknowledged by British or Canadian authorities. Canadian intelligence was using Rashid for information on the Islamic State while allowing him to help people to travel to Syria to work for them. Kurbaj said that he had interviewed many Canadian intelligence officers who confirmed the timeline of events. So yeah, this girl basically was, stripped of her citizenship by Sajid Javid when he was Home Secretary, right? And then there was this whole thing, but there wouldn't have been grounds to remove her citizenship if her travel to Syria hadn't been facilitated by Canadian intelligence, which was, in correspondence with British intelligence and with the Metropolitan Police.
Of course. As we've discussed many times before, I think the ISIS phenomenon, this is like a constructed and monitored and sort of managed conflict of especially concerning foreign fighters going into Syria. I think the intelligence services knew absolutely everybody, not just the ISIS, but also the YPG, the Kurds, and any of the other factions that were fighting at that time.
Yeah.
But I think mostly in terms of foreign volunteers making very flashy, cutting-edge PR videos and putting them on social media all the time, I'd say the YPG and ISIS probably got the bulk of foreign volunteers to go to them, and it was probably completely infested with Western intelligence agents. I think there's all kinds of evidence of that. People have talked about being grilled by the CIA as soon as they arrive.
The handler who helps you get to the based YPG so you can do your part for democratic confederalism.
Yeah,
made up thing.
The people who human traffic you into the war zone are often probably people with intelligence connections, and they're keeping a list, they're checking it twice, and maybe they're not doing anything about it. But in the case of ISIS people, especially from the UK, got unlucky because it's a designated terrorist organization, and I don't know if they passed a special law or something, but people I think for the most part they have locked up and stripped of citizenship British nationals that went to fight for ISIS. And then I think even for the UK, that applies to the YPG as well, because the PKK is a designated terrorist organization, and they actually take that more seriously, I guess. But the U.S. made some kind of weird exemption where they just kind of look, even though they've also designated the PKK.
They made up a new organization called the SDF,
right?
Which is not technically the PKK, even though it 100% is.
Yeah, so even though objectively all those people did go fight for a U.S. designated terrorist organization and could be prosecuted as such, they made a little carve-out to let them come back and face no consequences, whereas if you fought for ISIS, you're probably going to get scooped up one way or another, and get your life ruined over it. But yeah, I think they were kind of managing both of those sides, and getting them to fight each other, and then and using that to further destabilize. I think that
at one point,
Syria.
you're right. I think at one point, in a way, the existence of ISIS was helpful up to a point. I mean, I think that ISIS kind of escalated, and then it became a casus belli. We can go in because the real red line is how barbaric ISIS is. Where I think a lot of these. I mean, obviously, ISIS was an awful group and committed tons of atrocities, but there was this kind of a weird sort of a Manichaean treatment where there was a total dehumanization of the people who would really people like Shamima Begum, not to let her off the hook entirely. Obviously, she had some bad ideas in her head, that made her want and she was I think on the other hand, she was misled, right? I think that a lot of people had naive ideas about ISIS, and a lot of which were kind of it went in line with kind of the ideas that were for a long time encouraged in the West about fighting a tyrant
to overthrow a dictator,
oppressing Sunni Muslims,
yeah,
right? Which is not totally false, but obviously it doesn't justify being a member of ISIS or committing these atrocities, right? But
you could make a pitch that this is the right thing to do or something.
Exactly, yeah, and this was something that people saw how the and this is a horrible like war situation where everything just becomes like but like at first, like I think for people who were first kind of learning about it, for like young impressionable like Muslims, like their idea of it was kind of like oh, they're trying to realize like an Islamic state, like they're trying to like live the virtues like of our religion and like live the way that like the Quran tells us to live, and like obviously like none of like the good things about the Quran were like applied at all, and like everything that they did was like like was abominable, right? And like well, of course was like, as I hope people know, like roundly condemned by like the Muslims of the world, and including scholars and experts on Islamic jurisprudence and how like any kind of Muslim government should behave, right? But my point is that like for some reason, like the YPG got the same treatment.
I was gonna say you could draw a lot of parallels
committed by the YPG as well. Yeah,
and
exactly,
just like
right?
their
But
status
for some
is like
reason,
an imperial puppet, which disqualifies them from actually being an authentic like Marxist revolutionary movement that could like lead to positive change and like is worth fighting for. Like it should be disqualified right there that they're completely supported by U.S. Special Forces death squads from Fort Bragg and U.S. drones and airstrikes and shit. Like, but it was spun in a way. And also note that, I always thought it was interesting that the majority, despite what some of the hysterical coverage of it, the majority, I feel like, of the ISIS recruits from Western Europe and Canada and the U.S. were not people that were born abroad in, say, Arab countries or things like that. They often were of that background, but like I found like overwhelmingly they were either first or second generation like British nationals who grew up and like spoke English and stuff. So I always thought that was interesting that it was like they were like kind of the most either the targeted audience or the most successfully targeted audience to actually get up and go there, because maybe they are a little more Westerners, but it tells you that they
there's
had
a lot of like
just that like they had a good English speaking like PR team to like recruit people, which is like these are a bunch of guys who were like from Iraq and Saudi Arabia and stuff. Like it's not impossible that they have like really good, and their media was they always had Jihadi John and these other guys who spoke English really well, and like the style, I always said the style of it was like disturbingly impressive. Like it was a big step up from like the Al Qaeda like VHS tapes or whatever. It's like, and it turned out they had an American from like Boston or something like that, or maybe he grew up in Texas, or I think he was like Abu Muhammad al-Amriki, who went and joined ISIS but had gone to film school or something for a little while, and then like became like the creative director of all those flashy propaganda videos like Flames of War and stuff.
Like, I mean, I'm not discounting what you're saying about like the kind of the fact that maybe there was like Western intelligence involvement in like arranging people's movement into these groups, and that like shapes the kind of character of the groups themselves in terms of like their knowledge of English or their sort of origins in the diaspora, or among converts or things like that. And I think, there's other factors. You see people like, Uyghurs. I think obviously, people have made a hay out of their presence in Syria, and obviously Turkey is a big pipeline into, those groups as well.
That's true.
I think another factor, is simply that, like, I think the diaspora is like, because of its disconnection, is like a little bit more like susceptible to that kind of idea, like that notion of Islam in a way,
right.
Like converts, might have a more intellectual relationship with Islam, and or like thinking like, thinking about it in terms of like a political ideal and stuff like that, right? So I think that's partially is another reason why you see that character of ISIS,
right?
That you have like people who like they don't have like a connection with like the practicalities of like governance in like an Islamic way, or in in that part of the world or anything like that, right? It's just kind of based on the sort of salafized conceptions that they have, like kind of coming in, almost encountering it in sort of this ether of the sort of the West, right?
There's with the YPG, you could almost like you could draw some interesting parallels. It works a little different, but like with sort of like Marxist theory and targeting a population, because I like similarly with the YPG cohorts that like where there's several hundred people that went over there, but I think if you break down by kind of like ethnic background, things like that, like the vast majority are like not ethnic Kurds, you know, they're like largely white people that went over there, and white people that had well, it was a mix of like fried like Iraq war veterans that wanted like a second chance at revenge.
The majority, or were the majority like Kurdish diaspora? Is that true that the majority were non-Kurdish?
Of the quote unquote foreign fighters? No, I mean like the overall majority was Kurdish, but like of the foreign fighter contingent especially. I mean I think there were some like ethnic Kurds like in Germany or whatever that traveled to go like fight with the YPG, but like a huge number of them like were like white people from like Western countries that had they were either veterans who had a kind of personal investment in like the Iraq Mesopotamian conflict against like ISIS, right? Because they had fought in Iraq or something. There were some kind of like weird mercenary biker sicko types that just were like war tourists or whatever.
Right.
But then there were a bunch, like especially after they rebranded under like I think ordered by the U.S. military to like rebrand to be more heckin' leftist. In like 2015, because they were getting a lot of psycho like veterans and bikers and shit that were like not the most reliable recruits, and so they advised them, because it would be good for global PR, to like lean into like you're feminist and you're Democratic and Federalist, and you know, so then you get all these like white people that like watch like Chomsky talk about Syria on like Democracy Now! And like read like David Graeber, that get hooked and think that they're led to believe, I'm sure they're led to believe by the Lions or Rojava Facebook mods or whoever was recruiting them, that this is like the real deal Marxist shit. This is what real socialism is being fought for and built right now in Rojava. You got to get over there. It's the real thing. And, you know, you could almost say, yeah, maybe people with a more ideologically correct perspective on like Marxist Leninist theory and anti-imperialism would be able to detect that this is like a sus psyop.
Yeah.
And that actually they're like weird bookchanites that like renounced like Marxism Leninism in the fucking 90s and like the
also,
you know,
like,
et cetera, et cetera.
Ideology is just like not like real in any way. I think it's just like like,
it's a chimera.
Kind of, like, yeah,
it is a chimera.
It's just branding.
It's like
branding.
a shape-shifting, it's floating signifiers of like various left stuff that would be appealing to like idealistic young millennials who like want to, I don't know, go over there and like fight so they can be
like
PR
in terms
props.
of how they actually governed, it was just kind of like Kurdish supremacists. I mean,
like
I was kind of shocked,
control,
like like in like, you know, in areas that like are not even like majority Kurdish, like they have, you know, like we have a right to like what, like but yeah, like I mean, but I was honestly like shocked like to see that like they actually had like women like fighting as infantry against like, you know, HTS, like in the sort of these recent conflicts, which you know, I thought like they, you know, should have just made a deal, but like I don't know why they had to dig their heels in, because they're like under attack. Like I think like they were offered like a pretty like reasonable deal. I don't know, but like I think that it's
using are you saying using female child soldiers is problematic?
Well, child soldiers, yeah, and you know, using women at all, even no matter what age they are, but also, you know, I do find like I think like Israel uses like they use those women for propaganda. Obviously, Israel does the same thing, but I don't think that you'll even see Israel like put those women like on the front lines. You know, it's kind of to put those women against HTS is insane, and like not you know, you should. Like if you're at that point, then you should make a deal. And I think the deal they were offered like was fine. I understand like it's embarrassing or whatever, or you know, but I don't think that like, you know.
No, exactly. And I mean, I think I was reading some file the other day that there were discussions. I think I forget if it was like between Israel and the U.S. or it was just the U.S., but talking about, as far back as like 2007 of using like the idea of Rojava to break up Syria, you know, like years before the Arab Spring like actually popped off. And we've covered, I think, in our Mormon Mafia episode about like all kinds of like Graham Fuller using a Mormon polygamist, like incestuous pedo cult who are Nazis to like run guns to the YPG. Like in a new Iran-Contra kind of situation, and that Israel has been quietly supportive of them for a long time. Not just the Iraqi Kurds, but on the Syrian side as well.
Yes.
And I think we have to really keep an eye on in the next few weeks, in the next month or two, is the branches of the PKK that are operative in Western Iran, right?
Yeah.
Because guess what? The heckin' socialists in that group want to overthrow the Islamic Republic government, which puts them on the side of guess who? The U.S. empire. And guess what? All the branches of the PKK are pretty much, unless there's been some split recently that I haven't heard about, they kind of they pretend to be different national organizations, but they are kind of all part of the same thing. They have a kind of united ambition, right? To carve out part of Syria, part of Iraq, maybe part of Turkey if they can, and maybe part of Western Iran, that has a larger Kurdish population, and they maybe are willing to accept U.S. and Israeli help to accomplish this goal. So, what side does that put them on?
They'll probably find themselves in a it's if the current Iranian government is opposed, and anything the tendency that you kind of see taking shape and sort of the sort of what seems to be sort of the driving tendency within the sort of Iranian diaspora, and they're the people who they have close to the decision makers in the US government. I mean, if I were a Kurd, even though I'm sure that they would want to contribute, because obviously the Islamic Republic has problems in its treatment of minorities and such and things like that, true. But I think that the the sort of the kind of recidivist tendency in what you kind of see in terms of what the alternative would be, I would give me pause if I were of any non-Persian speaking minority in, or any non-ethnic Persian minority in Iran.
Right, whatever's going to replace
I would be equally
it.
concerned about what would because I mean, again, I don't really know what it would be. It might just be kind of the Revolutionary Guard might just have a military dictatorship or something that is not Islamic and is willing to give the U.S. and Israel whatever it wants or something, and who knows. But there's definitely seems to be this kind of, I mean, we were reading this before in our episode about gifted kids, right, where that guy Brumand was talking about, Araj Brumand was talking about how there is this perception that we were conquered by Arabs, and that the Islam took over 47 years ago, instead of being something that is core to the history of Iran, and that Persians and Iran are core to the history of Islam, in fact.
For almost 1,500 years,
that perception
right?
seems to have been that is not totally doesn't seem to be fully understood. That rote is not percepted by a lot of these people who are kind of seem to be in the ears of the decision makers around this. And it's this idea that we were colonized by Arabs, and these non-Persians, that's all this problem. There's not anything to do with us. It's all these non-Persians. So to me, it seems to be in what seems to be replacing this kind of admittedly, I'm not saying that the history of this state has been created or roses or has all been roses and all been rosy in any way, by any means. But their kind of ideology of sort of Shia pan-Islamism, where they kind of have solidarity with Palestine, solidarity with Yemen. They're interested in kind of a broader regional program that seems to be by the opposition tendencies, most of them, that seems to be deeply despised, and obviously that's not amenable to the U.S. as well. So.
Right, as well as their solidarity
seems to be it would be some kind of Persian ethno-nationalism about how we've always been friends with Jews since Cyrus the Great, and I don't know how awesome that's going to be for Azeris or Kurds, honestly. And it might be a similar situation that you see with the PKK, where they're wah, why are we getting owned? It's well, because you don't exist without U.S. air support, and now you don't have it, and so now you're just sending children to die. So stop, and like you also don't have a right to rule any place that is, like 90% Arab,
right?
either,
Like all these countries,
or to own serious oil.
They're not the majority of the population in
Yeah.
the country, so to say that they should like take it over because they're the most like advanced hecking feminist, eco-feminist, like democratic people, like, or something, like, it just doesn't hold up. And yeah, so we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I know that it seemed like they tried to stir up trouble in kind of ethnic on regions like at the beginning of January, and try to start some kind of popular uprising that with a lot of sabotage, and armed gangs kind of popping up, but that doesn't seem to have worked, right? They seem to have like brought that under control pretty quickly. But now like the biggest military buildup since the...
You mean the recent Iranian protests?
Yeah, the ones that were like about a month, 2 months ago or so.
Right.
But now we have the biggest military buildup since I think the Iraq War, in surrounding Iran right now, and Trump is giving like an ultimatum of, I don't know, it was like 10 days, but then he like he might have shortened it today. I saw a random headline when we started, and they're saying as soon as this weekend, which it is Friday, and Ramadan just started. It's kind of dark, but I think they think like, oh, that'd be a good time to strike, and we could be on the precipice of something very, very dangerous. And so and anybody trying to overthrow Iran right now for any reason, like, is objectively they're a Zionist, basically. Like, you're a U.S. imperialist Zionist, like, to be, whether it's for Kurdish hacking socialist liberation or whatever the fuck the MEK believes in these days, or restoring a beautiful liberal Shah, or Zoroastrian revival, or whatever. Like, it's gonna be bad, and and the U.S. empire is I don't know. There's blood in the water right now, and then after Maduro, and all this other shit.
Yeah, it's a different situation from. I mean, they want to frame it this way, but it's a very different situation from Syria, where you had like minority rule, and like it's
true.
It's like fundamentally like a different situation where I can't imagine like. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Like, I'm not like saying that, like, I understand that like why like people have a grievance with the Islamic Republic in many ways, but at the same time, like, obviously, like, I totally understand why people are suspicious of like a US and Israel led regime change war. And on the other hand, like just in general, like, what is going to replace like what the opposition, like, with among like the people who are like, we will bring a new government to Iran, what they present seem promising as something that would be superior,
Absolutely not. Absolutely
like they
not.
might. It's similar to the YPG, where it's like they claim to want secular democracy, but they also seem incredibly bloodthirsty and like obsessed with retribution. And I just I don't know.
Well, and they're gonna bow down. Whoever
Syria,
they are,
like,
they're gonna bow down.
Like,
to the U.S.
Even though
and
in Syria,
Israel.
like, it was, like a sort of different situation where like it truly was like what they want to portray it as, where it was a minority rule. Like Syria, like that has not been great either. Like we've seen, I mean, obviously the war itself was horrible. And then we saw like in the aftermath, like there was definitely like tons of violence. So, I mean, just imagine like what could be in store for Iran. The idea that these people think like, that there's going to be some kind of like easy way to get rid of Khamenei and then like, the mullahs, and then just like usher in like everyone's just going to bow down to Pahlavi or something. Like, that's insane. Like, it's going to be like it's going to be like the Syrian civil war times. I don't know. I mean, inshallah I'm wrong, but I feel like
or
it
maybe
will just be chaos.
There does seem to be more of a dynamic of when Iran is attacked by either the U.S. or Israel, it does have like a galvanizing effect in the population, and at least the majority of the population would, unite and fight in that type of conflict, which is, you couldn't quite say the same thing about Syria, right? Or even Iraq, where there were like a couple different really big, Sunni, Shia, Kurd, like kind of three big groups like in Iran. But then, then that's like, what are we going to do? Are we going to like start a war, like a land war, like invade Iran, like, and fight everybody, like that, and pacify them somehow? I don't see that going very easily without like severe consequences to like the global economy, and Israel is going to be majorly exposed. If they truly launch like their entire sustained arsenal of missiles at Israel, at a certain point, they're going to run out of Iron Dome, and like they're going to get messed up, So, I mean, people are even talking. What's that?
Yeah, good.
I mean,
yeah,
no, people are talking now, though. I've seen like commentators talk about like, I'm really actually like worried that Israel is going to like strategically nuke Iran like imminently. Somebody in the chat says, let's see, they edit us. Starline says, post nuke, Soleimani's daughter will replace the supreme leader system in a wartime government run by IRGC, Joan of Arc figure backed by her father's men who are still alive. Screen cap this.
Okay. Yeah. Is the idea that that will be is the idea that that will be the replacement for the Islamic Republic, kind of like, with a different sort of cast on it, or would that be like the continuation of the Islamic Republic? Because
I think it'd be a cog, a kind of
Khamenei will be dead,
or like the supreme leader system might be like retired, but like it still will be like the Islamic Republic of Iran kind of thing. Like, and Soleimani's daughter will be the Joan of Arc who leads it.
I guess I could see that she could be like a Fatima type figure more so than maybe Joan of Arc isn't the right metaphor. Maybe she's more like Fatima Zahra, like that. I mean, I could see that. Like, what is does she have like aura? What is Soleimani's daughter look
Actually,
like?
I don't know. I'm not too familiar with her.
I'm looking her up.
Yeah,
Zainab. Oh, what a name, Zainab Soleimani.
Okay.
The youngest daughter. Oh no, he has an older one. So maybe you're talking about an older one. Relatives. Does she have an older sister, or I can't find any sites for his other relatives. Is that who you have in mind, Zainab Soleimani? There is a Fatima Soleimani.
Interesting.
And Narges Soleimani, Narcissus.
Okay.
Interesting name.
Yeah. Starline also says in the chat that ask us, have we responded to the probably fake 4chan post by a CIA insider saying Israel will use nukes to get rid of their missile cities underground and their leadership? I mean, that's, I might have seen like a kind of like, CIA anon type post of like, screenshot this, like they're about to do it. Which I feel like I'm trying to remember if we've seen in previous, like the 12-day war or whatever, if anybody was like posting on 4chan being like, they're going to use nukes, and then it didn't happen. But I'm seeing like more, not just 4chan, whatever, anons posting that, but like, people with like geopolitics blogs kind of saying like, I'm very freaked out. Like the kind of vibe is that maybe they think they might be able to get away with it. Like just tactically nuking like the leadership and all of the underground facilities, and then being like, yep, we did that. And then America co-signs it. And like, even that's like letting Israel use nuclear weapons offensively is, I know that the rules-based international order is like kind of fake, and like now it's kind of like dead because the U.S. doesn't pretend.
But if anyone
it's real.
was going to allow it, it would be this administration. Right. Like they would definitely, like I could just imagine Pete Hegseth like being so excited about that.
Like,
and talking about it afterwards.
None of these people seem to have the gravitas that, like, I don't know, like for all their sicko attributes and whatever, the like the Cold War era presidents like seem to have like, a sense of real anxiety and dread about like the responsibility of like launching a nuclear weapon that would maybe end the entire world and kill everybody. Like a kind of wrestling with the, they're haunted by it like a little bit, especially certain maybe like. I don't know. Well, Truman's the one who dropped it, but still, he was probably, Eisenhower, Kennedy, like a lot of these people. Even Ronnie Reagan was a little haunted by it. But none of these people have that that sense of like, oh, we could destroy the whole world. Like we could be responsible for killing millions. We could set up a chain of events that kills like millions and millions of people. Like
No, I think because like they it kind of is like the same phenomenon we talked about before, where there was like one little, like there was like an exaggeration, right? Where the nuclear winter thing, like, some doubt has been cast on the reality of that. So like, or, the necessity, the sort of inevitability of that. So therefore, like, nuclear war might not be a contained nuclear exchange, might not be so dangerous. Like, I mean, we have definitely been seeing things heated up if we put it in perspective. If we think back to like when, these questions are coming from 2022, right?
Right.
Like we've definitely seen like we saw Russia like invade Ukraine. It definitely seemed like we were getting closer to a world where like a nuclear exchange could be. We saw the U.S. like abduct the president of Venezuela.
Yep.
We've seen Israel like
assassinate Nasrallah,
Heights. Right.
genocide, like probably hundreds of thousands of people
before the eyes of the world, and like the U.S. just like vetoed every condemnation of it in the United Nations.
When you put it that way, things certainly have heated up and gotten the scale of mayhem and death and destruction and war and everything. Yeah, like since 2022, and it feels like vaguely all connected, right? Like there are kind of still, there is this block of like nations with some power, China, Russia, Iran, and like some of their like fellow travelers, and then there's like the United States and Europe and Canada and the Five Eyes countries, and probably like South Korea, Japan, whatever, and that side has been pushing and pushing and pushing, and then Russia decided to push back in 2022, and now Israel decided to push even further in their own neighborhood, and like they want to get this over with and like destroy Iran while there's this opening where like Netanyahu's in control. Trump is like Trump and his goons are like in the White House. Like it might never get this good again, and they have this like illegal arsenal of nukes that they've had for decades, and like it's dark to think that like the military planners would be and the political leaders would be kind of talking like this, like
and of course Assad is gone, who is like Iran's big ally, and like Jelani is not favorable towards Iran, so that's like a it is a corridor, right? Even if they did want to do anything about it, they could they couldn't, because all their arsenal is destroyed by Israel immediately after the fall of the Ba'athist government. So.
Right. That's one threat from the north they don't have to worry about. And Hezbollah has been like, they've been degraded. They're still there, but their leadership
they're very much degraded.
Totally assassinated. And Iraq it's unclear even like where Iraq like if they're even
Iraq
functional
is
enough.
Kind of having issues too. Yeah, for sure.
Right. Like they still
the
are.
PKK is an issue there as well. For sure.
Right, right. Yeah. And then all the Gulf states, we know kind of where they stand with all like low key with all this. It's really just like the Houthis are kind of like, which is still not nothing, because if they shut down like the Persian Gulf and the Hormuz Strait and everything, they could that the whole world would feel that, right? If the oil shock and all this shit. But very like given how bold Israel has been with U.S. backing so far. In some of their operations and their genocide, like when you already committed a genocide, what's a tactical nuke? Like, it'll kill less people. It's not even as bad. You could see them like thinking that, like, well, we killed all these people in Gaza. Like, who cares? And like,
that's basically how Hiroshima and Nagasaki were framed. Like, a land invasion of Japan would have been more costly.
They're saving lives by dropping nukes.
It's not like the other nukes were provoked. Like, exactly. They were framed as saving lives. Like, they weren't provoked. So it's totally possible.
Yeah.
Inshallah, it does not happen.
Inshallah,
yeah, I mean, I agree with people saying in the chat, pray against false flags, and also pray against, like, this escalation in Iran, because it will, I think, unleash absolute hell.
Right.
I can't imagine any alternative. Again, I pray that it's otherwise. Whatever people decide to do, I pray for, that people don't suffer.
It's really become so clear now that every government, no matter if they're an Islamic republic, they're a Marxist-Leninist state like Cuba, they're a hybrid like democratic socialist country like Venezuela, whatever, like go down the list. Like if you're not down with being dominated by the United States, you're on a list, and they're gonna come for you sooner or later, right? Unless you completely submit to them. So, I mean, I hope that's like really I'm sure that's kind of been impressed upon the leaders of all these other countries right now, that like the U.S. is putting out like a hit list for anybody that's just not on like the pro-U.S. capitalism like imperial bandwagon and is willing to kiss our ring and be like a vassal, the semi-vassal state of the United States, like is going to get like their sovereignty will not be respected, and they will through various means be destroyed if they don't like submit. So yeah.
I mean, as Trump said, I think his own morality is the only check on his power. So
very comforting.
Yeah. Sounding like a Zoroastrian monarch himself, but
but yeah. Maybe we should we move on to the next one? It's kind of like actually a little related to like nuclear apocalypse and all these other things. I guess I'll read this. Okay, so a person I forgot to write down, but they write, new here, not sure where to post a show suggestion. Would be interested to hear SJ cover the report from Iron Mountain. And yeah, like for those, I hadn't really like heard of this before. It's kind of interesting. It's an anti-war satire from 1967 that's supposed to be like a leaked government report authored by a special study group tasked by the Kennedy administration with planning the transition from a wartime economy and assessing the potential social impacts of a condition of general world peace. It details the group's analyses, which concludes that world peace would cause the United States to collapse. War or some alternative external threat is necessary for social stability, the study group finds, and recommends the establishment of a permanent war peace research agency to improve the effectiveness of war's major stabilizing functions and to plan substitutes for war should, quote, a viable general peace emerge. This is a New York Times bestseller. Wow.
Yeah, I remember they had didn't they have Blue Beam in this? I think is one of the options, or one of the plans that they were proposing.
Yeah, let me
kind of like a Blue Beam type thing. Let me open it.
Let me see if it's in the summary here. It's actually a really interesting list of actually the authors of this. It kind of gives me a little bit of pause. It's interesting. I guess a bunch of people contributed to it, but a lot of names we've heard before. I guess Victor Navaski was the first one. He was the editor of The Nation from the 70s through the 90s. And then Leonard Lewin wrote the book with help from economist John Kenneth Galbraith and 3 Monocle editors, Marvin Kittman, Richard Lingaman, and Victor Navaski. E.L. Doctorow, who was then editor-in-chief at the Dial Press, agreed to publish the book as nonfiction. To lend credibility to the hoax, Galbraith wrote a review under the pseudonym Herschel McLandris, former professor of psychiatric measurement at the Harvard Medical School and now chief consultant to the Noonan Psychiatric Clinic in Boston, which is, I guess, a title from his 1964 satire, The McLandris Dimension. So John Kenneth Galbraith was the shadow author of this satire. Very interesting. He's kind of a weird, he's a kind of a liminal sus guy, because he was this liberal economist and diplomat that was posted in India, I think under JFK. He was a real Cold War liberal, and wrote a lot of influential kind of pop economics books about stuff. But I guess also Mitch Horowitz at one point reissued the report from Iron Mountain, I think in the 90s. Isn't Mitch Horowitz? Yeah, Mitch Horowitz is he's sus, right? He's the guy who writes about occult stuff.
His name, right. I don't know how sus he is or isn't, but definitely he has a deep interest in the occult, and has published a lot in that area.
I feel he has drifted more. He's drifted more into being a sus lord as he's gotten older. Yeah, he wrote Occult America: The Secret History of How Mysticism Shaped Our Nation, and is a
2012. He published 2012, The Return of Quetzalcoatl by Daniel Pinchbeck.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was part of the 2012 hype.
Catching the Big Fish, Meditation, Consciousness, and Creativity by director David Lynch.
Oh,
And
TM alert.
yeah.
Okay, actually, yeah, now that I'm looking through his whole kind of like Wikipedia page, like he's kind of hitting.
He oversaw the work of writer Mike Solana, who later became vice president at Peter Thiel's Founders Fund. How about that?
I'm sorry, say that again?
While at Tarcher,
Yeah.
which was Tarcher Peregrine, an imprint of Penguin Random House focused on spirituality and metaphysics, he oversaw the work of writer-editor Mike Solana, who later became a vice president at Peter Thiel's Founders Fund.
Oh, Mike Solana. I forget if I've like...
Yeah.
Well, okay, so he's got maybe a little
And
bit
what
of a
was his
Thiel...
involvement with the report on Iron Mountain?
He reissued. It fell out of print, I think, in like 1980, and then he republished it. Whenever I think maybe he was working for that like imprint of Penguin or Random House or whatever. Yeah, he's he currently hosts the UFO themed Discovery HBO Max series Alien Encounters Fact or Fiction. Joined Elijah Wood's podcast network where he hosts a historical podcast, Extraordinary Evidence: ESP is Real, which explores ESP research. He's.
Oh, did he have a feud with the Skeptico guy? Someone in the chat says.
Oh,
I wonder
did
what the substance of that was. I mean, that guy tried to start a feud with us. If you recall, I remember he came out the gate pretty, wanting to.
He was a little oppositional.
Yeah. But
yeah, he was. He says he calls himself a believing historian and has participated in many of the spiritual movements he writes on, such as Theosophy, New Thought, Transcendental Meditation, and the Gurdjieff work. Okay, how about this? In the early 90s, he served as youth section treasurer of the Democratic Socialists of America and was on the editorial committee of its magazine, Democratic Left, an experience he described as building an organization in its darkest days in hopes of future utility. No, he laid the groundwork for the new DSA. Maybe I think he's kind of more like right wing, like he's kind of fried and like is kind of like a new age fascist adjacent. I guess he cited Charles Lindbergh in spiritualism, Mahatma Gandhi in theosophy, Theodore Dreiser in paranormalism, Upton Sinclair in telepathy. He also noted Rosicrucianism and the Shakers have contributed to America's history of religious experimentation. He thinks that the Bavarian Illuminati were radical Jeffersonians. Interesting. Yeah, he loves New Thought and has also written a lot about New Age stuff. Like he's written for a lot of big, publications over the years. And yeah, has of course like he's lectured at Philosophical Research Society, Theosophical Society in America, and numerous Freemasonic lodges. Let's see.
I mean, he did bring up an interesting point where he asked, like, why has the report from Iron Mountain, which is supposedly left-wing satire, been such an inspiration to the right wing? Were the two sides getting similar messages from it? Did it quote, this is a quote of Mitch Horowitz, I guess, expose a sort of cognitive netherworld or a fault line of paranoia that the two sides had in common? I think that is interesting, because I think that satire and fantasy and science fiction, obviously these are big fixations of, I mean, we talked before about Palantir and all these things, right? And how important something like Tolkien has become in the kind of imagination of the political right in the US and more broadly in the West. And also you kind of see, I mean, this is the same thing with meme magic and stuff like that, where there you kind of, or even the sort of dirtbag irony in a way where you say it as a joke, but you actually mean it in some way, but you're able to kind of use irony as a cloak for what your actual beliefs are.
LOL, I publish an ironic fake cog plan that is about enslaving us all, LOL.
Well, yeah, I mean, satire has a similar function in a way, and it also has a similar ambiguity where even if you do intend it to be in some way satirical, it actually can. I mean, the best satire does feel has that sophistication and feels very relevant to the political issues of whatever context it's addressing, right? So I think the best satire by virtue of that can often be taken seriously, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think, really, if you want to write a truly like cutting satire, it should be something that like it's almost hard to identify as such, right? So therein, lies the potential for it to be, taken as, and I think you can kind of see definitely some of the ideas in here have been taken seriously. I mean, here's the blue beam part. Talking about the problem of creating a substitute for war. This is where the space race proposals, in many ways so well suited as economic substitutes for war, fall short. The most ambitious and unrealistic space project cannot of itself generate a believable external menace. It has been hotly argued that such a menace would offer, quote, the last best hope of peace, etc., by uniting mankind against the danger of destruction by, quote unquote, creatures from other planets or from outer space. Experiments have been proposed to test the credibility of an out of our world invasion threat. It is possible that a few of the more difficult to explain, quote unquote, flying saucer incidents of recent years were in fact early experiments of this kind. If so, they could hardly have been judged encouraging. We anticipate no difficulties in making a quote-unquote need for a giant super space program credible for economic purposes, even where there are not ample precedent. Extending it for political purposes to include features unfortunately associated with science fiction would obviously be a more dubious undertaking. Nevertheless, an effective political substitute for war would require quote-unquote alternate enemies, some of which might seem equally far-fetched in the context of the current war system. It may be, for instance, that gross pollution of the environment could eventually replace the possibility of mass destruction by nuclear weapons as the principal apparent threat to the survival of the species. Poisoning of the air and of the principal sources of food and water supply is already well advanced, and at first glance would seem promising in this respect. It constitutes a threat that can be dealt with only through social organization and political power. But from present indications, it will be a generation to a generation and a half before environmental pollution, however severe, will be sufficiently menacing on a global scale to offer a possible basis for a solution. It is true that the rate of pollution could be increased selectively for this purpose. In fact, the mere modifying of existing programs for the deterrence of pollution could speed up the process enough to make the threat credible much sooner. But the pollution problem has been so widely publicized in recent years that it seems highly improbable that a program of deliberate environmental poisoning could be implemented in a politically acceptable manner. However unlikely some of the possible alternate enemies we have mentioned may seem, we must emphasize that one must be found, of credible quality and magnitude, if a transition to peace is ever to come about without social disintegration. It is more probable, in our judgment, that such a threat will have to be invented, rather than developed from unknown conditions. For this reason, we believe further speculation about its putative nature is ill-advised in this context, since there is considerable doubt in our minds that any viable political surrogate can be devised. We are reluctant to compromise by premature discussion any possible option that may eventually lie open to our government. So yeah, they go on to
Virgin Mary
discuss
hologram appearing over Havana. They don't want to spoil it,
yeah,
So
right. Yeah, they talk about like sociological things, like an alternative to the Peace Corps. Another possible surrogate for the control of potential enemies of society is the reintroduction in some form consistent with modern technology and political processes of slavery. Up to now, this has been suggested only in fiction, notably in the works of Wells, Huxley, Orwell, and others engaged in the imaginative anticipation. This is exactly what we're talking about, right? How these things we see this kind of blurring from science fiction to satire and then into the real world, right? The traditional association of slavery with ancient pre-industrial cultures should not blind us to its adaptability to advanced forms of social organization, nor should its equally traditional incompatibility with Western moral and economic values. I don't know about that. But yeah, games theorists have suggested the development of blood games for the defective control of individual aggressive impulses. So it's really, yeah, I mean, obviously you can see how it's prescient in a way, but also just kind of picking up on trends that were already pretty apparent at the time of its writing.
Yeah. It is kind of a creepy thing that their central assertion that, like, I get the LOL satire of it, but that, like, if there was ever world peace, the United States would collapse. And like, I think on the one hand, I don't know, like there is a kind of an element of like that's kind of like true, at least the way America is organized. Like I remember I was talking with people this weekend about like Epstein and like the implications of it, and kind of the idea of like, would the stuff if we actually punished like everybody that is like implicated in the Epstein files, like would the stock market crash? You know what I mean? Like kind of thing of like without granted it's kind of an indirect way, but like do the kind of shadow activities of like the ruling class, like if they were ever exposed or something like we're going to give up war, it's kind of like, no, dummy, you can't give up war. Like that's what this whole thing is based on. Like, we always have to be like threatening people and like, fucking with countries and building our military. It's like the central grift and like it's like this dark energy that like keeps the economy kind of like moving and all this kind of stuff. Like, but then, at the same time, like, especially John Kenneth Galbraith, I got a, check this out, The New Industrial State. I got this at Moe's in Berkeley, signed by J.K. Galbraith himself, $3, where Galbraith corrects Galbraith about, I don't know, economic policy or whatever. This guy was like very much an insider, right? Like, I mean, he was like friends with presidents and stuff. He was also dear friends, I discovered, of a man named Franklin Lindsay, who was like chiefly responsible for setting up the Gladio networks in Europe for the CIA after World War II, and they were like lifelong buddies. So it does make you like kind of think of like, okay, bro, like LOL, like you're really like he also listen to this, by the way. This is summarized. He did this kind of bit thing with like the Washington Post in 1967 when people he actually, I wonder if what's her name, Catherine Graham or whatever, whoever owned the Post, like was also a friend, because he published a book review of this in 1967, pretending to be Dr. Herschel McLandris, like the secret identity of John Kenneth Galbraith, in which McLandris claimed first-hand knowledge of the report's authenticity. He stated that he had been invited to help write the report, and although he was unable to participate in the official group, he was consulted from time to time and was asked to keep the project secret. He said that he doubted the wisdom of letting the public know about the report, but agreed with its conclusions. Okay, like, so he's like doing a bit, right? And then 6 weeks later, in an AP dispatch from London, Galbraith went even further and jokingly admitted that he was a member of the conspiracy. However, the following day, Galbraith backed off of his initial claims. When asked about the conspiracy statement, he replied, "For the first time since Charles II, the Times has been guilty of a misquotation. Nothing shakes my conviction that it was written by either Dean Rusk or Mrs. Clare Booth Luce." So, okay, he's doing a bit. He's like calling them out. LOL.
Illuminati, LOL. Yeah.
Like, I'm a member of the deep state. The original reporter reported the following 6 days later, quote, "Misquoting seems to be a hazard to which Professor Galbraith is prone. The latest edition of the Cambridge newspaper Varsity quotes the following tape-recorded interchange." Interviewer says, "Are you aware of the identity of the author of Report from Iron Mountain?" Galbraith, "I was in general a member of the conspiracy, but I was not the author. I have always assumed that it was the man who wrote the foreword, Mr. Lewin." Then, in an article in March 1972 of the New York Times Book Review, Lewin said that he had written the book. The book was listed in the Guinness Book of World Records as the most successful literary hoax. Some people claim the book is genuine and has only been called a hoax as a means of damage control. Interesting. That's kind of funny. But actually, last thing, in an article published in New York Magazine in 2013, Victor Navasky confirmed that Galbraith was indeed McLandris and that he was, quote, in on the hoax from the beginning. But some conspiracy theorists reject the statement from 1972 and think that it is real. I guess Victor Navasky in 2015 in The Nation asserted his involvement in creating a Report from Iron Mountain, naming Leonard Lewin as the main writer with, quote, input from John Kenneth Galbraith, two editors of the satirical magazine Monocle, Marvin Kitman and Richard Lingaman, and himself. So, yeah, like, it is kind of like, cool. I mean, you can almost see it in, like, John Kenneth Galbraith's children, the like double consciousness of being a Galbraith, because like his one son I think is maybe a UT Austin like economics some kind of professor that is, I think he's an economist, but like he's very like lefty, like he hangs out with like Peter Dale Scott and like is a critic of like America, whatever. His other son Ambassador Peter Galbraith was the first U.S. ambassador sent to Croatia in 1993, and basically was like working hand in glove with like the CIA to like destroy Yugoslavia, and then became like best friends with like Franjo Tudjman, and then like stars in like weird like neo Ustasha documentaries today, being like, I wish we could have done more to help the beautiful like Croatian cause, and like President Tudjman, he was just like the greatest guy ever, and like people at the time were like, you're like becoming best friends with him, this is problematic, and he's like, shut up. So like he has like deep state ghoul, like kind of fascist lover, and then like kind of like Ford Foundation Democracy Now, like kind of lefty academic on the other hand, his other son. And I feel like Galbraith himself perhaps like combines these two things. You know, he was hanging out with all the CIA old boys. He knew all of them. You know, they were like personal friends of his, you know, as well as like John Kennedy and all these other, you know. But that, you know, he's involved in this like intramural like little like joke contest with like Dean Rusk and Claire Booth Luce, who he probably like went to dinner with. I don't know. You know, maybe like they're the real right wing chud like deep state figures or whatever. But like I guess Claire Booth Luce was like super Republican and was I think she was U.S. ambassador to Italy. Was very tight with James Jesus Angleton. That was her. Yeah, I remember that. She very kind of like wild. Like wildlife. But she was married to Henry Luce of, you know, Time Life, Skull and Bones, etc. Like, so I don't know. Like, what's he do? What's the utility of this? It's interesting. Unless they're covering it up. What do you think?
Do I think that they're covering it up
or doing a hecking satire?
I think they're doing a hecking satire, but like. Yeah, I do question like the utility of the hecking satire.
Right, me too.
Like I almost feel like, I mean, we almost do like live in a post satire where like, what satire have you encountered like that actually like, yeah, I mean, Dr. Strangelove, like, you know, for its time, I guess was pretty good. Someone brought that up in the chat.
Yeah.
Like what satire like was valuable? Like I'm trying to think. Like, you know, I think Voltaire is cringe. I've always thought that. You know, maybe not all of it. Like, you know,
I'm trying to think of what.
There's some like stuff here and there, but on the whole, like I always found like all that cringe.
Right. What has been the great satire? Maybe in like the last 10 years, I could think of.
Hobbist.
Like maybe. Like the show Veep kind of comes to mind. It's like, okay, this is a satire about how like stupid like people at the highest levels of government can be.
My only like experience of Veep, I think I told the story on the show before, was like right after the like first like in the very beginning of the first Trump term, like encountering. I think it was back when I was still using Facebook. Actually, I came across like someone in the Facebook comments who was like insisting that like Trump didn't like lie and must have just been dumb because like politics was like Veep. And I was like, first of all, like lying doesn't require you to be smart.
Yeah.
Second of all, like
I remember,
you know,
I
like,
think
it's sus that you're interpreting all politics through Veep.
Right. Like, that there was a period where people were maybe taking like too strong of lessons from their, maybe like House of Cards had a similar like weird effect of like all it is like the most, like everyone being evil and soulless and like fucking each other over and being bad. But then it like kind of inoculated everybody to like really thinking about how bad it could be in a kind of like, it was like comfortable for like liberals like to watch it in the Obama era. You know what I mean? Like, and maybe Veep had a similar thing of like, it's like, oh, if Sarah Palin became president, you know, like this is how wacky it would be. But also it was kind of like, it could be about both parties. It could be about Kamala. You know, you heard a lot of that in 2024.
I guess political satire is really the problem. It's not really, because I can imagine like satire of like a type of like artistic style or like a certain like, you know, type of person.
Right.
Like, you know, definitely can be funny. Like sort of, you know, on a smaller, like sort of a lower social level, I feel like, or a lower sociological level, lower level, a more focused level of analysis, maybe. I just feel like I never like, I find political satire often sucks. There's maybe some that is good. I don't think that this is like very, like, maybe this hit harder like at the time, but like now it doesn't really seem like super funny to me. It's
Given
not like
how,
nearly as funny as just like reading like InfoWars, you know, like that's more like humorous. If I want to see like some kind of like wacky theory, that like some a wacky conspiracy theory, like I'd rather read one that someone actually believes.
Yeah, it's got like Robert Anton Wilson, like Illuminatus vibes too, of like LOL. Like it's just kind of like cheapening the stakes of like what the type of people that are like planning things like nuclear war and like controlling all of society and like all these other things.
What is the model in the chat? Don't look up it was almost exactly what I'm thinking of when I say like I hate this like political satire, because like to me that also was like fundamentally wrong-headed. I don't remember. I think I did watch it.
Inspired by a tweet by David Sirota.
I remember if I watched it or if I just saw the trailer, because
David Sirota won an Oscar for
too old.
David Sirota won an Oscar for like tweeting something about like climate change like was an asteroid, everyone would care about it, and then Adam McKay saw it and was like, that's so fucking brilliant, and then like wrote a screenplay, and then he got like co-writer credit and won an Oscar. I don't know. Yeah, it's like the
fact that movie won an Oscar is ridiculous. I mean, not that like the Oscars like are awarded to good movies like very often, but
it didn't quite hit. It was like, if you just like listen to the freaking science, like you would all know it's so easy and obvious, and then like nobody wants to hear it because they're dumb chuds, and like I mean, there were some fun, there were like some kind of funny parts, like the tech CEOs coming in.
It was about the hecking competent experts who were like not compromised, and like it was all about like the drumpf tards who like are the bumbling fools who don't want to acknowledge the truth. And I think it was just like a misrepresentation, like where it kind of still had this illusion of like, I think that like one of the most harmful ideas is like the idea that Democrats are like fighting for you, like I guess like in the movie, like it was really like the kind of underdog scientists in a way, right? Like those are the ones who were trying to call attention to it. But I still felt like there was this sort of, I mean, granted I haven't seen it in a while, but I did feel like there was this kind of misleading framing that I found to be like frustrating. And also like this just, I mean, again, like, in addition to kind of like the tone just being annoying, like I did feel like there was a little bit of a misleading framing, but I don't quite remember, honestly. Like it was Jennifer Lawrence, right?
Yeah, and
Leonardo DiCaprio,
right.
And
becoming the king of rad lib
and they were
movies.
like the two scientists, and
I think so.
Right. I guess like it was somewhat well observed that I did watch it because I saw the ending, and I remember the ending was that, spoilers for this movie, which kind of sucked, like the rich people like escape to like an alien planet or something,
right? And they get eaten by like an alien dinosaur or something.
Yeah. It is well observed that like probably in that situation rich people would just escape and let everyone else die. They would like figure out, they would prioritize like their own safety.
Of course, yeah. Which
I guess it's not really astutely observed, but it's like not.
Of course, like they can always just leave.
It's kind of obvious. But,
it was back during the Elon Mars talk, that kind of thing. But in like since COVID, that came out right before COVID, I think, or like it was made before COVID, maybe. But like, in the last like 5-6 years, in the 2020s, I'm trying to think of like what has been a satire, like a political satire thing that has juice, or like it has worked in any way, and I don't know. Like, nothing comes to mind. Nothing at all comes to mind. Maybe there is. I'm just like not, because maybe I'm not looking for that satire hit these days. That like, or we've reached satire exhaustion. Maybe it seemed cool to do it in 1967. I mean, this is kind of the golden age of Krasner and being like, I saw LBJ having sex with JFK's corpse, like just like pretending that's a real story. Like muddying the waters. I think doing this thing of like muddying the waters of, this was made by at least one of the people involved in it is like a real high level insider. And like, actually it's conceivable he would be in a group that would do a report like this. Like, it's not inconceivable at all that John Kenneth Galbraith would be invited to write like a real report from Iron Mountain, right? Like, he was at that level of juice of like a kind of brain trust of like the American intellectual elite in the Cold War. But then to be like, LOL, like we wrote it as a satire. It's really about these nuttos, these chuds like Claire Booth Luce and, Dean Rusk, who aren't like cool, sophisticated libs like us, but then you're still friends with all these people that are like literally creating Gladio and like doing all this other shit during the Cold War, and you don't see any contradiction between that. Like the satire hits different when you're friends with all like the elite insiders that are like the evil people are actually going to do this.
You know what? I think that you're right. I think that that's kind of does articulate like my problem with with Don't Look Up, for instance. I don't like sort of like smug or like self-satisfied, and also my problem with Voltaire and my problem with a lot of things. I don't like smug, like self-satisfied satire. I'm kind of like into like epistemic like humility or like art that is like complex a little bit. And it's not that I don't think like satire can have like that element. But I feel like a lot of satire doesn't like indict oneself, and I feel like you have to kind of do what Ayn Rand said it was a horrible crime to ever do, which is to laugh at yourself. And I think that like Don't Look Up was the kind of just like sneering at like others from like the position of being, and I feel like I don't like Candide either. I feel like Candide is the same way. And a lot of his stuff is, including, his horrible blasphemous attack on the prophet. So yeah. I think like but I do see what you're saying in terms of the report on Honor Mountain as well, where it's like kind of like this from this position of like, oh, I would never believe something like this was real because like, I know that like I know these people and like they're not like this. But like they are just as bad, like this is cartoonish, but we actually kind of are seeing a lot of these things kind of emerging as, maybe not to the extent that is sort of proposed in the book, but they're emerging as kind of realities, and in a way it almost serves to distract from like the reality that they had even at the time.
Right. I think there probably were study groups or like meetings at high levels that might have concluded something very much like this, that world peace would be disastrous for American interests. And like at the end of the day, like, and like something like that. I mean, the logic to go into Vietnam, for example.
What's unbelievable about the book really ultimately is that the idea that like they would ever consider that like we would get rid of war, because if you look at history, like that's exactly not what happened. We did see like this book was still written obviously in a Cold War environment, right? And like the idea is like, oh, we could have peace, right? Well, the Soviet Union collapsed, right? And so for a while there was kind of this period of like we don't have as clear, the same way they're talking about we need to find a new enemy, like like an alien or something, if we're ever going to be at peace, right? We need to turn the environment into our new enemy, right? And almost like you could kind of see like those type of things like being sort of entertained, or even Jimmy Carter's statement of like it's the moral equivalent of war, like about the environment, right? Right? Or the energy crisis, right? So you kind of see like ideas like that being offered, but like anyway, like after the Soviet Union fell, right, and the Cold War was over, this thing that was bringing us to the brink of extinction was kind of the impetus for even trying to get out of these wars. Like, obviously 9/11 happened, and then like George Bush, like, and the people around him, right, they made no bones about declaring a global war on the idea of being afraid. Right, like like he said, freedom and fear are at war and have always been at war, right? So we were immediately brought into this kind of like ontological clash of freedom and being afraid,
right?
And like this has been basically the engine of our, I think that the book does make a good point where it says war is not, as is widely assumed, primarily an instrument of policy utilized by nations to extend or defend their expressed political values or their economic interests. On the contrary, it is itself the principal basis of organization on which all modern societies are constructed. The common proximate cause of war is the apparent interference of one nation with the aspirations of another. But at the root of all ostensible differences of national interest lie the dynamic requirements of the war system itself for periodic armed conflict. That's pretty true, and like, so there we go. Like,
it could very well be something that they had noticed intimately from working at high levels.
There really isn't too much daylight between like what they're saying is again like kind of a cartoon, kind of an exaggeration, where they're saying like, oh, in order to like LOL, like we want to have world peace, but in order to do that, we gotta have the equivalent of war against something else, like against maybe we could have slavery, maybe we could have aliens, maybe we could have like the super big space program. I don't know, but really like there's not much difference between that and like we need a new Pearl Harbor, right? It's kind of the same idea.
Right.
Like it's just like we need a new enemy.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be like a new conceptual enemy that's not really an enemy. It's sort of an abstraction. It's just going to be a new enemy. That's really what these conversations were about.
Can't beat the real thing. You gotta and if there's not an enemy waiting, you gotta rustle one up a little bit, cultivate some enemies or something. Yeah. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Liberty Lobby released an edition of this in the early 90s, claiming it was a real U.S. government document and therefore inherently in the public domain, as is conventional for works created by the federal government. Lewin sued them for copyright infringement. They settled in 1994. Wow. Lewin emphasized in the 1996 reissue, the book is, of course, a satirical hoax, a fact not so obvious in 1967 and disturbingly still lost on some people today. But I don't know, like I think it's less lost on people today because, you got Rex 84 and all those like COG plans that came in the 80s that were kind of like, I feel like they had that kind of thinking behind them. It was more for like a collapse of government into like a military dictatorship kind of vibe, but you could see it kind of in sync with the we need to do war forever and that peace is disastrous. So I don't know, kind of weird vibe. I don't know how many satire points
it might be
it.
an interesting episode.
It could be,
yeah. We just have to find a good angle on it, but I think we definitely could. I can totally see like some potential ways in. If we did like sort of more background on it and read the whole thing, if we were fresh on it.
Yeah. All right. We have I guess, do we have time for one more question real quick or?
We can do one more if you want. Yeah.
Okay. I guess I put it in the description. We could do this one quickly because I feel like just describing it is like sus and it's an overload of susness.
Okay.
So do you just want to read?
Sure. Yeah. Have you looked into? Sorry, 7.
Yeah.
Again, we don't have the question asker for this one, but the questioner. Have you looked into Christina Engelhardt yet in doing research for the show? Some pretty wild details in her biography. She was a teen model in the 70s when she became Woody Allen's mistress and the inspiration for Manhattan. Later, she became Epstein's personal assistant. Then her fortune teller friend tells her to go to LA where she will meet an Italian director. She goes to LA, meets Fellini, who is out scouting locations for a film, and this was, of course, when Fellini started getting his sus God phone calls from random payphones, which as far as I know was really advanced gang stalking coordinated by Carlos Castaneda's Gold.
Oh my God.
That's interesting.
Yeah, this is
just a really interesting
rocks.
figure, but it's kind of difficult to find out a lot of information on her life as a whole. Okay, so yeah, I guess you looked into this. I actually had not heard of her previously, or other than our discussion of it, like when we were putting these questions together.
Right. I kind of looked into it last week, and I was kind of fascinated because this one hits very relevant right now because of just all the Epstein files and stuff. Woody Allen is obviously he's in there here and there, and this like I forgot I don't even remember if I noticed this at the time, kind of around the Me Too era, but let me see if I can bring it up I'm going to bring up the website for everybody watching. There we go. So yeah, Christina Engelhardt, former model, new age psychic, worked as a personal assistant to Jeffrey Epstein at some point, according to the Hollywood Reporter. And became the muse to Federico Fellini near the end of his life. Like the question asker said, and she is an experienced reader from a 10-generation lineage of psychics, and she offers psychic readings. So yeah, she seems to have had a very interesting life. She was kind of like recruited off the street as a model as a teenager, and let me see. yeah, when I was 15, I was walking home from school in my small hometown when a flashy man with a diamond earring pulled up and said, "You should be a model." He gave me a contact in New York City, and a month later, I had started my career. And yeah, so she met a lot of different famous people. These are old modeling pics. She acted in a lot of like Italian kind of like giallo movies, like just
Yeah,
like
like
grindcore,
Suspiria.
kind of
Yeah.
like, but like second, kind of like a tier
Yeah.
below like Argento, but
Right.
but definitely in a few, you can find some IMDb credits. There was this one from December 2018, The Hollywood Reporter. She had like this big profile on her, and where she talks about being Woody Allen's Manhattan muse, Bobby Christina Englehart. That might be like I don't know, a spiritual title, Bobby. But anyways, she reveals details about her secret 7-year fling with the director when she was a then 16-year-old model. Wow. So yeah, she caught Woody Allen's gaze once at the legendary New York City power restaurant Elaine's in 1976, and she dropped a note on his table with her phone number. And then Allen called her, inviting her to his Fifth Avenue penthouse. He was 41 at the time and was about to release Annie Hall. He never asked her age, but she told him she was still in high school, living with her family in rural New Jersey as she pursued her modeling ambitions in Manhattan. Within weeks, they'd become physically intimate at his place. She wouldn't turn 17, legal in New York, until that December. Then they had a clandestine romance of 8 years that she is processing. But she's kind of like insistent in this article that like she shares a lot of experiences with Woody Allen that are like both literally illegal and like, yikes, bro, what the fuck? Kind of like, cancelable things. But she's like stressing that like, I don't want like Woody to be canceled. Like Woody's a genius. Like I don't like hold a grudge against him for, his behavior, like, the kind of thing like that. So in that sense, it's kind of an unusual Me Too kind of profile piece from the 2018 era, right? And I think this is also like they reignited against Woody Allen because Dylan Farrow came out and accused him of abuse, right? His adopted daughter, Dylan Farrow.
Yeah.
And Ronan Farrow was kind of on Dylan's side, etc.
Right.
So, yeah, she started this like long relationship, and I don't know. You've seen Manhattan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He is just dating a teenager in that movie very openly.
Yeah.
And kind of everyone acts like it's not a big deal, right?
Right. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. It's like kind of a joke. Like it's kind of like, LOL.
Yeah. Isn't Rob Reiner in it?
Like
and he's like, what are you
like,
doing? You dating a teenager? He's doing some shit like that, but it's just kind of like, haha. And it's played by Mariel Hemingway, Ernest Hemingway's granddaughter, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, honestly.
Yes,
but,
Mariel Hemingway, yeah. So it has like a 17-year-old Mariel Hemingway enthusiastically beds Alan's 42-year-old character Ike Davis. She says, the film has always reminded me why I thought he was so interesting. It was why I liked him and why I'm still impressed with him as an artist. How he played with characters in his movies and how he played with me. Everyone's got a right to their own interpretation of their experience, but I am definitely side-eyeing Woody Allen here a little bit. Like, was this really chill? I know things are weird in the 70s, but like, he's like 42. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, blah blah blah. Woody, and like, she loved Woody Allen growing up. Yeah, her journey is complicated. She's proud of her teenage self as an up-by-her-bootstraps heroine who successfully beguiled the celebrated genius. Even now, she holds herself largely responsible for remaining in a relationship as long as she did, and for the frustration and sorrow that ultimately came with the liaison. One in which, by her description, she never held any agency. Yeah, this does sound like, huge, obviously, power imbalance. This age gap. She is like a teenager. But she's said, even with hindsight, she's unwilling to indict Allen, who declined to comment for this story. What made me speak is I thought I could provide a perspective. I'm not attacking Woody. This is not bring down this man. I'm talking about my love story. This made me who I am. I have no regrets. Yeah, so... she dropped Babby from her name, actually. Or Baby? I don't know. yeah, she says she's been a psychic reader since she was a child, interpreting the stars for bold-faced names. One paid psychic client, Patrick Nagel, gifted her, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, she has like just like a Zelig like series of adventures. Listen to this. Okay, so as she attempted to break into modeling, partying with Iman, jet setting with Adnan Khashoggi, dining with Stephen King, working as a personal assistant to Jeffrey Epstein, the billionaire financier later convicted. Yeah, we know. Following her time with this is
Jeffrey
before
Epstein,
this
the
is
New York
this is
financier?
yeah right. This is before Epstein died. This article came out like less than a year before, but yeah. Following her time with Alan, she went on to become a platonic muse to Federico Fellini during the auteur's late life journeys in Rome and Tulum, Mexico. Then spent years tending to egos as a hostess in the executive dining room at Paramount before landing her current gig, working as an assistant for producer Bob Evans. Wow, like weird scenes, right? What made her attractive to these powerful men, both personally and professionally, she posits, is in part what Alan appreciated in the first place. Quote, I was pretty enough. I was smart enough. I was non-confrontational. I was non-judgmental. I was discreet, and nothing shocks me. Okay, interesting. She has 2 private volumes of unpublished memoirs. Yeah, a relationship of unequals with Alan. Terms were decreed. From the first rendezvous, terms were decreed by Alan. She considered him then, and still considers him now, a great man. Yeah. Yeah, the sus director is striking again, basically. Yeah, it goes into a whole thing. Oh yeah, she's German. She was tormented as a Nazi child in the Jewish neighborhood she grew up in, Matawan, New Jersey. Her father ran around in lederhosen. I had doors slammed in my face. Her parents were both post-war emigres. Her father, by his account, a 14-year-old ditch-digging conscript into Hitler's army, serving near the French border before the end of the war. Woody's the Uber Jew, and I'm the Uber German, she says. Interesting. Nobody likes Germans, she thought. She also, she said that, okay, by her recollection, a year into the relationship, Alan occasionally began bringing in 2 other, quote, beautiful young ladies for threesomes. Engelhart says she had experimented with bisexuality and at times found the experiences interesting, a 70s exploration. But she felt differently when, after they'd been sleeping together for 4 years, Alan beamingly announced he wanted to introduce her to his new girlfriend. It turned out to be Mia Farrow, who is 14 years older. And, you know, she felt sick about this, but then she grew to like Farrow, and then they started having threesomes together and smoked joints and bonded over whatever. They talk about astrology and stuff, and, yeah, you know, just Woody being Woody, and then eventually I think they kind of, like, fell off, and like they kind of stopped talking to each other. But then she went to like, it had this like Italian adventure with like Fellini somewhere along the way, is hanging out, like working for Adnan Khashoggi. I don't know. Yeah. Like, what do you think about the scope of the, obviously Woody's a sicko, but
yeah. I mean, it's crazy. Like, I guess it's crazy how much she got around, I guess. Like, is she in the recent drop at all?
Oh, as like an Epstein girl, potentially?
Yeah, or like, is she mentioned?
I don't think so, because I mean, she's a little old. She's a little older. Like she was a teenager in the 70s. So by the time it seems like Epstein was sort of operating, she would have probably been almost like 30. But I mean, their paths might have, if you want to search, their paths may have crossed.
There are some Engleharts in here, but they seem to be different. Tom Englehart. Any relation to Tom Englehart?
I don't know. Why does that sound familiar to me?
He was the co-founder of the American Empire Project and the author of the 1998 book, The End of Victory Culture, Cold War America and the Disillusioning of a Generation. He was awarded a Guggenheim Fellowship in 1991.
Oh, wow.
Graduate of Yale University, master's degree in East Asian Studies from Harvard. Research assistant for Jonathan Spence. Yeah.
There's a Joel Englehart. Yeah, no, she doesn't pop up. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, but yes, I mean, I guess like she worked for Epstein at some point, but it might have been in the 80s or like the very early 90s before the email really like goes. It might not go that far back. I think because yeah, I mean, I really do wonder like when it was because I think she was in Italy for a long time. Yeah, in fall of 1979. This is interesting. Wow, throwback. Engelhart, who had begun taking classes with Stella Adler and Lee Strasberg during her time with Allen. Remember, that's where Courtney Love's biological grandmother was like living with them, and like Marlon Brando, like a couple decades before this, and like might have fathered Linda Carroll, Courtney's mother. Very mysterious, but anyways, yeah, she got an extra. Woody didn't help her get her SAG card, so she was hurt by that. Interesting. She was sexually abused like repeatedly in the years before meeting him. First by an older classmate, then on multiple occasions by a family friend. Yeah, eventually she left New York. I thought I was special. Then I realized he's a big person and got a big life. I'm in his life. By the 80s, by the late 80s, she had ended up part of Fellini's creative circle in Rome, working in his office. One day, Alan, a noted fan, called him. I was the one to pick up. He said, "You're with Fellini? You left me for Fellini? That's so cool." Yeah, great. Yeah, he's a film nerd. He thinks it's awesome. And then he invited, like, once he was with Sun Yi, he, like, invited her, I think, in 2001 and was like, you should come out to, come out, like, if you're in California or whatever, like, we could meet up or something like that. Which is, yeah. Yeah, and she claims that she was, like, one of the main inspirations for the character of like Mariel Hemingway. She said probably not the only one, but definitely a major one. Yeah, so she cried there most of the movie. I'm not really seeing anything about. I wonder. Let me see if there's only one Epstein
in the God phone calls from Carlos Castaneda.
Yeah, his cult.
That Fellini was apparently getting. Yeah.
What's the deal with Carlos Castaneda? Like he's kind of like he's like a big deal, but like what was he up to?
Episode.
That would be.
He's a big deal, but he was a complete fraud.
Right, just a made up Don Juan.
Yeah.
That sounds like Epstein. That's like Epstein coded, like the Don Juan eternal. Like Lothario guy who like is also spiritually ascended because he like seduces women. Like, okay, bro, all right, very enlightened. But yeah, I don't know, like she's one of these types of people that is like just bounced around and been in the lives of these like famous serious men. And I wonder if I don't know if she's made any like statements more recently with like the Epstein. Let me just look real quick. Engelhart. Yeah, there's a New York Magazine article from February 2020. Oh, February 10th. So 10 days ago. It looks like New York Magazine with their updated list, which of course is paywall.
It's funny that she was like unable to like. There was another 17-year-old that Woody Allen dated who was like a high school student.
Yeah,
at Stuyvesant High School, who said that she was the inspiration, and she was like yeah, whatever. I don't believe you. Like,
yeah. There's some
it was
dispute
like a
over
composite of other like 17-year-olds that Woody
so
Allen
this
dated.
is definitely it wasn't like an anomaly. It's like this is kind of his preference is like to date 16, 17-year-olds. So okay, I think the New York Magazine article, I have it here. Yeah, from 2019, I guess they covered it a little bit. Yeah, Allen had carried on with a 16-year-old girl named Christina Engelhart. She wondered if she was the inspiration. She had sex with Allen more than 100 times, sometimes with Pharaoh. The whole thing was a game that was being operated solely by Woody, so we never quite knew where we stood, she said. Engelhart went on to become Epstein's assistant. I guess that's all they have written about it, basically, is that, like, I don't know. Yeah, at some point later, she became Epstein's assistant. But I don't know if she was kind of... Yeah, I don't see any new articles of her commenting whatsoever on, like knowing Epstein or like what were the circumstances of that. but she seems to be, I think she's based in LA and is more of like a full-time psychic nowadays, kind of a crystal lady kind of thing. But she was in some kind of weird movie. I forget what were the weird movies that she was in. Oh yeah, she was in a movie called Skinner, and also a movie called The Raffle. That I thought, in the spirit of looking like what was she cast in, that like might have been sus. Skinner was a 1993 independent slasher film, directed by Ivan Nagy, who's a Hungarian director, and starring Ted Raimi, the brother of Sam Raimi, Tracy Lords, Ricky Lake, and Richard Schiff. And I guess she had kind of like a whatever. Oh yeah, Richard Schiff from The West Wing, Toby Ziegler. Yeah, but this is about a handsome, likable young man who is secretly a Skid Row slasher-style serial killer preying on sex workers, who roams from town to town, and like he attacks a junkie prostitute who survived one of his attacks and now desires revenge. So classic kind of like blessed, killer, whatever. The Raffle. Let me see. It's an Italian film that was the film debut. Okay, actually, this is pretty sus. This is the film debut of Monica Bellucci, obviously big sex symbol.
Oh, Rafi,
La Rifa. La Rifa.
Yeah, La Rifa.
Yeah, so
Right.
this is from 1991. Okay, so in Bari, Italy, Francesca, a beautiful and wealthy woman, is widowed and left with her daughter Giulia and a pile of debts incurred by her husband Maurizio, whose betrayals she also discovers. On the advice of her friend Cesare, who is also a lawyer, Francesca sells off her villa by the sea, furniture, furs, and jewelry, as well as a boat, to pay for at least 1 year of rent and tuition for little Giulia's exclusive school. There are no job prospects for Francesca, so Francesca and Cesare decide to hold a raffle in which the prize will be Francesca. The raffle will be limited to 20 participants who will each pay 100 million lira. The winner will have the right to live with Francesca for 4 years and can ask for whatever he wants. Raffle ticket buyers include friends of the late husband and Cesare himself. Like, okay, cool. Like, okay. One day, Francesca runs over a young man, Antonio, with whom she begins a love affair. He seems to know about the raffle, and despite proclaiming his amorous passion, he would be willing for her to be enjoyed by the winner, continuing his secret meetings with her. In reality, the penniless young man aims over time to benefit from the raffle money. But then there's a complaint about the raffle and the lawyer, and a scandal erupts when questioned by police. I guess they find out about the raffle. And yeah, so I guess Francesca is Monica Bellucci, I guess, is like the star in this movie.
And Christina Engelhardt is Barbara, I guess.
Barbara, yeah. She doesn't have her own Wikipedia page.
It doesn't explain what she doesn't have one. I guess that's why the person has found it difficult to find out things about her life. It's kind of
Yeah. I just think like that one is about like young. I don't know how old Monica Bellucci was in 1991. Okay, she was like 25 or 26, but like, like a young woman, like auctioning herself to like rich men to like pay off her like debts is kind of like, that's just the kind of movies they would make.
I like her IMDb description of herself. Her career moves fluidly between the practical and the mystical. Okay,
folks.
I want to read her book, which is an inspiring and suspenseful supernatural epic told through the eyes of a muse, psychic, and a friend, which explores her years with Fellini in Rome.
That might get into some God phone call stuff.
It does, yeah, because apparently he shared with Carlos Castaneda an interdimensional presence they called You, capital Y-O-U.
Oh my God. Oh, what? Okay, wow. He was getting psyoped by Carlos Castaneda.
She's a founding participant in the Hollywood Disclosure Alliance.
Oh my God.
Christina now channels her lifelong work into public conversations about contact, creativity, and consciousness. In 2026, she will host HDA's new podcast, Wow Signal, Paranormal Tonight, bringing firsthand accounts and creative storytelling about the unexplained to a broad audience. All right. We got a new mover and shaker in the podcasting space.
Right.
I look forward to seeing her work. Hopefully, we can collab.
Crystal Mama coming in hot. Yeah.
Yeah. What else has she been in? She's known for Alan V. Farrow miniseries.
So she must have been interviewed in that.
Interviewed in Fellini, Never Ending, and Beverly H.
She was in Man on the Moon uncredited, the Jim Carrey, Andy Kaufman movie.
Right, where he plays Andy Kaufman.
Yeah, Night Dreams, Ostinato Destino, Demonia.
She was Tycoon's girlfriend in the segment Fall Guy. Okay. All right, word. Yeah, she has been in a lot of giallo movies.
Yeah, how about this? Demonia, a Canadian archaeological team in Sicily accidentally unleashes vengeful ghosts of 5 demonic nuns who were murdered 500 years earlier, and the ghosts now set out to kill the group and townspeople alike. Yeah.
I feel like if you have a nunnery with 5 nuns who are demonic,
something's wrong.
That's a problem. Yeah, there's an institutional problem.
Yeah. There's institutional rot. And then Beverly H is the newest movie she was in that looks like some kind of independent thing. This is actually weird. A Beverly Hills CEO has 24 hours to deal with her cheating husband, protect her company from a corporate raider, and decide if the world is ready for the first commercial life extension drug. I wonder if she starred in it. No, she doesn't star in it, but she's in it somehow. It has Eyes Wide Shut party stills. I can see. Christian Fisher made this movie. This could actually.
Did you see that? When I went, my parents, when I was in New York for the holidays, they made me go see that movie, which I hated, Marty Supreme.
Oh, I did watch it.
Yeah. What do you think?
Now, I did watch it on one literally one of those HD cam, somebody filmed it.
Okay, all right.
The movie theater, I guess they really locked down the you can't get an Academy rip of it, or anything like that.
Uh-huh.
Not that I would, but hypothetically. Yeah, but I found it to be kind of repetitive and lacking a certain he has a good kinetic style, Josh Samty, but there's something about the guy who sucks. But he's really crazy and just has to do whatever to get his one objective, and he ruins everybody's life along the way and destroys everything. It's all right, they've done it 3 times now.
I mean, I thought it was the same movie as Uncut Gems but worse. That's basically how I felt. Yeah. And you had no reason to care about what happened to the person other than wanting him to suffer because he was a worthless human being. And yeah, it was one of the few things that my father and I actually agreed on, that we both hated that movie. I think he just was really uncomfortable by the neurotic energy of it, whereas I weirdly, because you'd think that an old boomer man would be the one who would have this problem, but I was offended by its values. I felt that
I kind of was too. It didn't really stand for anything. He's kind of a dirtbag.
Yeah, it was just there were some visually interesting things.
Yeah,
but I think I said this before.
Stylistically,
But yeah, maybe. But at the same time, the values of the movie were worthless. But but before that movie, there was a trailer for a film that was called Disclosure Day. I think it's a Spielberg movie.
Oh,
and it seems the ultimate
psyop.
Blue Beam psyop Spielberg film, where he's basically just gonna launder all of this disclosure cult bullshit in blockbuster form.
Is it a fictional film or is it a documentary type?
No,
thing?
It's a fictional film, but it's kind of
based on wink wink reality.
Yeah,
I've seen people already call it out for being a Blue Beam.
I remember one of the most offensive parts is speaking of nuns, there's a nun in the movie or some kind of cleric, I believe it's a nun, who says why would God create this vast universe if we were truly alone? It's well, why would God do anything? For us to contemplate. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh my God, they want to welcome the alien.
Planet?
They want to welcome. Yeah, they're beaming that Virgin Mary hologram.
It seemed like it was written by Stephen Greer or one of these It seemed like it was written by like Ryan Bledsoe, like co-written both Ryan Bledsoe.
You know, I do wonder. I mean, Steven Spielberg is one of the names that is in the so-called like mega group of, you know, like kind of pro-Israel power brokers that included Les Wexner and all these other people. You know, Les Wexner just deposed this week, but he's always like, you know, despite some kind of like pedogate people kind of going after him, you know, in the late 2010s, like nothing ever has come up about Spielberg, like kind of actually being sus. But at the same time, now, I don't know, like he does love this UFO thing, like going back to the earliest, you know, Close Encounters and whatever. I just think it's, you know, it's interesting time.
Yeah, he does.
That.
It's like, as someone in the chat said, it's going to be Close Encounters cubed. Yeah, I agree. It's going to be like, that was a psyop. That psyoped one generation. Now they're trying to psyop a whole other generation. Stay vigilant, folks.
Yeah. I wonder which like conspiraslop UFO disclosure.
Can't wait to see Christina Englehart's take on it.
I wonder who he's going to go with. Is it going to be like Chris Bledsoe? Is it going to be Stephen Greer? Is it going to be, you know, Lou Elizondo? Like what flavor? What flavor is Spielberg going to endorse?
I feel like it's going to be like, I don't know. I think it might be like, it's hard to say. I think it might be like a Stephen Greer I think it might be a Stephen Greer variety, because I feel like he wants, you know, like the aliens need to be welcomed.
Okay.
Yeah. Like they're not an enemy, I don't think.
Yeah, anybody saying they're a threat is psyop.
But also it has to be like an exciting movie. So I mean, I guess like there was Contact that was also kind of like that.
Yeah.
But it was like a very boring movie, right? Like I don't think anybody liked it. I don't remember. Maybe
it might have done well, but it was kind of boring. Yeah. Yeah. I'm E.T. of course is like the cuddliest like alien.
Yeah, that was exciting
because
the government was out to get him. Maybe that would be the angle, like the government doesn't understand. Well, maybe it'll be like the Stephen Greer types versus the Lou Elizondo types and the what's it called, the Blink-182 guy,
Tom DeLonge. He's got to come back. Types. It's time for him to come back.
Yeah, maybe like it's gonna be, you know, against those guys because they're the ones who want everyone to be afraid, and they, you know, and the ETs actually want to help us.
Right. Somebody in the chat says Pasolka, and actually that might be a good prediction. I feel like Spielberg could get down with Pasolka's like kind of mystical vibes around UFOs. Like, because she kind of went like UFO native, right? A little bit.
Yeah.
Like she years ago we thought she was like kind of more, was like an academic, like objective, and then like I'm getting blindfolded in the desert native. And like taken to like Roswell, and you know, yeah, it always happens sooner or later. Yeah.
Why is Spielberg so obsessed with UFOs? Like he's always like, you know, he's done so many UFO things.
The day the
remember that miniseries he did like in 2004, like Taken on Sci-Fi Channel?
No, I don't remember that.
That was another weird one.
Like abducted, like an alien abduction.
I think what's her name was in it, Dakota Fanning, or something like
really?
You know, but she was and it, you know, it's like a generation-spanning UFO miniseries. He did for Close Encounters. He did E.T. There's so much shit like that he's done. Like, why is it like?
It might be the most consistent thing that he's like returned to throughout his career. He's done a lot of like different genres and stuff. But
what did he learn on Lookout Mountain? What was he looking out for?
Right. Oh yeah, that's right. Didn't he? He did a little work there, right? Didn't we uncover that?
I think so.
Right.
I mean, I've been referring to that consistently.
And Jared Leto's in the files. That was another thing we discovered. Like right after he bought Lookout Mountain, he's like Epstein's like, Jared Leto did great work, like smiley face or something. I think he was sent to Africa as part of some like a kind of sus NGO thing that had ulterior motives. That might have been what he's referring to, but you know, folks, I don't know. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, I guess we can leave it there. We'll watch that movie when it comes out. We'll sus check it. We'll do a rare sus check.
Yeah, I guess he grew up around Lookout Mountain Air Force Base too.
He grew up in the LA area, right? I mean, like it's a relative in LA. Like didn't he grow up in like Long Beach?
I don't know. I'm reading an interview with him where he says that he grew up and he lived on Lookout Mountain. What?
he what? He lived.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm reading. I'm looking into it more deeply now. Um, chatting with Vanity Fair producer Kathleen Kennedy shared the great story about how Abrams and Reeves first crossed her path decades ago and met Steven Spielberg, thanks to a dusty box found in a basement in Arizona. Read on. It was funny. I was working with Steven and I got a phone call one day. This man was living in a house up on Lookout Mountain in Arizona. He'd been down in his basement and he found this box covered in dust. He said to me, "These are all home movies. They belong to Steven Spielberg." Now, my first cynical thought, unfortunately, was, this is just somebody trying to get money. And so I'm going to not act overly excited about this. I just said, well, great. If you don't mind, we're on the Universal lot. So I guess this is Lookout Mountain, Arizona.
Arizona. Yeah, and I'm seeing other. Okay, I was working with Steven. I got a call.
So he lived on 2 Lookout Mountains?
Or the man, I guess? Yeah. What?
That's really
This man
sus.
was living
What?
in a house up on Lookout Mountain in Arizona, and then later he lived in a house in Lookout Mountain in the Hollywood Hills. I'm finding a couple articles about this, actually. This is an article about J.J. Abrams from Yahoo, or from Esquire.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's talking about... Oh, maybe... I wonder if this is a reference to J.J. Abrams. Let's see. Spielberg's then... Okay. Yeah, Spielberg's then assistant, Kathleen Kennedy, read the article in the Times. As it happened, sitting near her desk was a dusty cardboard box full of 8mm movies that Spielberg had made, starting when he was a middle school kid. They'd only recently been retrieved from the basement of a house on the top of Lookout Mountain in the Hollywood Hills. A man called saying, "Hey, I found this box of movies, and I think they belong to Steven Spielberg." But she thought there was no way, but then it turned out to absolutely be true. The man lived in a house that Steven had lived in years ago. He left behind his box. Okay, so it sounds like when he was a young adult, or at some point in his maybe the 60s or 70s, he lived in a house in Laurel, in Lookout Mountain in Laurel Canyon. Lookout Mountain is kind of that's the thing. It says,
but he also lived at a different Lookout Mountain in Arizona.
Yeah,
as well?
that's weird. Then another guy found his shit and contacted them. That is kind of odd. That is very odd. I mean,
Okay.
I've been by Lookout Mountain Air Force Base, the compound that Jared Leto owns. You can drive up there, and it's almost at the top. So he lived within, because it's a long road. It goes from the very bottom all the way up to the top of the hill. So you could both live on Lookout Mountain Avenue or whatever, and still be kind of far. But if you lived at the top, that's very close. That's basically short walking distance to the Lookout Mountain Air Force Base film studio, which would make sense if he was working there for a while. And also that's just it's the canyon, you know what I'm saying? Who wouldn't want to live there? But let me see. Lookout Mountain. That the double. What is up with the double Lookout Mountain?
I feel like we definitely read that, and that's been a fact that we've been repeating a lot. So we need to confirm this.
It's okay. Here's Hollywood Reporter. Kathleen Kennedy got a call from a guy who was living in Spielberg's childhood home on Lookout Mountain outside Phoenix and had discovered the 8mm films Spielberg had made as a child. It's very weird that this is the same story, but in one version, the one I just read,
the Lookout Mountain wrong, or is that is that what's happening? People are confused because they're providing the in Arizona in parentheses, right? Or
right. The other article says they'd been retrieved from the basement of a house on the top of Lookout Mountain in the Hollywood Hills, and yeah, it says that, and she does say that the man lived in a house that Steven had lived in years ago, not the house that he grew up in. I feel if it was an error,
right,
then they might say oh, he grew up in this house, but it sounds like he lived in a house when he was an adult, and then he also lived in an area called Lookout Mountain outside of Phoenix, and when he actually was a child, he lived there. And he happened to leave behind 8mm film rolls in both places. And both these people independently I don't know why they called up, maybe Kathleen Kennedy worked for Spielberg, I guess. That was Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, she started working for him. She was a camera operator, moved to Hollywood in 1977, got a job as a secretary for Apocalypse Now writer John Milius, organizing his gun collection. Then Spielberg came to John Milius's office one day, and I noticed that John had a very organized office. That's what Spielberg said. He thought she was like a great secretary, so he hired her to be his secretary, and then she helped him discover J.J. Abrams and Matt Reeves when they were teenagers. He also gave that letter of recommendation to NYU to Brett Ratner, who I think like left high school early and got into NYU with like a C average, and a recommendation letter from Steven Spielberg, who, you know, Brett Ratner had a strange relationship with Meyer Lansky in South Florida as a child. It's starting to get weird. The scenes are getting weird. This is I don't like, folks, like, what the fuck did they like?
He definitely lived in Laurel Canyon.
Yes,
but, like,
which
what his connection is to Lookout Mountain Air Force Station, we don't know. I guess
we didn't even get to him actually
Lookout
working
Mountain
there.
is like a neighborhood of Laurel Canyon, so I guess he maybe lived in that neighborhood, and maybe that's his connection, and he didn't necessarily work on the base or do anything there.
I do recall him working, maybe him and George Lucas maybe working as like editors or something like that, like some kind of like maybe assistant editors.
Lucas. Yeah.
At least one of them. I think definitely George Lucas was working there on government films. He snuck into. Yeah, Spielberg's thing, his story is that he snuck into Universal Studios, found an empty office, and began his internship by just like faking it that he got one. And then just like people accepted it after a while. Interesting. Yeah, he really just like kind of like sneaks his way in like real fast and then like goes up the ranks. But because I think he dropped out of USC. That was part of his lore too. So
so I guess they both George Lucas and Steven Spielberg lived in Lookout Mountain in Laurel Canyon, or at least they both lived in Laurel Canyon, but they didn't. Well, I'm just recapping what we said, but but only George Lucas worked probably at Lookout Mountain Air Force Base.
Okay.
And Steven Spielberg. Well, that's what it seems to be the case that we know anyway. We don't know for sure Steven Spielberg were there. Not that I can find. But I feel like we've been saying that for a while.
I feel like we have
thinking that for a while.
It might have been it's possible we're getting it mixed up with just George Lucas. Obviously, they were friends, and if they both lived,
they're very similar.
If they both lived at the top of Lookout Mountain, like that station is like 95% at the top. There's like you go kind of around you can go kind of. The road kind of loops around, and you look back at it.
Did Steven Spielberg live in a Lookout Mountain in Arizona, a separate Lookout Mountain in Arizona?
Yeah, there has to be a Lookout Mountain.
I'm looking up his early life on Wikipedia right now. Let's see.
I think that is true. Lookout Mountain Golf Club, Lookout Mountain Preserve. Okay, yeah, there is. They're in the northern part of Phoenix.
He did grow up in Phoenix, Arizona. There you go.
Wow. Yeah. A lot of this comes from Kathleen Kennedy. I guess Kathleen Kennedy was the assistant, so it kind of makes sense, like, separated by years, that maybe two separate guys called her up and were like, I found a box of, like, Steven Spielberg 8mm things. It's kind of crazy he would, like, leave them behind without, like, just, I guess,
was
shooting stuff.
Yahoo just, like, misreporting the story? Like, did they just make a mistake about it being, found in Lookout Mountain?
Well, I think because we know that he did live at the top of Laurel Canyon, and
right, but was in that particular
on
case,
Lookout Mountain. Well, Yahoo says it. Let me see.
But it seems like it's referring to the same story, right?
Yeah, let me see. I'm trying to find like a second reference to him living in the Hollywood Hills.
This is interesting. Yeah, like Steven Spielberg. This is from Esquire. Spielberg's assistant Kathleen Kennedy read the article in the Times. As it happened, sitting near her desk was a dusty cardboard box full of 8mm movies that Spielberg had made. The only reason we retrieved from the basement of a house on top of Lookout Mountain in the Hollywood Hills. That was another movie that came out of this was Super 8, right? Which was like, you know, about like
Right.
epic kids, like,
Yeah. Always
filming
epic kid.
aliens. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The Heart of Hyptum. Yeah. Super 8.
So yeah, Esquire said it was Lookout Mountain in the Hollywood Hills that they found these like 8mm movies.
Right.
And
Okay.
Hollywood Reporter said that it was Lookout Mountain in Phoenix.
I guess that's a
Spielberg
mistake one could make, I suppose, or they misunderstood when she said.
This is
Lookout
incredibly
Mountain.
mysterious and bizarre.
Yeah, what are they
I guess
doing
if he made
here?
them as a child, it would have to have been in Phoenix, but then that would mean that he did live in 2 Lookout Mountains.
Right.
Like,
I mean, maybe
going on?
it appealed to him because he grew
like,
up in
he just
Lookout
loves
Mountain.
to look out for UFOs.
Okay,
yeah.
I do see a hit from Internet Archive from Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon. It says Spielberg was living on Lookout Mountain in Laurel Canyon. So that was asserted by Dave McGowan. Now, but I don't know, when was that article from like Esquire? I forget, like 2016. That would have come. That would have come about. A little bit.
2016.
Yeah,
but Spielberg definitely did live in Laurel Canyon. That's like not debatable.
Right.
I mean,
and he did live in Coldwater Canyon, according to a 1978 Rolling Stone article. Oh my God! I just see this random thing. November 2024. Member of Rothschild family killed in L.A. house fire. A man found dead after his Laurel Canyon house was badly damaged in a fire. Was a member of the prominent Rothschild banking family. Damn. Okay. Staying haunted. Hold on. I'll be right back. I guess we should wrap up.
Yeah,
but
we should
see if you can
wrap up,
see if you can find in 1 minute anything else, and then we're gonna get out of here.
Okay.
We do have a super chat if you want to address.
Oh, we
that
have
real
a
quick.
super chat.
Yes,
let me look at that.
Super
then.
chat has appeared.
Okay, view your channel. Dimitri has to go, but I will look at the super chat. Yeah. Oof. Sus anime episode. Japan tech boom in the 80s and the 90s. Miyazaki must be hiding something. I can't stand his saccharine crap. Oh, thank you. You are the best, the Grotto heads out there who have listened to us like scramble around trying to ascertain where Steven Spielberg lived in relation to Laurel Canyon for the last 20 minutes are the best, and especially for giving us $5 after all of that. But yes. Yeah, I mean it really is crazy like that, like, all these people are like connected to each other and like these recommendations get passed around like if it, yeah, the JJ. But anyway, so the sus anime question. Yeah, I mean I feel like we would have to do like I feel like we can't do just sus anime. We would have to like do some element of like sus anime. We'd have to tackle that topic over multiple episodes because there's so much anime. And we've never really even broached the topic of before. We haven't really done too much on Japan in general, but I mean, I feel like there definitely is probably some sus stuff in the anime world. I read this interesting book a couple of years ago, more than a couple of years ago at this point, that was kind of about like it was sort of an anthropology or sort of cultural analysis meets anthropology about like the different sort of monster crazes and fads in Japan and like the sort of their cultural meaning, like things like Pokemon and their transformations and the like the sort of Super Sentai, where they kind of they're kind of like the Power Rangers as we call them here in the United States, where they kind of transform, and kind of the cultural meaning of that like desire to transform. It was called Millennial Monsters, I believe, and about the sort of desire to transform. I mean, I can't remember like the sort of how these different phenomena were analyzed in the book, but I remember it being slightly interesting. Just kind of like I think I like picked it up at the house of an ex of mine, to be honest. But yes, Saban is sus actually, and that of course was connected to all of this. Yeah. Yeah, they did. Saban imported Power Rangers. Yes, that like they're very sus, and they were all up in the Super Sentai game. I mean, we are talking, yeah, like about like doing something about martial arts movies, not Japanese ones, but Bruce Lee, in like a recent like uh call in. Um, so I mean, this definitely could be something as well. I'm trying to think of like, I've never been like a big anime guy, but I know a lot of Muslims like anime. Um, you know, uh, I used to do these kids books for like young Muslims. I used to like kind of write stories for them, and those were kind of drawn in somewhat of an anime style. Um, but I mean, I guess it's a very broad area these days. But yeah, I mean, I Ghost in the Shell. I remember watching that one. Akira. There's like some kind of sus themes in those, right? Kaneda. You know. What do you think? Have you got thoughts on sus anime?
I mean, yeah, I'm not exactly much of a watcher of anime or an expert on it. I am kind of interested in it as a cultural phenomenon, I guess. I am sussed out by like a fair amount of it, and I don't know. I just can't force myself to like. I know there's like good, there's the Miyazaki, and there's other stuff, and there's probably like slop versions. I could never really get into like the Dragon Ball Z, like, that kind of like fight based, people shooting energy beams at each other type. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something I'd love to know about, like the history
It
of
always
like.
seemed to go on for a really long time. Like when you thought that like the enemy would be defeated, like it was never, um, it was never actually over.
Right. Right. Yeah.
They always returned. They always were more durable than they appeared.
Yeah. Everyone was like fighting like Aquino on the astral plane, and yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I could be enticed to do a kind of exploration
I
of
feel
like
like
post-war Japan.
sus anime is too broad, but I feel like we could find like we could do like a series of sus animes maybe. Like the same way we've done like film episodes in the past, we could like curate a couple of sus animes.
Yeah.
And talk about them. People talk about Neon Genesis Evangelion a lot.
They do.
And Attack on Titan.
Oh,
You
yeah,
always hear
Attack on
about these things,
Titan.
but I have never seen either of those. I have no real frame of reference. I vaguely know about DBZ and like how they would get that they would become like white gods and they would have like big blonde hair.
They say watch Lane Gazaraki. They are very SJ coded. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe some of it is. I could see some of it being noited. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell. That kind of stuff. Yeah, maybe perchance one day. But yeah, kind of like Metal Gear
Japanese
Solid.
theater
has
is
a
very
noited
interesting. The Bunraku puppet theater of Japan is incredibly interesting.
Oh yeah.
I was just reading what's his name? Chikamasu? Is that what his name is? I hope I didn't say. I'm sure I pronounced it wrong, but I hope I didn't get any of the vowels wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a Bunraku playwright. Yeah, Chikamatsu. I was right.
Okay.
Chikamatsu Manzaemon, a Bunraku playwright. Very interesting plays. Like these sort of epic like domestic tragedies, like for the puppet theater.
Oh wow!
But I think they were also performed in the Kabuki theater. Anyway, so yeah, we should stop. But
just for the record, Spielberg as two words translates in German to game mountain.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah.
I saw some Reddit thread. They're like, it translates to Lookout Mountain. I'm like, I had to double check this, and it's like, yeah, Spiel is like a game, right?
Yeah,
like,
right.
Yeah, or toy,
or play. Actually,
or play.
Very interesting.
Play mountain.
Yeah. So it could be, yeah, we like So
we need answers.
Yeah.
We need answers about this. You can't live on two Lookout Mountains and have it not be sus. Not allowed. But yeah, thanks to the Grotto once again for your questions. We'll try to get back like next month and do more, and thanks to the chat as well. But I guess we'll probably be back on Monday on the Patreon feed at patreon.com/subliminaljihad. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.